In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. Alif, Lam, Ra. These are the verses of the clear book.
Commentary. With the exception of 4 verses, Surah Yusuf is wholly a Makki surah. In this surah, the story of Sayyidina Yusuf has been described with continuity and order. Then, the story of Sayyidina Yusuf appears in this surah alone. It has not been repeated anywhere else in the whole Quran as such, with the exception of Surah Al-An'am, Ayat 84, and Surah Al-Mu'min or Ghafir, Surah Ghafir, Ayat 34, where only the name of Sayyidina Yusuf has been mentioned as a messenger of Allah, in appropriate context. This is particular with the story of Sayyidina Yusuf, otherwise the stories and events concerning all blessed prophets have been introduced in the entire Quran with great wisdom, part by part, and repeatedly too. The truth of the matter is that world history and past experiences teach human beings what to do with their lives in the future. These have a natural effect of their own which acts better on minds and hearts as compared to the pull of formal education. This effect is deeper and fairly effortless. Therefore, in the Holy Quran, which has been sent for all peoples of the world as their last testament, a marked portion of the entire history of the peoples of the world, a portion that serves as the master prescription for the betterment of the present and ultimate human condition, has been taken up electively and pragmatically. Furthermore, even this portion of world history has been introduced by the Holy Quran, with its unique and inimitable style, in a manner that its reader simply does not get the impression that he or she was reading some book of history. In fact, whatever part of a certain story serves the need of driving home a lesson or tendering a good counsel on any given occasion, it is just that part which finds mention in that setting. And should there be the need to allude to that particular part once again on some other occasion, it was repeated. Therefore, consideration was not given to sequential order in the narration of events in the story. At some places the earlier part of the story comes later, and the later part finds mention earlier. This special style of the Quran and carries a standing rule of guidance that reading or remembering world history and its past events is not an end by itself. Instead of that, the purpose of every human being should be to draw some lesson from every story and to cull and to do some good advice from every information. It is well known that the human speech is classified into 2 forms, descriptive, khabar, and imperative. Insha, according to the knowledgeable scholars, it is the later form, i.e. imperative, that is the essential objective. Description in itself is not an end. A wise man ought to learn an imperative from every description, and make use of it for correcting and reforming himself. That the story of Sayyidina Yusuf has been narrated in a sequence could be because historiography is a discipline. It has particular rules of guidance for its practitioners. For instance, the narration should not be so brief as to make its understanding impossible, nor should it be so long as would make reading and remembering it difficult, which becomes clear from the Quranic treatment of this story. According to some narrations, another reason for this could lie in what the Jews had said to the Holy Prophet. To test him, they had asked him, "If you are a true prophet, tell us, why did the family of Yaqub move from Syria to Egypt, and what had actually happened to Yusuf?" It was in answer to that this whole story was revealed. It was a miracle of the Holy Prophet, and certainly a great proof of his prophethood, for he was simply an Ummi, one who was not taught by anyone, who had never read a book, and who had lived in Makkah practically his whole life. Yet, he narrated all events mentioned in the Torah correctly. In fact, he told them of what was not mentioned in the Torah. There are many injunctions and instructions which emerge from these narrations which will appear later in this commentary. In the first of the set of verses cited above, the words Alif Lam Ra are isolated letters, al-Huruf al-Muqadda'at of the Holy Quran. About these, it is the universal verdict of the majority of Sahaba and Tabi'in that they are a secret between Allah Ta'ala, the speaker, and the Holy Prophet, the addressee, which a third person cannot understand, nor is it appropriate for one to exert and insist on finding it out. After that it was said, "These are the verses of the enlightening book," that is, these are verses of the book which delineate the delimitations and restrictions of what is lawful and unlawful, including those of other things in all departments of human life, and thus gives people a simple, straight and moderate system of living, as promised in the Torah, and as already known to the Jews.
Indeed, we have sent it down as an Arabic Quran that you might understand.
The statement made in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayat 2 following immediately is, "Surely, we have sent it down, an Arabic Quran, so that you may understand." It is indicative of the situation that those who had asked to be informed of what had happened to Sayyidina Yusuf were the Jews of Arabia. So Allah Ta'ala revealed this story in their language so that they may ponder over it and attest to the veracity of the Holy Prophet and tune their lives in the light of the injunctions and instructions which emerge from this story. This is the reason why the word Lala has been brought in here in the sense of so that, because the mindset of these addressees was already known that they would, despite having the benefit of very clear verses before them, still doubt and delay their acceptance of truth.
We relate to you, O Muhammad, the best of stories in what we have revealed to you of this Quran, although you were before it among the unaware.
In the third verse it was said, we narrate to you the best narrative by revealing this Quran to you, and surely before this you were among the unaware. This is to chasten the Jews that they had tried to test the messenger of Allah, which proved to be in vain, for its effect turned out to be just the reverse of what they had intended. It only went on to prove the excellence and authenticity of the messenger of Allah in a far more evident manner. From this it became clear that he was already an ummi and had no knowledge of world history. Now that he came to know of this needs an explanation, and there can be no explanation for this except that he was divinely educated and blessed with revelation as a prophet of Allah Ta'ala.
Of these stories, mention when Joseph said to his father, O my father, indeed I have seen in a dream 11 stars and the sun and the moon. I saw them prostrating to me.
Moving on the verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 4, the text takes up the story of Sayyidina Yusuf, which opens with the following words. It happened when Yusuf said to his father, My father, I have seen 11 stars and the sun and the moon. I have seen them all prostrating to me. This was the dream seen by Sayyidina Yusuf, interpreting which Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, said, The 11 stars meant the 11 brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf, and the sun and the moon meant his father and mother. According to Al-Qutubi, though the mother of Sayyidina Yusuf had passed away from this mortal world before this event, but in her place his father was wedded to her sister. A maternal aunt already has love and concern for her sister's children, as their natural mother would normally have. Now when she, after the death of her sister, comes to be the wife of the father, she would customarily be referred to as the mother.
He said, O my son, do not relate your vision to your brothers, or they will contrive against you a plan. Indeed, Satan, to man, is a manifest enemy.
The response given by Sayyidina Yaqub appears in verses Surah Yusuf, Ayah 5-6 in the following words. He said, My son, do not relate your dream to your brothers, lest they, by finding out your greatness to come, should devise against you a plan. Surely, Satan is an open enemy for mankind, for he seduces people to take such action for the sake of worldly wealth and power. Worth mentioning here are some religious issues which emerge from these verses: the nature of dreams, status and kinds. First comes the nature of dreams and the status of events and information released by them. In Tafsir Majari, Kadithanullah, may Allah have mercy on him, has said, the reality of a dream is that, when the human self as a result of sleep or unconsciousness is free from the management of the active body, it comes to see some shapes through the faculty of imagination. This is what a dream is. Then, it has 3 kinds, 2 out of which are totally false, having no substance and base, while one, in terms of its being, is correct and true. But even in this correct kind, some other contingents may occasionally intermingle, and thereby make it defective and unreliable. To explain this in detail, it can be said that the different shapes, images, situations, and events one sees in a dream come in 2 modes. Sometimes, what one sees while awake returns to him transformed in a dream. And sometimes it so happens that the shaitan would make his input, introducing some forms, situations, and events into a person's mind which would either be pleasing or terrifying. Both these kinds are false. They have no substance or reality, nor can they be interpreted in any actual sense. Out of these 2, the first kind is self-suggestion, hadith and nafs, and the other, the seductive input of the shaitan, taswil ash-shaitan. The third kind, correct and true, is a kind of ilm, mode of inspiring, which is activated to warn a servant of Allah, or to give him glad tidings. In other words, out of his unseen treasures, Allah Ta'ala would put things in one's mind and heart. In a hadith, the Holy Prophet is reported to have said, the dream of a believer is a dialogue in which he has the honor of talking to his Rabb. This hadith has been reported by Al-Tabarani with a sound chain of authorities. Majari, Explaining this, Sufis say that everything, before it comes to exist in this world, has a particular form in another universe called Alam al-Mithal, the world of autonomous images and of Korban, a universe where not only the substantial objects and physical realities, but also the attributes and non-corporal meanings, have particular shapes and forms. When the human self is freed from the concerns of body management while dreaming, it sometimes gets connected to the universe of Alam al-Mithal. There one would see the representative forms. Then these forms are shown from the universe of the unseen. At times, it would so happen that temporary disturbances would cause false imaginings mix up with the real, therefore it becomes difficult for the interpreters to interpret the dream soundly. However, when free of discordant elements, they are real. But even among these, some dreams cannot be interpreted because the actuality of the event is not clear. In such a case too, should the interpretation be wrong, the event itself ends up being different. Therefore, only those dreams will become a true iham, inspiration from Allah, and a proven reality, which originate from the command of Allah with the condition that no discordant elements have intermingled with them, and that it has been interpreted correctly too. All dreams of the blessed prophets are like that. Therefore, their dreams too have the status of wahi, revelation. The dreams of common believing Muslims are not free of many a probability. Therefore, they are not a binding argument or proof for anyone. Sometimes, their dreams get mixed up with temperamental or self-oriented elements. On other occasions, the after effects of sins overtake a true dream in the form of dark and murky silhouettes, making it unreliable. Then, there could be occasions when it becomes difficult to spell out a correct interpretation from given parameters. The three kinds of dreams mentioned here have been reported from the Holy Prophet. He said that there are three kinds of dreams. The satanic, in which the mind sees forms and shapes released by the shaitan, that which one keeps seeing while awake. These present themselves before one in a dream. The third kind, which is correct and true, is the 46th part of the ingredients of prophethood, nubuwah, that is, it is an ilm, inspiration from Allah Ta'ala. The meaning of dream being a part of nubuwah, an explanation. In this kind, which is true and correct, and which has been declared to be a part of prophethood in authentic prophetic traditions, the narrations of hadith differ. In some it has been identified as the 40th part, while in some others, the 46th. There are other narrations as well in which its being the 49th, 50th, and 70th part has been reported. All these narrations have been compiled together in Tafsir al-Qur'an by Ware. Following the investigative judgment of Ibn Abd al-Barr, it has been established that there is no contradiction among them. In fact, each narration is correct in its place. As for the numerical variation in determining the parts, it depends upon the different attending conditions of those seeing the dream. Whoever is armed with the quality of truth, trust, honesty, and is perfect of faith, shall be the one whose dream will be the 40th part of nubuwah. And whoever ranks somewhat lesser in these qualities, his will be the 46th or 50th part of it. And whoever is still lesser, his dream will be the 70th part of nubuwah. Worth pondering here is, what does a true dream being a part of prophethood mean? Tafsir Majari has explained it by saying that the process of revelation to Sayyidina Muhammad al-Mustafa as a prophet of Allah continued for 23 years. During the first biennial, this divine revelation kept coming to him in the form of dreams. During the remaining 45 biennials, it was communicated to him through the angel Jibril al-Amin. Accounted for in this manner, true dreams turn out to be the 40th part of the prophetic revelation. As for narrations where numbers vary on the lower or higher side, they either carry approximative statements or stand dropped for lack of sound authority. Imam al-Qurtubi explains this by saying that there are occasions when one sees things in dreams which do not lie within his control. For example, one may see that he is flying high in the skies, or he may see things from the unseen having access to which was not within one's control. If so, this cannot become possible through any means other than divine support and inspiration itself, which, in reality, is an intrinsic attribute of prophethood. Therefore, it was declared to be a part of prophethood, refuting the deception of the Qadiani Dajjal impostor. What has been stated above has led some people to run into a miserable error, because they have taken the survival and continuity of this part of prophethood in the world as the very survival and continuity of prophethood itself. This is against definite, categorical, and absolute statements of the Holy Qur'an, and against countless sound and authentic hadith, and squarely against the collective belief of the entire Muslim Ummah in the finality of prophethood, the Aqidah of Qadam Nubuwwat. In this exercise in deception, they have failed to realize that the presence of a part of something does not mean the presence of that thing in full. If there is a single nail or a strand of hair belonging to a person present anywhere, No sane human being can say that the person is present here. Think of the many parts of a machine. If someone has one part, or a screw of that machine present with him, and he goes about declaring that he is such and such machine with him, the whole world would dismiss him as a liar or fool. True dreams, as expressly explained in Hadith, are without any doubt a part of Nubuwah, but not Nubuwah itself. What we know as Nubuwah or prophethood has already ended with the last of prophets, Sayyidina Muhammad al-Mustafa. It appears in the Sahih of al-Bukhari that the Holy Prophet said, that is, in future, no part of the Nubuwah will remain except al-Mubashirat. When the noble Sahaba, may Allah be pleased with him, asked for the meaning of al-Mubashirat, he said, true dreams. This proves that there is no Nubuwah or prophethood of any kind or form for anyone anymore. What remains of it is only a small part, which is called al-Mubashirat, or true dreams. The dream of a sinning disbeliever may also be true at times. It stands proof from the Quran and Hadith, and from experience, that sinners, even disbelievers, could see dreams which are true. In the Surah Yusuf itself, mentioned there are the dreams of 2 prison mates of Sayyidina Yusuf which were true, and similarly, the dream of the king of Egypt, which was true, though the 3 of them were not Muslims. This was in the Quran. Mentioned in the Hadith is the dream of Kisra, Cyrus, who had dreamt about the coming of the Holy Prophet. That dream turned out to be true, though Kisra was not a Muslim. The paternal aunt of the Holy Prophet, Attica, had seen a true dream about the Holy Prophet while she was still a disbeliever. In addition to that, the dream of the disbelieving king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, which was interpreted by Sayyidina Daniel, was a true dream. This tells us that the simple instance of someone seeing a true dream and the event taking place as seen cannot become a proof of the dreamer being pious and righteous, even Muslim. However, it is correct to say that this is how the customary practice of Allah operates, that the dreams seen by true and good people are generally true. The dreams seen by sinners are generally from the category of self-suggestions and shaitanic inputs, but occasionally the opposite could also happen. In short, true dreams, as made clear in Hadith, have no place in the lives of Muslims at large, except that they can be either glad tidings or warning for them. They are no binding argument in any matter, neither for their own selves, nor for others. Some people, unaware of this truth, fall a victim to all sorts of scruples after having seen such dreams. Some of them would start taking these as a sign of having become a saint or something like that. Others would tend to give what they get out of these dreams the status of the injunctions of the Sharia. All these approaches are baseless. Especially so when we already know that there is every likelihood that both kinds of imaginings, self-suggested or shaitan-induced, can get profusely intermingled with true dreams. Relating dreams to everyone is not correct rulings. In verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 5, he said, O my son, say, Ibn Yaqub has prohibited Ibn Yusuf from relating his dream to his brothers. This tells us that a dream should not be related before a person who is not a well-wisher, nor before a person who is no expert in the interpretation of dreams. According to Jami al-Tirmidhi, the Holy Prophet said, a true dream is one of the 40 parts of Nubuwah, and a dream stays in suspension until related to someone. When related and interpreted by the listener, it actualizes as interpreted. Therefore, one should not relate the dream to anyone, except to a person who is knowing and wise, or is at least a friend and a well-wisher. As also referred to earlier, it appears in Tirmidhi, he and Ibn Majah, that the Holy Prophet said, a dream is of 3 kinds, glad tidings from Allah, self-suggestions, shaitanic inputs. Therefore, should a person see a certain dream about which he feels good, then he can relate it to others, if he wishes to do so. And should he see something bad in it, let him not tell anyone about it. Instead, he should rise and offer salah. The Hadith of Sahih Muslim also says, if one sees a bad dream, he should blow his breath 3 times towards his left side and seek the protection of Allah against its evil and tell no one about it. If this is done, the dream will not cause any harm. The reason is that some dreams are composed of shaitanic seductions. They will stand removed with this action. And if the dream is true, the evil part of it can be hoped will also be eliminated through this action. As for the sense of the interpretation of a dream remaining hinged to it, Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an explains it by saying that some matters of destiny are not absolutely pre-decided. Instead, they remain in a state of suspension. That is, if something was done, the impending misfortune will go away, and if it was not done, it will come. This is known as contingent or conditional destiny. In a situation like that, giving a bad interpretation makes things turn bad, while a good interpretation makes it come out good. Therefore, in the Hadith from Tirmidhi, he mentioned above, relating a dream to a person who is not wise or a well-wisher has been prohibited. And there could also be another reason for this. When someone hears a bad interpretation of the dream scene, one finds himself overwhelmed by the thought that he is going to be hit by some misfortune. And it appears in hadith that Allah Ta'ala said, that is, I am with the opinion of my servant about me. In other words, whatever a servant of mine believes.
And thus will your Lord choose you and teach you the interpretation of narratives and complete His favor upon you and upon the family of Jacob, as He completed it upon your fathers before, Abraham and Isaac. Indeed, your Lord is knowing and wise.
Expertise in the interpretation of dreams is bestowed by Allah on whom He wills. In the 6th verse, Allah Ta'ala has promised some blessings for Sayyidina Yusuf, and in the like manner your Lord will choose you. That is, that He will choose him for His blessings and favors, something which manifested itself when wealth, recognition, and power came into His hands in the country of Egypt, and teach you the interpretation of events. The word al-hadith here means the dreams of people. It means that Allah Ta'ala will teach him how to interpret dreams. This also tells us that interpreting dreams is a standing area of expertise which is bestowed by Allah Ta'ala on a chosen few. Everyone is not fit to have it. Ruling. It appears in Tafsir al-Quran by the Abdullah ibn Shaddad ibn al had said that the interpretation of this dream of Sayyidina Yusuf actualized after 40 years. This tells us that an instant actualization of an interpretation is not necessary either. As for the third promise, and will perfect His bounty upon you, it refers to the bestowal of nubuwwah, prophethood, upon him. And this is what has been alluded to in the later sentences, as He has perfected it earlier upon your father, Ibrahim and Ishaq. That which has been said here also indicates that the skill of interpreting dreams as given to Sayyidina Yusuf was also taught to Sayyidina Ibrahim and Ishaq, peace be on them both. At the end of the verse it was said, surely your Lord is all wise, all knowing, so He is. For Him, teaching an art to someone is not difficult, nor does He, as His wisdom would have it, teach this art to just anyone. Instead of that, He elects someone in His wisdom and lets him have this expertise.
Certainly were there in Joseph and his brothers signs for those who ask, such as
Commentary. In the first of the 14 verses cited above, a notice of warning has been served to the effect that the story of Yusuf, peace be on him, should not be taken as a common story, because in it there are great signs of the perfect power of Allah Ta'ala and His instructions, both for those who had asked and for those who would seek guidance through it. The statement made here could be explained by saying that the signs referred to here are for the Jews who had put the Holy Prophet to test by asking him to relate this story to them. When, according to a narration, the Holy Prophet was in Makkah, al-Muazzama, the news about him reached Medina. The Jews living there sent a group of their men to Makkah to make investigations and test his claim to prophethood. Therefore, the question they asked of him was put in a somewhat vague manner. That is, if you are a true prophet of Allah, tell us about the prophet one of whose sons was taken from Syria to Egypt, an event which had caused his father to become blind due to constant weeping during his absence. The Jews had chosen to ask about this event because it was not widely known, nor did anyone in Makkah was aware of it. That was a time when there was no member of the people of book living in Makkah, one from whom some part of the story, as appearing in the Torah and Injil, could be ascertained. So, it was following this very question that the entire Surah Yusuf was revealed, a surah which relates the whole story of Sayyidina Yaqub and Yusuf, and does it in such details as do not appear even in Torah and Injil. Therefore, when the Holy Prophet described it, it was an open miracle shown at his blessed hands. Alternately, this verse could also mean that this event in itself, aside from the question asked by the Jews, was full of great signs of the perfect power of Allah Ta'ala, and that, in it, there were major elements of divine guidance, and instructions and injunctions. One could imagine the destiny of a child who was thrown in a pit when the power of Allah took over, carried him from one stage to the other, guarding him all along, from his childhood to his youth. Then Allah Ta'ala has blessed him with the divine color, as He would do with His special servants, for He stood steadfast as His servant against trials which would make obedience difficult. It is all the more difficult when one is young and challenged by opportunities. But here is he, armed with the fear of Allah. He holds his ground, controls his self from desiring the undesirable, and walks out clean from the stranglehold of temptation. Then the story tells us how Allah rewards a person who takes to righteousness and fear of Allah as his conscious and determined way of life, how He makes him rise higher than his adversaries in power and recognition, and how they stand subdued before Him finally. These are lessons and truths all pointing to the great signs of the divine power which can be realized by anyone who would care to look and find out. Qutubai Mashari, this verse mentions the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf. The reference is to the 12 sons of Sayyidina Yaqub, including Sayyidina Yusuf. Every son from among them had their children. Their families prospered. Since the title by which Sayyidina Yaqub was known was Israel, therefore all these 12 families were identified as Bani Israel, the children of Israel. Out of these 12 sons, the eldest 10 were from the first blessed wife of Sayyidina Yaqub, Sayyidah Leah, daughter of Layan. After her death, Sayyidina Yaqub married her sister Rahil. See editorial note on page Rachel. She became the mother of his 2 sons, Sayyidina Yusuf and Benjamin. Therefore, Benjamin was the only real brother of Sayyidina Yusuf. The rest of the 10 were his half-brothers from the father's side. Rahil, the mother of Sayyidina Yusuf, had died during his childhood at the time of the birth of Benjamin. Qutubai.
When they said, Joseph and his brother are more beloved to our father than we, while we are a clan. Indeed, our father is in clear error.
From the second verse, Surah Yusuf, Ayat 8, begins the story of Sayyidina Yusuf, which tells that the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf saw that their father, Sayyidina Yaqub, loved Sayyidina Yusuf unusually more than them who were older than him. Therefore this made them envy him. And it is also possible that they had somehow found out about the dream of Sayyidina Yusuf, which may have led them to become uncomfortable at the prospect of his coming rise in status, and which may have made them envious of him. They talked about it among themselves. We see that our father loves Yusuf and his brother Benjamin much more than us, although we are 10 of us and older than them. We have the ability and group strength to manage the affairs of the family while they both are small children who cannot do much. Our father should have noticed this, and we are the ones he should have been loving more. But what he is doing is open injustice. Therefore, you should either kill Yusuf, or throw him away into some far-out spot of land from where he could not come back. In this verse, these brothers have referred to themselves as Azba. This word is used in the Arabic for a group from 5 to 10. As for their remark about their father, surely our father is in clear error. The word dalal appearing here lexically means the error of straying. But at this place, dalal or error does not mean religious error. If so, such a connotation would have made all of them kafirs, disbelievers, because Sayyidina Yaqub is an exalted prophet of Allah Ta'ala, and such a thought in his case is an absolute kafir. And about the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf, it has been mentioned in the Quran itself that they, later on, admitted their crime and requested their father to pray for their forgiveness, which he accepted to do. This makes it obvious that their mistake was forgiven. Now, this can become possible only when all of them are believers. Otherwise, a prayer for the forgiveness of a disbeliever is not permissible. This is the reason why there is no difference of opinion about their being believers, although ulama do differ about these brothers being prophets. This tells us that the word dalal, error, has been uttered at this place in the sense that he does not treat brothers equally in the matter of their rights.
Kill Joseph or cast him out to another land. The countenance of your father will then be only for you, and you will be after that a righteous people.
The third verse, Surah Yusuf, Ayah 9, describes how the brothers exchanged opinions among themselves. Some suggested that Yusuf be killed. Others opted for throwing him into a desolate pit so that the thorn in their side could be removed and they could thus become the sole recipients of their father's attention. As for the sin they would be earning for themselves by killing or throwing him in a pit, that was something which could be taken care of later, when they could repent for what they did, and thus become righteous. This is the meaning of the sentence, and after that you may become a righteous people, according to some reports. And the verse could also be taken to mean that things will come out right for them after the killing of Yusuf, because that focus of the father's attention on Yusuf will not be there anymore, or that they would, once they have apologized to their father after the killing of Yusuf, become normal as they were. This proves that these brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf were not prophets, because in this case they had committed many major sins, such as the intention to kill someone innocent, disobedience to their father and causing pain to him, contravention of pledge, conspiracy, and things like that. Such sins, according to the Muslim consensus, cannot be committed by the noble prophets, may peace be upon them all, even before they are ordained to be one.
Said a speaker among them, "Do not kill Joseph, but throw him into the bottom of the well. Some travelers will pick him up, if you would do something."
Mentioned in the fourth verse, Surah Yusuf, Ayah 10, is that, hearing this whole conversation, one of these brothers advised that Yusuf should not be killed. If something has to be done, let him be thrown into some pit of a well where he could remain alive, so that when wayfarers stop at this well, they would take him out and away. Thus it would serve their purpose, while they would not have to take the trouble of traveling with him to some far-out place. Some caravan passing this way would itself do this for them by taking him away to some distant destination. The giver of this advice was their eldest brother Yehuda, Judah. Some narrations report that Reuben, was the eldest, and it was he who gave this advice. And this is the same person mentioned later. That is, he was the one who, when Benjamin, the younger brother of Sayyidina Yusuf, was detained in Egypt, came forward and said, "How am I going to face my father when I go to him without him with me? Therefore, I am not going back to Canaan." The expression used in this verse is Gamet al-Jub, bottom of a pit. Literally, Gaba means everything which hides something in or makes it disappear. Therefore, a grave is also called Gaba, and Jub refers to a well without raised sidings. Another word, Yeltakithu, appearing in the next sentence so that some wayfarer picks him up, needs explanation. This word, iltikat, is a derivation from lakta. The word lakta refers to something left or dropped which is found by someone without having the desire to have it. If it is inert, it is called lakta, and if it is live, it is identified as lakit in the terminology of Muslim jurists. A human being will be called lakit when he or she is a child, not rational and pubert. It is from this word that Al-Qatu proves that when Sayyidina Yusuf was thrown in the pit of a well, he was a non-pubert child. In addition to that, the saying of Sayyidina Yaqub, "Fear lest a wolf should devour him," also indicates his being a child, because the likelihood of being eaten up by a wolf can only be imagined in the case of a child. As reported by Ibn Jarir, Ibn al-Munhir, and Ibn Abi Shayba, the age of Sayyidina Yusuf was 7 years at that time. Some rules about the disposal of something owned by an unknown person. Ladda, at this place, Imam al-Qurtubi has given details of Islamic legal injunctions relating to Lakta and Lakit, for which this is not the appropriate occasion. However, it is necessary to understand a matter of principle operative in this connection. Islam has a system of its own in which the protection of the life and property of common people, the upkeep and cleanliness of walkways and streets, and similar other civic duties have not been left in the sole charge of the departments of the government. Instead of that, it has made everyone obligated to the duty of keeping them safe and clean. The Hadith has sternly warned those who make things difficult for passers by crowding or lingering or depositing or throwing their belongings on public walkways and streets. It says, "The jihad of a person who blocks or clogs the passageway of Muslims is not acceptable." Similarly, there is the instance of thorns or nails, or broken glass or rocks, and things like that which may be lying on walkways, and which pose a danger of hurting others. Islam has not made their removal from public thoroughfare the sole responsibility of a city council or municipal board. Instead of that, it has made every believing Muslim responsible for it. Of course, it does that in a mode of persuasion, and great reward and thawab has been promised for those who do so. If, on this principle, the property lost by a person is found by someone, his Islamic legal responsibility does not remain simply limited to not stealing it, it goes much beyond that. In fact, it also becomes his responsibility that he must pick it up as an article of trust, keep it safe, make an announcement, look for the owner, and when he finds him in his description of the lost property before him makes him sure that the lost property does belong to him, then he should give it to him. And when, despite his announcement and search, the owner remains untraced, and, given the general valuation and status of the lost property, one becomes convinced that its owner is not going to look for it anymore, then one has two choices. If he himself is poor, he may use it personally. If not, he should give it in charity to those poor and needy. However, in both these situations, the lost property thus used shall be taken as sadaqah, charity, from the owner. The thawab for it shall reach the owner as if it was deposited in his name in the treasury of the heavens. These are golden principles of public service and social self-help. The responsibility of putting them in regular practice has been placed on every individual of an Islamic society. Only if Muslims would understand their religion and start acting in accordance with it, they will be noticed by the whole world with surprise as to how do they accomplish things so easily and so effectively, things which big departments of governments fail to accomplish at the cost of millions and billions.
They said, "O our father, why do you not entrust us with Joseph, while indeed we are to him sincere counselors?"
Appearing in the 5th and 6th verse is the request of these brothers before their father, in which they wondered why he would not trust them with Yusuf, although they wished him fully well. So they pleaded he should send him along with them to enjoy himself freely by eating and drinking and playing with them, and that they all shall be there to take care of him. The tone of the very request made by the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf indicates that they had already made such a request earlier too, which was not accepted by their father. Therefore, in the present request, they seem to have tried to assure their father with added effort and insistence.
Send him with us tomorrow that he might eat well and play, and indeed we will be his guardians.
Permissibility of a trip for pleasure. In this verse, the permission sought from Sayyidina Yaqub is to go for an outing and have the freedom to enjoy eating and playing together. This was something Sayyidina Yaqub did not disallow at all. He only showed his reluctance in sending Sayyidina Yusuf Jai with them, which will appear in the next verse. From here we find out that going out to enjoy and play is allowed under permissible limits. Authentic hadith too seem to indicate its justification, but the condition is that in this activity of fun and games, there should be no transgression of the limits set by the Shari'ah, nor should it be mixed up with any act not permissible there. Quote 2 by others.
Jacob said, "Indeed, it saddens me that you should take him, and I fear that a wolf would eat him while you are of him unaware."
When the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf requested their father that he should send Yusuf with them on a recreational outing, Sayyidina Yaqub told them that he did not favor sending him out for 2 reasons. He remains uncomfortable without him in sight, and he apprehends that, in the wilderness out there, it might so happen that they become neglectful at some time and a wolf might eat him up. The apprehension of Sayyidina Yaqub may have been caused either due to the abundance of wolves in Canaan, or because he had seen in a dream that he is standing on top of a hill and Sayyidina Yusuf is there on the slope downhill. All of a sudden 10 wolves surround him and try to attack him, but one of the wolves came forward to rescue him from the rest. Once released, Sayyidina Yusuf took refuge inside the terrain. The interpretation of that dream manifested later when it turned out that the 10 wolves were these 10 brothers, and the wolf which defended Sayyidina Yusuf and saved him from being killed was his elder brother, Yehuda, Judah, and the depth of the pit was the interpretation of his hiding under the land. In a narration from Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, it has been reported that Sayyidina Yaqub, because of this dream, felt the danger of an unfortunate situation coming at the hands of these brothers. Thus, in fact, they were the ones he had alluded to as wolves, but in consideration of his wisdom, he did not lay the truth bare. Quote 2 by.
They said, "If a wolf should eat him while we are a strong clan, indeed we would then be losers."
After hearing what Sayyidina Yaqub said, those brothers countered it by saying that his apprehension was strange in view of the presence of a strong group of the 10 of them to protect Yusuf. If a wolf could be expected to eat up Yusuf despite their being there to guard him, it would render their very presence around him totally senseless. If so, they could not be taken as good for anything. Sayyidina Yaqub, acting with the elegance of a great prophet he was, did not say plainly before his children that it was they about whom he feared a foul play because, firstly, it would have been a painful statement to make against all of them, and secondly, there was the danger that such a statement from the father would have increased the enmity of the brothers to higher proportions, that is, if they somehow abandoned their idea of killing him now, they might have done so at some later occasion under some other excuse. For this reason, he allowed them to go, but he did make sure that the brothers give him a solemn pledge that they would see that no harm comes to Yusuf. As added precaution, he entrusted him with his elder brother Reuben or Yehuda, Judah, so that they specially take care of his needs there and see that he returns soon and safe. The brothers lifted Yusuf up on their shoulders, and kept doing so one by one. Sayyidina Yaqub followed them up to a certain distance to bid them farewell. When these people, as described by Al-Qur'an by following historical narrations, disappeared from the sight of Sayyidina Yaqub, the brother on whose shoulders Sayyidina Yusuf was perched threw him down on the ground. He started walking by himself, but being too small, he could not keep pace with them and tried to seek help from another brother. He remained cold. So did every brother he went to for help. They told him that he better call for help those 11 stars, the sun and the moon, he had seen prostrating to him. They should help him. From here, Al-Qur'an concludes that the brothers had somehow found out about the dream of Sayyidina Yusuf ill. That dream became the cause of their extreme hostility. Finally, Sayyidina Yusuf appealed to Yehuda as his elder brother, telling him about his plight. He was weak and small and needed protection, at least for the sake of their old father to whom they had given the pledge to help him. Yehuda was moved, and he told him that until he was alive, he would not let these brothers hurt him. Thus, when Allah Ta'ala put mercy in the heart of Yehuda, and the ability to do what was right, he told the other brothers of his that killing someone sinless was an extremely grave sin, therefore they should fear Allah and take the innocent child back to his father. However, to make things easy on them, they could take a pledge from him that he would not complain to him in any way about their behavior. The brothers told Yehuda, "We know what you mean. You wish to rise higher than us in the sight of our father. So, you better listen to us. If you do anything to resist our intention, we shall kill you too." When Yehuda realized that he alone could do nothing against his 9 brothers, he told them, "Well, if you have decided to get rid of this child, then listen to me carefully. There is an old well nearby with a lot of wild growth in it, and now a home for many lethal crawlers. Put him in that well. If a snake or a scorpion bites and kills him there, you shall have what you are looking for. Thus you shall remain free of the blame of shedding his blood by your own hands. And in case he still remains alive, then maybe there comes a caravan this way, lowers its bucket to draw water from it, and finds him instead. It is likely that they would take him away with them to some other country, in which case too you would have achieved your objective."
So when they took him out and agreed to put him in the bottom of the well, but we inspired to him, "You will surely inform them some day about this affair of theirs while they do not perceive your identity."
From here, Al-Qutubi concludes that the brothers had somehow did this. All brothers agreed, as stated in the 9th of the present verses Surah Yusuf, Ayah 15 cited above in the following words. So, when they went with him, and were determined to put him in the bottom of a pit, which they did, and we revealed to him, "Yusuf, you will, one day, tell them of this deed of theirs while they will not recognize you." Here, the word, "and we revealed," is the principal clause of the preceding conditional clause. When they went, the letter, and at this place in the former is zad, i.e. has no meaning. Qutubi, the sense is, when the brothers did finally decide to throw Sayyidina Yusuf into the pit of the well, Allah Ta'ala revealed to Sayyidina Yusuf words of comfort for him in which he has been given the glad tidings that some time in the future he will meet his brothers, and that it will be a time when he would be free of any need of help from these brothers, rather, would have an upper hand over them. And by virtue of these changed circumstances, he would be in a position to take account of their unjust treatment meted out to their younger brother, while they themselves would be unaware of the whole matter. Imam Al-Qutubi says that there could be 2 possible situations in this connection: that the revelation came to him after he was thrown in the pit of the well, and that it was to give him comfort in that state, and to give him the good news that he would be delivered soon from this ordeal; that Allah Ta'ala had, much before he was thrown into the pit of the well, oriented Sayyidina Yusuf with conditions and events he would face through a revelation in which he was also told that he would come out of this death trap safely, and that particular conditions will unravel when he would have the opportunity to admonish these brothers who would not even recognize him at that time as their own brother, Yusuf. According to Tafsir Maarif-ul-Qur'an, this revelation which came to him during the time of his childhood was not the commonly recognized wahi or revelation sent to prophets, because that is conferred on them at the age of 40. In fact, this was a revelation similar to that which was sent to the mother of Sayyidina Musa. The usual channel of revelation as received by prophets started when Sayyidina Yusuf had reached Egypt and attained maturity as stated in the Quran, and when he reached at the prime of his age, we gave him wisdom and knowledge. And Ibn Jarir, Ibn Abi Haytham and others have taken this revelation to be nothing but prophetic, though in an exceptional way, as was the case of Sayyidina Isa, who was invested with prophethood during his childhood. Mayari, Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas has said, after he had reached Egypt, Allah Ta'ala had forbidden Sayyidina Yusuf through a revelation that he should not report his circumstances back to his home. Qutubi, this was the reason why a prophet of Allah like Sayyidina Yusuf did not, even after having been released from the prison and later having the reins of the government of Egypt in his hands, make an effort to find a way through which he could have provided relief to his old and afflicted father by sending to him a message that he was safe and set. Who knows or could know the wisdom of Allah Jalla then, who hidden behind this arrangement? Perhaps, of the many considerations, it may also be his will that Ibn Yagubbi sounded out that such boundless love for someone other than Allah was not ideally favor-worthy, and that by making those brothers come to Sayyidina Yusuf in need, the purpose may be to mildly censure him too for his conduct. At this point, Imam Al-Qutubi and other commentators have described the event of the lowering of Sayyidina Yusuf into the pit of the well. When his brothers started doing that, he clung to the outer edge of the well. They took his shirt out and tied his hands with it. At that time, Sayyidina Yusuf pleaded for mercy from his brothers once again. But once again, he got the same answer: call those 11 stars who prostrate to you, Let them help you. Then they put him in a bucket and lowered him down into the well. When he was down as far as half the depth of the well, they cut off the rope, releasing the bucket for a free fall. But Allah, being the protector of his prophet, saved him when he remained unhurt as he fell into the water. There was a protruding rock close to him. Safe and sound, he sat on it. According to some narrations, a command was given to Sayyidina Jibril, who put him on the rock. Sayyidina Yusuf remained in that well for 3 days. Hiding away from others, his brother Yehuda brought food and water for him every day and lowered it down to him through a bucket.
And they came to their father at night weeping.
As in verse Surah Yusuf, ayat 16, they came weeping to their father at nightfall. Hearing the sound of their crying, Sayyidina Yaqub came out and asked, "What has happened? Was the flock of your goats attacked by someone? And where is Yusuf?"
They said, "O our father, indeed we went racing each other and left Joseph with our possessions, and a wolf ate him. But you would not believe us, even if we were truthful."
The brothers then said, "Father, we went running races and left Yusuf with our belongings, and the wolf ate him up. And you will never believe us, even though we are telling the truth." Some rules about racing. In Al-Quran, Ibn al-Arabi has said, running races against each other is legitimate in the Sharia. It is a good habit which comes handy in jihad. Therefore, the Holy Prophet, as proved by authentic hadith, has personally participated in such running of races. Also proved is making horses run against each other, not to be confused with institutionalized horse racing with bets, as clarified later. Out of the noble companions, Sayyidina Salama ibn al-Aqwa ran a one race against a person and won it. That the racing of horses, as such, is permissible stands proved from the verse under reference and from hadith reports cited above. In addition to the racing of horses, mutual competition in racing in archery and in other fields is also permissible, and equally permissible is the giving of awards from a third party to the winner in this mutual competition. But fixing an amount of money in a bilateral agreement that the loser will pay it to the winner is gambling or kimmer, which has been declared haram or unlawful by the Holy Quran. Today, none of the prevailing forms of horse racing is free from gambling and kimmer. Therefore, all of them are haram, impermissible, and unlawful. Mentioned in the previous verses was that the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf, after talking to each other back and forth, finally put him down in a desolate well and returned to their father, telling him that he has been eaten up by a wolf. From verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 18, the story onwards has been taken up in the following words.
And they brought upon his shirt false blood. Jacob said, "Rather, your souls have enticed you to something, so patience is most fitting. And Allah is the one sought for help against that which you describe."
And they came with fake blood on his shirt, that is, the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf came back with his shirt they had smeared in fake blood so that they could make their father believe that he has been eaten up by a wolf. But Allah Ta'ala had his way of exposing their lie. He made them neglect something else they should have done besides smearing the shirt with fake blood. Had they also torn the shirt, it would prove his being eaten up by a wolf. Here they were coming with an intact shirt smeared with the blood of a kid goat and trying to deceive their father. After seeing this shirt totally unscratched, Sayyidina Yaqub said, "My sons, certainly wise was this wolf who ate Yusuf in a way that his shirt was not torn from anywhere." Thus their deceit was exposed before Sayyidina Yaqub, and he said, "Rather, your inner desires have seduced you to something. So patience is best. And it is Allah whose help is sought against what you describe." Two rulings. Sayyidina Yaqub has used the intact shirt as evidence to establish that the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf were lying. This tells us that a Qadi or judge should also keep an eye on circumstantial evidence along with the claims and arguments of the parties concerned. Qutubai Al-Mawardi has said, "The legendary shirt of Yusuf is a wonder of the world in its own way. 3 great events of prophetic annals are connected with his shirt. The first event relates to the smearing of the shirt with fake blood, cheating of father, and the evidence of the shirt, which established the lie. Roman 2, the second event relates to Zuleika, in which it is the shirt of Sayyidina Yusuf which appears as the conclusive evidence. Roman 3, the third event relates to the return of Sayyidina Yaqub's eyesight, in which it is the shirt of Sayyidina Yusuf which stands out as the cause of that miracle. Some ulama have said that the comment, "Rather, your inner desires have seduced you to something," made at this time before his sons was also made at the time when Benyamin, The real brother of Sayyidina Yusuf was detained in Egypt, having been charged with theft. When his brothers reported this incident to Sayyidina Yaqub, he said, "Rather, your inner desires have seduced you to something." Worth pondering here is that Sayyidina Yaqub had made both these comments as based on his opinion. The first of them turned out to be true, the other was not, because in this, the brothers were not to be blamed. This tells us that a wrong personal opinion is possible even from prophets initially, though, later on, they are not left to stand by that wrong opinion by means of divine revelation. According to Al-Qurtubi, it proves that an error of opinion can be committed by the highest of the high. Therefore, every man or woman of opinion should take his or her opinion as suspect, and should not become so rigid about it as not to be ready to listen or entertain what others have to say.
And there came a company of travelers. Then they sent their water drawer, and he let down his bucket. He said, "Good news, here is a boy." And they concealed him, taking him as merchandise. And Allah was knowing of what they did.
There is no chance or accident in divine arrangements. It is said in verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 19, "And there came some wayfarers, and sent one of them to go for water. So he let down his bucket." The word sayyara means wayfarers or caravan. Rid is a person who moves ahead of the caravan as its vanguard. Such a person is responsible for taking care of the needs of the caravan, water being one of them. Idla means to lower the bucket into the well to draw water. The sense is that a caravan passed by this part of land by chance. According to Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an, this caravan was coming from Syria on its way to Egypt. Having lost its bearing, it strayed into this desolate place and sent some of his men to bring water from the well. That the Syrian caravan lost its regular route, reached that exact spot, and decided to send their water carrier to that deserted well is a sequence of events which is referred to by people as accidental. But the knower of the secret of the creation knows that all these events are chains of a system which is breathtakingly coordinated and formidable. It is but the creator of Tilda-Saf and his protector who moves the caravan away from its set route and brings it here and sends its men to this deserted well. This is a mirror of all other states and events which common people see as accidental happenings and philosophers as contingents, all of which is based on an unawareness of how the system of the universe really works. Otherwise, in creation, there is no chance or accident, which Einstein, though no formal believer, did concede. God does not play dice. However, the most true creator of the universe is known by the majesty of his unique state of being. He is, as the Quran declares, doer of what he intends. Surah Al-Biraj, ayah 16. His wisdom works in unimaginable ways when he creates conditions and circumstances which do not seem to synchronize with the obvious sequence of events. When this happens, one fails to comprehend the reality and takes what he does not understand as something accidental. However, there are men whose name has been identified as Malik ibn Dubar reached that well, lowered his bucket, which Yusuf saw as divine help coming down. He took hold of the rope. Up it came with no water, but with the shining face of someone whose instant mystique of beauty and signs of forthcoming spiritual excellence were no less impressive than the real greatness he was going to achieve in the future. Intrigued, surprised, and flushed with delight, the man looked at this young, handsome, and promising child coming suddenly face to face before him, emerging from the depths of a well and making him exclaim, "What a good news! This is a boy in the hadith concerning the night of Mi'raj, the ascent to the heavens, appearing in the Sahih of Muslim. The Holy Prophet has been reported to have said, 'When I met Yusuf, I saw that Allah Ta'ala has blessed him with half of the beauty of the whole world, while the other half has been spread over the rest of it.'" Following immediately after is the statement, "And they kept him hidden as merchandise." It means that Malik ibn Dubar, when he first saw this boy, did exclaim, taken by surprise. But an afterthought over the matter made him decide not to let this be known. Instead, he thought he would keep him hidden from others so that he could sell him for good money later. He did not want the caravan to know about it, for the whole caravan would then be claiming a share in the money so acquired. However, the expression could also mean that the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf, by concealing the truth of the matter themselves, made him into merchandise. This is as it appears in some narrations, where it is said that Yehuda used to carry food to Sayyidina Yusuf every day while he was in the well. On the third day, when he did not find him there, he returned to his brothers and told them about it. Together they went there, made investigations, and found him with the people of the caravan. They told them, "This boy is our slave. He has escaped, and you have done something bad by detaining him in your possession." Malik ibn Dubar and his companions were scared lest they be taken as thieves. Therefore they started talking about a deal to purchase him from the brothers. Thus, the verse would come to mean that the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf themselves made him into merchandise and sold him out. After that it was said, while Allah was aware of what they were doing, the sense is that Allah Ta'ala, in His perfect knowledge, was fully aware of what the legendary brothers of Yusuf would do, and also that which will be done by the people of the caravan who would buy him. Allah Ta'ala had all power to undo the designs of both, but it was under His own wise considerations that He let these designs carry on. In this sentence, according to Ibn Kathir, there is an element of guidance for the Holy Prophet as well. It tells him that nothing his people are doing to him, or will do in the future, is outside the scope of Allah's knowledge and power. He could, if He so willed, change everything and everyone outright, but wisdom demanded that they be allowed to show their power at this time. Finally, by making him overcome them, it will be truth itself seen triumphant over them, as was done in the case of Yusuf.
And they sold him for a reduced price, a few dirhams, and they were, concerning him, of those content with little.
Verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 20 begins with the words, and they sold him for a paltry price, for a few silver coins, and they were disinterested in him. In Arabic, the word shira is used for buying and selling both. The probability of both meanings exists here. If the pronoun is reverted back to the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf, it will mean selling, and if applied to the people of the caravan, it would mean buying. Thus, the sense would be, the brothers of Yusuf sold him, or the people of the caravan bought him for a paltry price, that is, for a counted few dirhams in return. Al-Qurtubi says, the Arab traders used to transact deals involving big amounts by weight, while, for amounts not more than 40, they would go by count. Therefore, the word maduda, few, used with dirham, plural of dirham, silver coins, tells us that the count of dirhams was less than 40. Ibn Kathir, citing the authority of Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be pleased with him, has written that the deal was closed at 20 dirhams, which the 10 brothers had divided among themselves at the rate of 2 dirhams per person. As for the exact amount of dirhams reported, there are other narrations as well which put them as 22 and 40. Ibn Kathir, in the last sentence of the verse, and they were disinterested in him, the word azahidin is the plural of zahid, which is a derivation from zud. Literally, zud means indifference, disinterestedness. In usage, the lack of interest in, and the avoidance of wealth and property in worldly life is referred to as zud. The meaning of the verse is that the brothers of Yusuf were really not interested in any financial gain for themselves in this matter. Their real purpose was to separate Sayyidina Yusuf from their father. Therefore, they struck a deal for a very few dirhams.
And the one from Egypt who bought him said to his wife, "Make his residence comfortable. Perhaps he will benefit us, or we will adopt him as a son." And thus we established Joseph in the land, that we might teach him the interpretation of events. And Allah is predominant over His affair, but most of the people do not know.
Commentary. Described in the previous verses was an early account of Sayyidina Yusuf as to how the people from the caravan took him out of the well, and how his brothers made him out to be their escaped slave and traded him for a few dirhams. First of all, they did not know the value and station of their great brother. Secondly, their real purpose was not to make money by selling him, they wanted to remove him away from his father. Therefore, they did not stop at simply selling him because they felt the danger that the caravan may somehow leave him behind, as a result of which he may somehow reach their father and tell him all about their conspiracy. So, according to a report from Tafsir authority, Ujaid, these people waited for the caravan to leave with him for Egypt. When the caravan actually departed, they went with the caravan up to a certain distance, warning them on the way that he is in the habit of running away. Therefore, they should not leave him free to move around. Better still, they should tie him up. Thus the caravan, unaware of the precious merchandise they were carrying with them, took him in that condition as far as Egypt. Tafsir ibn Kathir, the part of the story as taken up onwards in the present verses, shows the eloquent brevity of the Qur'an, when sections of the story which can be understood independently have not been necessarily described. For instance, the trip of the caravan through various stages en route to Egypt and the actual selling of Sayyidina Yusuf there. All this has been skipped. Stated from here is, and the one who bought him from Egypt said to his wife, "Make his stay graceful." According to Tafsir Al-Qurtubi, when the caravan reached Egypt and offered him for sale, people vied with each other with increasing bids which rose to gold, to musk, and to silk equal to his weight. But Allah Ta'ala had destined this human treasure to go to the most powerful authority of the time in Egypt, the Aziz of Misr. He beat all the bids and bought Sayyidina Yusuf. As we already know from the statement of the Holy Qur'an, All these things happening were nothing accidental. Instead, they were parts of the formidable plan put into action by the most exalted Lord himself. That Sayyid ibn Yusuf will be bought in Egypt by the highest of the high in that country was certainly a call of destiny. According to Ibn Kathir, this man who bought Sayyid ibn Yusuf in Egypt was what we may call the finance minister of Egypt. His name has been cited as Kitfir or Itfir. The king of Egypt at that time was Ruyan ibn Usaid, an Amalekite, who later on embraced Islam at the hands of Sayyid ibn Yusuf and died as a Muslim during the lifetime of Sayyid ibn Yusuf Mashari. The name of the wife of the Aziz of Egypt who had bought him has been given as Rael or Zolika. So the Aziz of Misr, called Kitfir Potiphar, instructed his wife to provide good lodging for Yusuf, not to treat him like common slaves, and see that good arrangements are made for him. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Masud, may Allah be pleased with him, said, 3 men turned out to be the best physiognomists of the world. The Aziz of Misr, who discovered the inner excellence of Yusuf from his outer appearance and gave those instructions to his wife. The daughter of Sayyid ibn Shaib, who told her father about Sayyidina Musa, my father, retain him on wages. Surely, the best one for you to employ is the one who is strong and trustworthy. Surah Al-Qasas, Ayah 26. The third person is Sayyid ibn Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, who chose Sayyid ibn Umar to be the Khalifa after the Holy Prophet. Ibn Kathir, the next sentence of the verse is, and thus we established Yusuf in the land. Given here is the good news of what would happen in the future, that is, Sayyid ibn Yusuf, who has entered the house of the Aziz of Misr at this time as a slave, shall soon be the highest-ranking man in the country of Egypt when the power of governance comes into his hands. In the statement which follows immediately after, that is, so that we should teach him the interpretation of events, if the letter wa appearing at the beginning of the sentence is taken as atf conjunctive, the sentence will be considered as understood, which will mean that we established Yusuf in the land so that he brings forth peace in the world through equity and justice, works towards the economic and social betterment of the people of the country, and so that we teach him to put things right where they belong. The general sense of the later is something which is inclusive of the comprehension of divine revelation, its implementation in practice, and the acquisition of all supported areas of knowledge, and the correct interpretation of dreams as well. Verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 21 ends with the statement, and Allah is powerful in enforcing His command. In other words, it means that Allah Ta'ala is powerful and fully in control over what He wills, and when He does so will, all outward chains of causes in this world start falling in line with His will, as said the Holy Prophet in a hadith. When Allah Ta'ala intends to do something, He makes all worldly causes ready to act accordingly. But says the last part of this sentence, that is, most of the people do not understand this reality. They have their eyes on obvious causes. These they take to be everything and keep going after them all the time. That there is the causer of all causes and the holder of absolute power over everything is a thought they would seldom pay heed to.
And when Joseph reached maturity, we gave him judgment and knowledge, and thus we reward the doers of good.
In the first sentence of the second verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 22, it is said, and when he reached at the prime of his age, we gave him wisdom and knowledge. At what age did he reach the prime of his age? In this, commentators differ. Sayyid ibn Abbas, Mujahid, and Qatada say that his age was 33 years. Dal-Adja, W.Say, _J puts it at 20, and Hassan al-Basri, may Allah have mercy on him, at 40. However, all of them agree that the bestowing of wisdom and knowledge upon him referred to at this place means the bestowal of Nubuwah, the station of prophethood. This also tells us that Sayyid Yusuf was invested with Nubuwah much later than his arrival in Egypt, and the Wahi, revelation, said to him while he was in the depth of the well was not the Wahi, revelation, technically identified with Nubuwah. Instead of that, it was a revelation in the literal sense, which can also be sent to non-prophets, as it has appeared in the case of the mother of Sayyidina Musa and about Sayyida Maryam. In the second sentence of the second verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 22, it was said, and this is how we reward those good in deeds. The sense is that delivering Sayyidina Yusuf from elimination and making him reach the office of power and honor was an outcome of his righteousness, fear of Allah and good deeds. This was something not restricted to his person alone. In fact, whoever acts the way he did shall receive the blessings of Allah in the same fashion.
And she, in whose house he was, sought to seduce him. She closed the doors and said, Come, you. He said, I seek the refuge of Allah. Indeed, He is my master, who has made good my residence. Indeed, wrongdoers will not succeed.
Moving to verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 23, the words of the text are, "And she, in whose house he was, seduced him away from his, resisting self and bolted the doors and said, 'Come on.'" From the first verse, we know that this woman was the wife of the Aziz of Misr. But at this place, the Holy Quran has elected to bypass the possibility of mentioning her by a brief expression as the wife of Aziz. Instead, it has chosen to use the expression "in whose house he was." The hint given here is that the efforts of Sayyidina Yusuf to save himself from falling into sin were further complicated by the fact that he lived in the house of this very woman, under her protection, and as such, disapproving and discarding her verbal advance was no easy task. The strongest defense against sin is the seeking of protection from Allah himself. How was he able to do that? There was an outward cause to this. When Sayyidina Yusuf found himself surrounded from all sides, he took the ultimate recourse. So, like a prophet, he was, first of all, he sought the protection of Allah. He said, "May Allah save me." We see that he did not place his sole trust in his determination and resolved to hold out against the invitation to sin. He sought the refuge of Allah first. And it is obvious that anyone who enjoys the protection of Allah can never be moved away from the right path by anyone. It was only after having that coverage that he started acting as a prophet would, with wisdom and earnest good counsel. Addressing Zuleika directly and personally, he advised her that she too should fear Allah and give up her intention. He said, "Surely, he is my master. He has given me a good lodging. Surely the wrongdoers do not prosper." As obvious, it means your husband, the Aziz of Misr, is my master who has raised and supported me and has given me a good home to live in. He is my benefactor. How can I even think of violating his honor? This is great injustice, and those who commit injustice never prosper. Implied therein was a lesson for Zuleika too, who was told, "When I know his rights on me for having been my master and caretaker for a lesser time than you then, being his wedded wife of years, you should certainly know his rights on you much more than I do." At this place, Sayyidina Yusuf has called the Aziz of Misr his Rab, though it is not permissible to use this word for anyone other than Allah Ta'ala. The reason is that words like this create either suspicion of shirk or resemblance with those who commit shirk. Therefore, the use of such words has been prohibited in the Sharia of Islam. It appears in a hadith of Sahih Muslim, "Let no slave call his master his Rab, and let no master call his slave his abd or servant." But this is a unique characteristic of the Islamic Sharia where, along with the prohibition of shirk, everything else in which there is the least doubt that they may become the conduits of shirk has also been prohibited. In the religious codes of past prophets, though shirk has been strictly blocked, but there was no restriction placed on the sources and inlets of shirk. This was the reason why depiction of images was not prohibited in past religious codes. But in the Sharia of Islam, being valid up to the last day, full attention was given to protect it from being affected by shirk. So, the sources and mediums of shirk, such as image and words which arouse suspicion of shirk, were also prohibited. However, the saying of Sayyidina Yusuf, "Surely he is my master," was correct in its place. And it is also possible that the pronoun in Innahu reverts to Allah Ta'ala, which would mean that Sayyidina Yusuf had called Allah his Rab, and it was he who, in the real sense, gave him good lodging, and that disobedience to him was the greatest injustice, and that the unjust never prosper. Some commentators, Sadi, Ibn Ishaq, and others have reported that during the course of this privacy, Zuleika started praising his looks with the purpose of softening his resistance. She said, "How beautiful are your hair!" Sayyidina Yusuf said, "After death, these hair will be the first to part away from my body." Then she said, "How beautiful are your eyes!" He said, "After death, they will become water and flow down my face." Once again she said, "How beautiful is your face!" Thereupon, he said, "All this will be eaten up by the earth below." He was looking ahead. This was his concern for the hereafter. Allah Ta'ala had set it upon him in the prime of his youth, and that made all charms of mortal life turn into dust before him. It is true that the concern for the hereafter is something which can keep every human being protected from every evil, wherever he or she may be. May Allah bless us all with this concern.
And she certainly determined to seduce him, and he would have inclined to her had he not seen the proof of his Lord. And thus it was that we should avert from him evil and immorality. Indeed, he was of our chosen servants.
Commentary. Mentioned in the previous verse was the great trial and test of Sayyidina Yusuf, in that the wife of the Aziz of Misr bolted the doors and tried to invite him to sin, assembling together in that effort all circumstantial temptations to attract and to make him become indulgent. But Almighty Allah kept this righteous young person standing steadfast in such severe trial. The details of what transpired have been given in this verse. Said here is that Zuleika was busy pursuing her obsessive thought anyway, but emerging in the heart of Sayyidina Yusuf too, there was some non-voluntary tilt towards her, as would be the natural consequence in such a situation. But it was exactly at that time that Allah Ta'ala brought before Sayyidina Yusuf his argument and proof, because of which the non-voluntary tilt, rather than increase, actually died out totally, and beating the pursuit he ran. In this verse, the word thought, has been attributed to Zuleika and Sayyidina Yusuf both as in, and she desired him, and he had desired her, and we know that the ham or thought of Zuleika was that of sin. This could have raised a doubt that the thought of Sayyidina Yusuf may also have been of a similar nature, and this is based on the consensus of the entire Muslim Ummah, contrary to the great station of a Nabi, Prophet, and Rasul. The reason is that the majority of the Muslim Ummah holds the standard belief that the noble prophets, may peace be upon them all, are protected against all sorts of sins, minor or major. As for a major sin, it can neither be committed by them intentionally, nor is it possible through inadvertence or mistake. However, the probability that a minor sin could be committed through inadvertence or mistake does exist, but on this too, the noble prophets, may peace be upon them all, are not allowed to remain instead. They are warned and made to move away from it. Nusamara, besides the fact that this question of the Isma of Ambiya, the state of being under divine protection with which prophets are blessed, stands settled and proved under the authority of the Quran and Sunnah, it is also necessary, rationally too, because, should there remain the probability of a committal of sin by the Ambiya, there remains no way one could place trust in the din, religion, and way, revelation, taught by them, and that their very coming into the world with a divine book revealed to them becomes totally fruitless. Therefore, Allah Ta'ala has kept every prophet of his totally ma'asum from every sin, ma'asum technically, sinless or infallible, literally, protected by Allah. So, speaking generally, it stands established that the thought which crossed the mind of Sayyidina Yusuf was not thought to be counted in the degree of sin. For details, we should understand that the word thought in the Arabic language is used to convey two meanings: intend and be determined to do something, a simple scruple in the heart or the appearance of a thought beyond one's control. In the first situation, it is included under sin and is accountable. However, should someone, after having made the intention, were to leave off this sin at his own choice, just because of the fear of Allah, then, according to the hadith, Allah Ta'ala replaces the sin and enters a good deed in his or her book of deeds. And in the second situation, that is, in the event there comes a simple scruple and non-voluntary thought without any intention to put the thought into practice, for instance, a normal turn of thought towards cool water during the fasts of summer, which is natural and experienced by almost everyone, though there is no intention there to go about drinking water while fasting. So, a thought like that is neither within one's control, nor is there any accountability and sin in it. In a hadith of the Sahih of Al-Bukhari, the Holy Prophet has been reported to have said, Allah Ta'ala has forgiven the scruple and thought of sin for my Ummah if not put into practice. Hutuba, and in the Sahihain, the two Sahihs, that is, Al-Bukhari and Muslim, it has been reported on the authority of Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet said, Allah Ta'ala says to the angels, when my servant intends to do good, write a good deed in his or her book of deeds just because of that intention. And when he or she has completed this deed, write down 10 good deeds. And if a servant intends to do a sin, then leaves it off due to the fear of Allah, write 1 good deed in his or her book of deeds in lieu of that sin. And if he or she does fall into that sin, write it as 1 sin only. Ibn Kathir al-Qutubi has in his Tafsir proved the use of the word thought, covering both these meanings through evidences from Arab usage and poetry. This tells us that the word appearing in this verse has been attributed to both Zuleika and Sayyidina Yusuf, but there is a big difference between the or thought of both. The former is included under sin, while the other has the status of a non-voluntary scruple which is not included under sin. The descriptive style of the Holy Quran is itself a testimony to this, because had their or thought been identical, it would have been sufficient to say it in a dual form, such as that is, the two of them desired, which was brief too. But leaving this option aside, the or thought of both was described separate from each other, and she certainly desired him, and he had desired her. Then, added to the or thought of Zuleika was the word of emphasis, lekad. With the or thought of Sayyidina Yusuf, the emphasis of the letters lam and kad is not there. This tells us that, through this particular expression, The purpose is to emphasize that the harm or thought of Zuleika was of some other nature, while that of Sayyidina Yusuf of some other. According to a hadith in the Sahih of Muslim, when this test was faced by Sayyidina Yusuf, the angels submitted before Allah Ta'ala. This sincere servant of yours is thinking of sin, though he knows its curse fully well. Allah Ta'ala said, you wait. If he commits this sin, write what he has done in his book of deeds. And if he abstains from committing it, do not record it as sin. Instead, enter a good deed in his book of deeds, because he has surrendered his desire only out of fear for me, which is doing good at its best. To sum up, it can be said that the thought or tilt generated in the heart of Sayyidina Yusuf was simply at the level of a non-voluntary scruple, which is not included under sin. Then, by acting against this scruple, his rank with Allah Ta'ala rose much higher. At this stage, some commentators have also pointed out to another construction of the verse. According to them, the statement of, had he not seen the proof from his Lord, which succeeds is really supposed to precede, in which case the verse would mean that Sayyidina Yusuf would have also desired her had he not seen the proof from his Lord, but because he had seen the proof from his Lord, he remained safe from this harm or thought. Thematically, this too is correct, but some other commentators have declared this construction as contrary to the rules of the Arabic grammar. Thus, considering this aspect, the first tafsir is weightier as it makes the taqwa and chastity of Sayyidina Yusuf rise to much higher level, since he, despite the human instinct, managed to stay safe from sin. As for the statement, had he not seen the proof from his Lord, at the end, its principal clause is understood, and it means, had he not seen the proof from his Lord, he would have remained indulged in that thought. But after having seen the proof from his Lord, that non-voluntary thought and scruple too was eliminated from his heart. The Holy Qur'an does not clarify as to what was that burhan, or proof from his Lord, which appeared before him. Therefore, statements of commentators differ in this matter. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Said ibn Jubair, may Allah be pleased with him, Mujahid, Muhammad ibn Sirin, Hassan al-Basri, and others have said that Allah Ta'ala made the face of Sayyidina Yaqub appear miraculously before him in that private quarter, showing him with his finger in his mouth and warning him. Some commentators say that it was the face of the Aziz of Misr which was presented before him. Some others have said, when Sayyidina Yusuf looked towards the ceiling, he saw the following verse of the Qur'an written there, that is, do not go even near adultery, because it is a grave act of immodesty and a very evil way for human society. Some other commentators have said that Zuleika had an idol in her house. When she threw a curtain on this idol, Sayyidina Yusuf asked the reason for it. She said, this is my object of worship. I cannot dare commit sin before it. Sayyidina Yusuf said, my Rab, the object of my worship certainly deserves that far more modesty be shown before him, for no curtain can stop his seeing. Finally, there are commentators who have said that the station of the Prophet he was on and the knowledge of the divine he had was itself a proof from his Lord. After reporting all these things, what has been said by the Imam of Tafsir, Ibn Jarir, has been adjudged authoritatively as most favored and doubt-free. And he has said, as much as the Holy Qur'an has to tell should be what has to be considered sufficient. In other words, Sayyidina Yusuf saw something which made the scruple in his heart go away. To determine this precisely, there could be all those probabilities mentioned by the commentators, but none of these can be held as certain absolutely. Ibn Kathir, at the end of the verse it was said, this we did to turn away from him evil and lewdness. Here the word evil means minor sin, sadhara, and al-fasha, lewdness, means major sin. Kabra, Majari. Noteworthy here is that the text mentions turning away evil and lewdness from Sayyidina Yusuf, and not Sayyidina Yusuf from evil and lewdness. The hint implied here is that Sayyidina Yusuf was, because of his great station of prophethood, already removed from this sin as far as he was personally concerned, but evil and immodesty had encircled him. So Allah broke the trap apart. These words of the Holy Qur'an are also a testimony proving that Sayyidina Yusuf did not succumb to even the minormost sin, and the thought which went out to cross his heart was not included under sin. Otherwise the relevant expression would have been, we saved Yusuf from sin, and not, turn away from him evil and lewdness. Said in the last sentence is, surely he is among our chosen slaves. The word Mukhasan is the plural of Mukhis, which means chosen. It means that Sayyidina Yusuf is among the chosen servants of Allah, who has been appointed to the mission of prophethood to work for the betterment of the creation of Allah. Such people had Allah's own security shield around them, so that they would not fall a victim to any evil. The Shaitan has himself admitted that he cannot touch the chosen servants of Allah. He said, that is, by your honor and power, I shall put all those humans on the wrong track, except your servants, the ones chosen by you. Surah Al-Hayr, Ayah 40. In some readings, Qur'an, this word has appeared as muqsin as well. Muqis means a person who obeys and worships Allah with ikhlas, for which there is no word in English. The nearest is sincerity, which must be genuine, unalloyed, pure and totally honest. Ikhlas means that in this obedience to Allah and in this worship of Him, there should be no intrusion of worldly or personal desires, interests, love of recognition and office and things like that. If so, the verse would mean whoever is muqis, absolutely sincere in his oral deed, and ibadah, worship, Allah Ta'ala will help him in remaining safe from sins. In this verse, Allah Ta'ala has chosen to use two words, su and fasha. Literally, su means evil and it refers to minor saghara, sins. And fasha means lewdness or immodesty and refers to major kabira, sins. This tells us that Allah Ta'ala kept Sayyidina Yusuf protected from both kinds of sins, saghara and kabira. Also clarified here is that the harm or thought attributed to Sayyidina Yusuf in the Quran was simply a harm or thought at the level of non-voluntary scruple, which is included neither under kabira sin nor under saghara, in fact is excused.
And they both raced to the door, and she tore his shirt from the back, and they found her husband at the door. She said, "What is the recompense of one who intended evil for your wife, but that he be imprisoned or a painful punishment?"
Commentary. Described in the previous verses was the time when the wife of the Aziz of Misr was busy enticing Sayyidina Yusuf into sin, and he, on his part, was trying to stay away from it. But there was the natural struggle with that non-voluntary thought too. So, to help his honorable prophet, Allah Ta'ala showed a miracle, made something appear before him which drove even that thought out from his heart, whether that thing be the face of his father, Sayyidina Yaqub, or some verse out of the divine revelation. Told in the present verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 25 is that Sayyidina Yusuf, once he saw this proof from his Lord, ran away from that private enclave and dashed for the door to get out from there. The wife of the Aziz of Misr ran after him to hold him back, and by grabbing his shirt, she tried to stop him from getting out. But when he did not stop being determined not to, the shirt was torn from behind him. However, Sayyidina Yusuf did come out of the door, and so did Zuleika behind him. Historical accounts mention that the door was locked from the inside. When Sayyidina Yusuf ran and reached the door, this lock opened up by itself and dropped down. When they both came out of the door, they saw the Aziz of Misr standing face to face. His wife was unnerved. In order to wriggle out of the awkward situation, and to put the blame on Sayyidina Yusuf, she said, "It can be the punishment of the one who intended evil with your wife, except that he be imprisoned or given a painful chastisement." Injunctions and rulings. The following rules and guiding principles have been deduced from the verses cited above, from verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 25, beginning with the words, "And they raced towards the door." We learn that a place where there is a danger of getting involved in sin must be abandoned outright, as was practically demonstrated by Sayyidina Yusuf by running away from there. In matters requiring obedience to divine injunctions, one should not, to the best of one's ability, let his efforts in that direction taper off, even if a tangible result from them does not seem to be coming out. Results rest in the hands of Allah Ta'ala. One's job is to channel and devote his or her effort and ability in the way of Allah, and proving one's identity as a servant of Allah is the purpose. This is what was done by Sayyidina Yusuf. All doors were closed, even locked, as reported in historical narrations. Yet, he spent out his maximum strength in running towards the door. In a situation like that, help and support from Allah Jalla Thana is witnessed frequently when a servant of Allah has done his best. It transpires that he would also arrange the causes for his servant to succeed. However, should the situation be otherwise and one fails to achieve formal success as we know it, then, for a devoted servant of Allah, even this failure is no less than success, for this is the preference of his Lord. It is said about a righteous elder confined to prison that he would, on every Friday, take his bath, wash his clothes, get ready for Jummah prayer, walk up to the door of the prison, and once there, he would say, "Allah, this much was what was within my power, it is beyond that is in your control." Who knows, given the limitless mercy of Allah Ta'ala, his spiritual yearning would have caused the prison gate to open with the command of Allah, and he would have been enabled to perform the Salah of Jummah. But Allah, in his wisdom, bestowed upon this righteous devotee such high spiritual station as would pale out 1,000 workings of the supernatural karma. The gate of the prison did not open because of his continuous effort to offer his Salah of Jummah. But he did not lose heart. He kept doing the same thing every Jummah. This is spiritual fortitude called by Sufi masters as superior to karma. It stands proved from verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 26, that should a person be accused falsely by someone, speaking out in defense is the way of the prophets, the son of the Anbiya, remaining silent at that time and letting oneself be declared to be a criminal is no act of piety or trust in Allah. Tawakkul. The fourth problem concerns the word shahid in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 26. When this word is used in common juristic matters and cases, it denotes a person who relates an event as seen by him in a disputed case. In this verse, the person who has been referred to by the word shahid has not related any event or any personal observation about it. Instead of that, what has been hinted at is a sort of device to arrive at a decision, technically, that could not be called a shahid or witness. But it is obvious that all these terms have been employed by later scholars and jurists for the convenience of understanding and teaching. They are neither the terms of the Holy Qur'an, nor is it bound by them. The Holy Qur'an has called this person a shahid, witness, in the sense that the way the statement of a witness makes it easy for a judge to arrive at a decision, and proves that one of the parties in the case is in the right, the same benefit became available through the statement of this child. Initially, his miraculous speech itself was sufficient proof to absolve Sayyidina Yusuf from the blame. Then there were the signs given by him. In the ultimate analysis, they too are nothing but the proof of the absolvement of Sayyidina Yusuf from the blame. Therefore, saying that he appeared as a witness in favor of Sayyidina Yusuf will be correct, though he did not declare Sayyidina Yusuf to be true, rather had mentioned both probabilities. And in addition to that, he had even supposedly taken Zuleika to be true in a situation in which the likelihood of her being true was not certain. In fact, there existed the other probability too, because the possibility of the shirt being torn from the front existed in both situations. And then he had admitted the truthfulness of Sayyidina Yusuf only in a situation wherein there could have been no other probability other than this. But finally, the outcome of this strategy was but to prove the innocence of Sayyidina Yusuf. In arriving at judgments of disputed cases, circumstantial evidence can be taken into consideration, as was demonstrated here when the shahid declared that the shirt torn from the backside was an evidence that Sayyidina Yusuf was running and Zuleika was trying to stop him. In this matter, there is an agreement of all jurists that signs and indicators should definitely be used to determine the truth, as was done here. But besides that, only signs and indicators cannot be given the status of sufficient proof. In this event relating to Sayyidina Yusuf too, that which really proves the innocence of Sayyidina is the miraculous speech of the child. As for the signs and indicators which have been mentioned there, they serve to confirm the matter.
Joseph said, "It was she who sought to seduce me." And a witness from her family testified, "If his shirt is torn from the front, then she has told the truth, and he is of the liars."
Sayyidina Yusuf, because of his prophetic gentleness, may not have, perhaps, disclosed her secret. But when she took the first step and presented a charge sheet of false accusation against him, he was compelled to tell the truth. It was she who sought to seduce me. The matter was dense and delicate. For that, as is of Misr, it was difficult to decide as to who should be taken as being true. That was no occasion for evidence and proof. But Allah, great is whose majesty, has his own ways of saving his honorable servants from sin and keeping them unaffected and protected from it. He would do the same for them during their worldly life when he would arrange to save them from being disgraced, even if it would take a miracle to do that. Usually, on such occasions, infant children have been chosen to unfold truth, infants who are not expected to talk customarily. But by giving them power of speech miraculously, Allah Ta'ala would arrange for the acquittal of his favored servants from accusations leveled against them. This happened when people started accusing Sayyidina Maryam falsely. Allah Ta'ala gave a day-old infant, Sayyidina Isa, the ability to speak, and it was through his tongue that he had the sanctity of his blessed mother manifested, a very special manifestation of his power indeed. Similarly, when another accusation of this nature was made under the umbrella of a major conspiracy against Juraj, a pious elder among the Bani Israel, it was a newborn child who testified to his innocence. When Pharaoh got suspicious about Sayyidina Musa, the small daughter of the personal lady hairstyler of the wife of the Pharaoh was given the power of speech, and it was she who saved Sayyidina Musa during his childhood from being heard by the Pharaoh. Similarly, in this event relating to Sayyidina Yusuf, according to a narration of Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas and Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, Allah Ta'ala bestowed that power of speech upon a small child, and that too in one of the finest ways of wisdom. This small child was lying in a cradle in this house. There was no way it could have occurred to anyone that this child would have watched their movements and understood what they were doing, and then would be able to even go on to describe it in some manner. But Allah is absolutely powerful. When He decides to highlight the greatness of those who strive in the mission of their obedience to Him, He is quite capable of demonstrating before the whole world that every particle of this universe works as His secret service, which knows every criminal inside out and keeps a record of his or her crime, and when the time comes, it speaks out the truth. Think of the resurrection, the awesome plain of the Hashr when, at the time of the accounting of deeds, human beings will, goaded by their old worldly habit, refuse to admit their crimes. Then their very hands and feet and skins and surroundings will be called upon to stand as witnesses against them. Each such witness shall lay each and everything done by them bare before the unimaginably huge multitude gathered together on that fateful day of Al-Mukhtasar. That would be the time when human beings will find out that their hands and feet and the walls and doors of their homes inside, and the security arrangement outside these, none of them, not even one, were their own. In fact, all of them were secret agents of Allah, the Rab of all power. In sum, this small child, who was lying in the cradle oblivious of everything in the world around him, was made to speak out as a miracle of Sayyidina Yusuf precisely at the time when the Aziz of Misr, being on the horns of a dilemma, did not know what to do. Furthermore, if this child could have only said that Sayyidina Yusuf is free of any blame and it is Zuleika who is at fault, then even that much would have been no less than a miracle, and a formidable proof of the innocence of Sayyidina Yusuf. But Allah Ta'ala had this child say something farsighted which would separate truth from falsehood decisively. What the child said was, "See the shirt of Sayyidina Yusuf. If it is torn up from the front, then the word of Zuleika is true, and that of Sayyidina Yusuf could be otherwise. And if the shirt is torn up from the back, then there remains just no other probability but that Sayyidina Yusuf was running away from her, and Zuleika wanted to stop him." Apart from being a miracle of speech manifested by a child, this was something which could be understood by everyone around on its own. So when the direction was followed, it was observed that the shirt was torn up from the back. Thus, the innocence of Sayyidina Yusuf stood proved openly from physical signs as well. The explanation of the Shah, or witness of Sayyidina Yusuf, given here that he was a small child blessed with the power of speech, as a miracle stands proved from a hadith of the Holy Prophet T. This hadith has been reported by Imam Ahmad in his Musnad, Ibn Hibban in his Sahih, and Hakim in Mustadrak. They have rated this hadith as Sahih sound. In this hadith, it is said, Allah Ta'ala has blessed 4 children the power of speech while still in their cradle. These 4 are the same as mentioned earlier. Majari, however, in some narrations, other explanations of shahid or witness have also been reported. But tafsir authorities, such as Ibn Jarir, Ibn Kathir, and others, have declared the first tafsir to be the weightier one.
But if his shirt is torn from the back, then she has lied, and he is of the truthful.
See Surah Yusuf, ayah 26, for the tafsir.
So when her husband saw his shirt torn from the back, he said, "Indeed, it is of the woman's plan. Indeed, your plan is great."
In the last 2 of the verses cited above, it has been stated that the Aziz of Misr had already realized by having heard the child speak in the manner he did that some special supernatural situation was there to demonstrate the innocence of Sayyidina Yusuf. After that, according to what the child had said, when he saw that the very shirt of Sayyidina Yusuf is really torn up from the back, he became certain that it was Zuleika who was at fault, and it was Sayyidina Yusuf who was innocent. So first he addressed Zuleika and said, "That is, all this is a guile of yours whereby you wish to pass on your wrong doing to someone else." Then he said that great is the guile of women, for it is difficult to understand and not easy to get out from. The reason is that they outwardly give the impression of being soft, delicate, even weak. A non-discerning onlooker is likely to believe in what they say. But, given a lack of wisdom and honesty, that could be a web of deception. Majari, according to a narration of Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, appearing in the Tafsir of Al-Qutubi, the Holy Prophet is reported to have said, "The guile of women is stronger than the guile of Shaitan, because, about the guile of the Shaitan, Allah Ta'ala has said that it is weak." Surah An-Nisa, ayah 76. And about the guile of women, it was said, "Great is the guile of you women." Surah Yusuf, ayah 28. And it is obvious that not all women are meant here. Instead, meant here are only those of them who are involved in practicing guiles and excuses.
Joseph, ignore this, and, my wife, ask forgiveness for your sin. Indeed, you were of the sinful.
So after having pointed out to Zuleika her error, the Aziz of Misr said to Sayyidina Yusuf, O Yusuf, ignore this matter, that is, do not speak about it before others, so there be no disgrace because of this. Then he addressed Zuleika and said, And you, O woman, seek forgiveness for your sin. Surely you were of the sinners. This obviously means that she should seek forgiveness from her who's banned. And it could also mean that she should seek forgiveness from Sayyidina Yusuf, for it was she who made the error and put the blame on him. Special note. At this point, it is very surprising that a husband, who finds out an open proof of such a modesty and breach of trust on the part of his wife, would not be agitated, rather go on talking with perfect peace of mind, unusual indeed, given the compulsion of human nature in such circumstances. Imam al-Qurtubi said that one of the reasons for this may be that the Aziz of Misr was someone lacking the kind of a sense of shame. And it is also possible that the way Allah Ta'ala supernaturally arranged to save Sayyidina Yusuf first from sin and then from disgrace in the same way, it was also a part of this arrangement that he did not let the Aziz of Misr become all agitated in anger. Otherwise, as customary, this would have been an occasion where one is likely to go to physical assault without bothering to investigate first, not to say much about verbal aggression, which would be rather elementary. If the Aziz of Misr, affected by common human response, were to be enraged, it is possible that he might have committed something, physically or verbally, something which would have been against the august status of Sayyidina Yusuf. These are the wonders of divine power, which openly prove how those who stand steadfast in obedience to their most true Lord are protected at every step they take in His way. And the honor of creating what is there at its best goes only to Allah. In the verses which will follow, mentioned there is another event which is connected with the story narrated earlier. There it has been said that this event, despite the effort to keep it concealed, spread around among women and the families of the courtiers. These women started blaming the wife of the Aziz of Misr. Some commentators have said that these were 5 women, all wives of officials close to the Aziz of Misr. Qurtubi Mashari, these women were talking among themselves. They were saying, Look, how regrettable it is that the wife of the Aziz of Misr, despite enjoying a status so high, had become enamored with her young slave and was looking for the fulfillment of what she wanted from him. In this, we think she is in a grave error. The word used in the verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 30 is Fayha, translated as her youthful slave. Fada denotes someone youthful. In customary usage, a boy slave, when small, is called the Ghulam. If in his youth, the boy is called Fada, and the girl Fada. Here, Sayyidina Yusuf has been referred to as the slave of Zuleika, either because that which is owned by the husband is also customarily called as that which is owned by the wife, and or because Zuleika had taken Sayyidina Yusuf from her husband as gift. Qurtubi.
And women in the city said, The wife of Al-Aziz is seeking to seduce her slave boy. He has impassioned her with love. Indeed, we see her to be in clear error.
See Surah Yusuf, ayah 29, for the Tafsir.
So when she heard of their scheming, she sent for them and prepared for them a banquet, and gave each one of them a knife, and said to Joseph, Come out before them. And when they saw him, they greatly admired him and cut their hands, and said, Perfect is Allah. This is not a man. This is none but a noble angel.
Commentary. Having explained the linkage of verse before the beginning of the present verses, we can now turn to the explanation of individual verses. Said in verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 32 was, So, when she heard of their crafty comments, she extended an invitation to them. Here, Zuleika refers to the talking of women as their makr or craftiness, though they had obviously planned no trick against her. But since they spoke ill about her secretly, it was identified as makr. As for the expression, which follows immediately and has been translated as and arranged for them a comfortable place, is inclusive of the comfort of special pillows for hand and backrest placed there for relaxation. Then it was said, and gave everyone a knife. It means when these women came in and sat down, different foods and fruits were served, some of which needed a knife to peel and cut. Therefore, also given to each one of them was a sharp knife. The obvious purpose of this was to cut fruits. But concealed in her heart was what comes next, that is, these women will lose their senses at the sight of Sayyidina Yusuf and would go on to cut their hands with the knife. After having made all these arrangements, to say Sayyidina Yusuf was in some other quarter of the house, Zuleika said, Come in before them. Since Sayyidina Yusuf was not aware of her vain intention, he came out into the sitting. That which happened then has been described in, so when they saw him, they found him great, and were so bewildered that they cut their hands, that is, when cutting their fruit, they saw this object of wonder. The knife unconsciously ran over their hand, as it occasionally happens when one's thought is diverted to something else, and said, "O God, he is no human being. He is but a noble angel," by which they meant that one exuding such light can only be an angel.
She said, "That is the one about whom you blamed me, and I certainly sought to seduce him, but he firmly refused. And if he will not do what I order him, he will surely be imprisoned and will be of those debased."
Then in verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 32, it was said, she Zuleika said, "So, see, this is the one you blamed me for. Yes, I seduced him, but he abstained. And should he in future not follow my command, he shall be surely imprisoned and shall be disgraced too." When Zuleika realized that her secret lay disclosed before those women anyway, she started threatening Sayyidina Yusuf right before them. At that time, according to some commentators, all these women too started telling Sayyidina Yusuf that Zuleika was their benefactor, therefore he should not oppose her.
He said, "My Lord, prison is more to my liking than that to which they invite me. And if you do not avert me from their plan, I might incline toward them and thus be of the ignorant."
And some words of the Holy Qur'an which appear later also support it. For example, Yadunani, these women invite me, and Kaidahana, their guile, where the statement of some women has been mentioned in the plural form. When Sayyidina Yusuf saw that these women were also supporting Zuleika, and there remained no other visible way to stay safe against their guile, he turned to his ultimate resort, to Allah Jalla Thana, and before him he said, "My Lord, the prison is dearer to me than what these women invite me to. And unless you turn their guile away from me, I shall get inclined towards them, and shall be among the ignorant." Here, the statement of Sayyidina Yusuf that the prison is dearer to me does not reflect any desire or wish to be detained in a prison. Instead of that, it is an expression which shows that he would find it easier to face this temporal hardship as compared to that of falling in sin. According to some narrations, when Sayyidina Yusuf was confined to the prison, a revelation from Allah Ta'ala told him, "You have put yourself into the prison by what you yourself had said, the prison is dear to me. And had you asked for well-being, Afia, you would have been blessed with perfect well-being." From here we come to know that, to stay safe from a major hardship, saying in prayer that one better be subjected to some minor hardship in lieu of it is not appropriate. Instead of doing that, one should, but under the threat of any hardship, problem or distress, pray to Allah Ta'ala for nothing but Afia, well-being. Therefore, the Holy Prophet prohibited a man from praying for sabr, patience, saying that sabr is done when one faces distress and hardship. So, rather praying to Allah for sabr, pray for Afia. Kermid, the uncle of the Holy Prophet, Sayyidina Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, asked him, "Teach me a prayer I should make." He said, "Pray for Afia, well-being from your Rabb." Sayyidina Abbas says when he, after a period of time, once again asked him to be advised of some dua he should be making, he said, "Pray to Allah Ta'ala for Afia in Dunya and Akhira." Mashari from Tabarani. As for the saying of Sayyidina Yusuf, "And unless you do not turn their guile away from me, I shall get inclined towards them," this is not contrary to the concept of the isma of prophethood, a prophet's state of being divinely protected from sin, because the very outcome of isma is that Allah Ta'ala would, by arranging to keep a person safe from sin as a creational imperative, protect him from falling into it. Though Sayyidina Yusuf had this desire covered by virtue of his being a prophet, yet he was compelled to make this due because of the great awe he had for him in his heart. This also tells us that no one can, without the help and support of Allah Ta'ala, stay safe from sin. And it also makes it clear that every act of sin is caused by ignorance, jahala, the opposite of which is knowledge, ilm, and ilm, knowledge, demands abstention from sins. Quad 2
So his Lord responded to him and averted from him their plan. Indeed, he is the hearing, the knowing.
After that, said in verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 34 was, so his Lord accepted his prayer and turned their guile away from him. Surely he is the all-hearing, the all-knowing. To protect him from the guile of these women, Allah Ta'ala made his own wise arrangements. Though the Aziz of Misr and his inner circle was already convinced of the great spiritual qualities of Sayyidina Yusuf, his piety, fear of Allah and chastity, but rumors of the incident had started circulating in the city. To play check on this, they found it expedient to confine Sayyidina Yusuf into the prison for a certain period of time so that there remains no source of any doubt in the concerned family, and that the talk of the town too dies out in due course.
Then it appeared to them after they had seen the signs that Al-Aziz should surely imprison him for a time.
So said at the end of the verse Surah Yusuf. Ayah 35 was, later on, even after having seen the signs, that the Aziz of Misr and his advisors deemed it proper or expedient to imprison him for a time. Thus to the prison he was sent.
And there entered the prison with him 2 young men. One of them said, "Indeed, I have seen myself in a dream pressing wine." The other said, "Indeed, I have seen myself carrying upon my head some bread, from which the birds were eating. Inform us of its interpretation. Indeed, we see you to be of those who do good."
Commentary. Mentioned in the verses cited above is a supplementary event relating to the story of Sayyidina Yusuf. It has been repeatedly stressed that the Holy Qur'an is no book of history, or of stories and tales. When a story or historical event is mentioned in it, the sole objective is to provide some lesson, good counsel or crucial guidance on various facets of human life. In the entire Qur'an and throughout the events relating to many prophets, it is the story of Sayyidina Yusuf alone which has been described by the Qur'an continuously. Otherwise, it is considered it sufficient to mention some necessary part of an historical event wherever appropriate. If you would look at the story of Sayyidina Yusuf from the beginning to the end, there are hundreds of lessons to learn, good advices to heed to, and important elements of guidance to follow during various stages of human life. This supplementary story too has its graces of guidance in abundance. The event as it took shape was that, despite the complete absolvement of Sayyidina Yusuf from the blame, and the strong establishment of his moral integrity, it was to put an end to the disgrace of people talking about them that the Aziz of Misr and his wife decided to send Sayyidina Yusuf to the prison for some time, which, in reality, was the fulfillment of the dua and wish of Sayyidina Yusuf, because, for him, it had become extremely difficult to defend his chastity while living in the home of the Aziz of Misr. When Sayyidina Yusuf arrived at the prison, 2 other sentenced criminals were also admitted there. One of them was the cupbearer of the king, while the other was a cook. Citing major Tafsir authorities, Ibn Kathir has written that these 2 were arrested on the charge that they had tried to poison the king through food or drink. The case was under investigation, therefore they were kept in prison. When Sayyidina Yusuf came into the prison, it was because of his prophetic morals, mercy and affection that he used to show concern about all of his fellow inmates and took care of them whenever needed. If anyone became sick, he would call on him and do whatever had to be done for him. For anyone he found sad or distressed, he would have appropriate words of comfort. To lift his spirits, he would gently tell him to observe patience and made the hope of freedom come alive into his heart. He would think of bringing comfort to others at the cost of his own discomfort. For whole nights he would remain engaged in the ibadah, worship of Allah Ta'ala. Seeing his enduring ways, all inmates of the prison became convinced of his high spiritual status. Even the officer in charge of the prison was impressed. He said, "Had it been in my power, I would have let you go. Now, this much I can do, that you will face no inconvenience here." Some notes to wonder about. When the officer in charge of the prison, where some of the inmates told Sayyidina Yusuf that they loved him very much, he said, "For God's sake, do not love me, because whenever I have been loved by anyone, I have suffered one way or the other. When I was a child, my paternal aunt loved me. As a result, I was blamed for theft. Then, my father left me. This made me do a term of detention in a well at the hands of my brothers. Then came slavery and expulsion from home country. When the wife of the Aziz loved me, I landed into this prison." Ibn Kathir, Majari, these 2 prisoners who went to the prison along with Sayyidina Yusuf, said to him one day that they thought he was a man of piety and good deeds, therefore they would like to ask him to give an interpretation of their dream. Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, and some other leading authorities in Tafsir have said that they had really seen these dreams. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be pleased with him, has said that there was no dream. They had simply made it up to test the spiritual excellence and veracity of Sayyidina Yusuf. However, one of them, that is, the royal cupbearer, said, "I have seen myself in dream pressing wine," and the other, that is, the cook, said, "I have seen myself carrying bread on my head of which the birds are eating." Then they requested him to interpret the dreams for them. Here, Sayyidina Yusuf has been requested to interpret the dreams. But he, before answering this question, and following his intrinsic prophetic way, begins with the task of tabligh, an invitation to believe and have faith. And by following the principle of dawah, and by acting wisely, he first tried to create in their hearts a base of confidence in him. To achieve this, he talked about his particular miracle through which he tells them about the food which they receive from their homes, or from somewhere else, and much before it arrives, he is able to tell them the kind, the taste, the quantity, and the time of arrival of the food, and that the food turns out.
He said, "You will not receive food that is provided to you, except that I will inform you of its interpretation before it comes to you. That is from what my Lord has taught me. Indeed, I have left the religion of a people who do not believe in Allah, and they, in the hereafter, are disbelievers."
This is of the knowledge my Lord has given me. He is saying that this has nothing to do with the art of divination through computation of figures and lines. Al-Jafar and Al-Ramal, not Jafar and Ramal, soothsaying, or any other occult act of conjuring. Instead of all that, this is what my Rabb tells me, and I pass on the information. And this was an open miracle which is proof positive of prophethood, and a major cause of confidence.
And I have followed the religion of my fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and it was not for us to associate anything with Allah. That is from the favor of Allah upon us and upon the people, but most of the people are not grateful.
After that, he declares his abhorrence for disbelief and his disengagement from the community of disbelievers. Then, with it, he also stresses that he is a member of the house of prophets, and it is their community that he adheres to, and that he is a scion of the house of Ibrahim, Ishaq, and Yaqub. We mentioned confidence a little earlier. Customarily, this kind of inherited nobility, a common family trait, is also a source of creating confidence in a person. After that he said, "And it is not for us that we associate any partners with Allah." Then he said that the Prophet of following a true religion, the favor of Allah upon us and upon all people, was nothing but the fadl or grace of Allah Ta'ala, for it was He who, by giving proper understanding, made the acceptance of truth easy on us. But most of the people do not appreciate this blessing and do not show their gratitude for it. After having said that, he asked the same prisoners to tell him if it was better that human beings should be worshipping many gods, or was it better that one becomes a servant of one Allah alone, whose subduing power is all dominant. Then he referred to idol worship from a different angle. He told them that their fathers and forefathers have taken some idols as their Lord. As for them, they are no more than a lot of names which they have coined on their own. They have no personal attributes which could become deserving of assigning to them the least fund of power, because all of them are inert. This is something one can see with one's own eyes. The only other method through which they could have been taken as true objects of worship would be that Allah Ta'ala sends down specific injunctions or commandments to worship them. So, in that case, even if observation and reason had not been willing to accept their godhood, but, because of the divine command, we would have left our observation and reason aside and would have obeyed the command of Allah. But this is not there either, because Allah Ta'ala did not send down any argument or proof for their worship. Instead of that, what he said was but that law and sovereignty belonged to Allah Ta'ala, with no one having a right in it, and the command he gave was no other, but that we should not worship anyone or anything other than Allah. Finally, he said, "This is the only right path which was bestowed on my forefathers by Allah Ta'ala, but most of the people do not know this reality."
O my two companions of prison, are separate lords better, or Allah, the One, the Prevailing?
See Surah Yusuf, Ayah 38, for the Tafsir.
You worship not besides Him, except mere names you have named them, you and your fathers, for which Allah has sent down no authority. Legislation is not but for Allah. He has commanded that you worship not except Him. That is the correct religion, but most of the people do not know.
See Surah Yusuf, Ayah 38, for the Tafsir.
O two companions of prison, as for one of you, he will give drink to his master of wine, but as for the other, he will be crucified, and the birds will eat from his head. The matter has been decreed about which you both inquire.
After having made his call to truth, Sayyidina Yusuf turned to the dreams mentioned by two of his prison mates, declaring that one of the two of them will get his release, return to his job, and keep serving wine to his master. As for the other, the crime against him will stand proved, and he will be crucified and birds will eat from his head. An example of prophetic compassion. Ibn Kathir has said, though the dreams of both these prisoners were separate, and fixed was the interpretation of each, And also fixed was the fate that the royal cup-bearer will be acquitted and returned to his job, and the cook will be crucified. But because of his prophetic compassion and clemency, he did not specifically mention as to who among the two will be hanged, so that the person concerned may be spared from becoming obsessed by the very thought of it right from that time. Instead of that, he made a general statement saying that one of them will be released and the other will be crucified. At the end, he told them that the interpretation of their dreams given by him was not arrived at by conjecture. It was divine decree which cannot be averted. Commentators who have called the dreams described by these people as false and may doubt, they have also said, when Satan and Yusuf interpreted their dreams, they came up with the remark that they had just not seen in any dream. They had simply made it up. Thereupon Satan and Yusuf said, "Destined is the matter you are asking about." In other words, it would mean, whether you saw this dream or did not, now the event will come to be as described, the purpose of which is that this is the punishment of the sin of making up a false dream committed by you, a punishment which has been identified in the interpretation of the dream.
And he said to the one whom he knew would go free, "Mention me before your master." But Satan made him forget the mention to his master. And Joseph remained in prison several years.
After that, to the person about whom Ibn Yusuf had gathered from the interpretation of his dream that he would be released, he said, "When you are released from the prison, mention me before your master as the innocent person who is still languishing in the prison." But once released, this person forgot about this message of Ibn Yusuf, as a result of which his freedom was further delayed and he had to stay in prison for a few more years. The word used in the Qur'an is bidasinin, a few years. This word holds good for a figure between 3 to 9. Some commentators have said that he had to live in the prison for a period of 7 more years.
And subsequently the king said, "Indeed, I have seen in a dream 7 fat cows being eaten by 7 that were lean, and 7 green spikes of grain and others that were dry. O eminent ones, explain to me my vision, if you should interpret visions."
See Surah Yusuf, Ayah 42 for the Tafsir.
They said, "It is but a mixture of false dreams, and we are not learned in the interpretation of dreams."
Commentary. After that, say the verses cited above, Allah Ta'ala created through the workings of what is unseen, gave a particular way out for the release of Ibn Yusuf. This made the king of Egypt see a dream which caused him great anxiety. He assembled the known dream interpreters and soothsayers of his state and asked them to interpret his dream. None of them could understand the dream. The answer they all gave was, "It seems to be a mishmash of dreams, and we do not know the interpretation of dreams." The word adkaf is the plural form of thigh, which literally refers to a bundle of chaff or husk separated from grain while threshing, and is a collection of different kinds of waste material. The sense of their saying was that this dream was somewhat muddled, confused, and an admixture of many thoughts and things, and they did not know how to interpret such dreams. Had it been a regular dream, they would have had interpreted it.
But the one who was freed and remembered after a time said, "I will inform you of its interpretation, so send me forth."
While watching the proceedings of this event, that released prisoner recollected the message given by Ibn Yusuf, though after the passage of a long time in between. He stepped forward and said that he may be able to tell him the interpretation of this dream. At that time, by mentioning the spiritual excellence of Ibn Yusuf, his expertise in dream interpretation, and his detention in the prison despite his innocence, he submitted that he be allowed to meet him in the prison. The king arranged that for him. He came to Sayyidina. To describe this entire episode, the Holy Qur'an has used only one word, fa'arsal yuni. It means, "just send me to Yusuf." Things like the introduction of Ibn Yusuf, the official permission to see him, and then the final arrival in the prison are parts of the event which can be understood contextually. Therefore, they were not described specifically. Instead, the story was initiated as follows.
He said, "Joseph, O man of truth, explain to us about 7 fat cows eaten by 7 that were lean, and 7 green spikes of grain and others that were dry, that I might return to the people. Perhaps they will know about you."
This begins with the address Yusuf, O the truthful one. In verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 46, it means that this person reached the prison and described his intent in a manner that he first confessed to the truthfulness of Ibn Yusuf in word and deed, and then requested him to give an interpretation of a dream. The dream, he related, was, the king has seen that 7 fat cows are being eaten by 7 lean ones, and he has seen that there are 7 years of grain which are green and 7 others which are dry. After having related the dream, this person said, so that I may go back to the people, that they may know it means, if you tell me the interpretation, it is possible that when I go back to the people and report the interpretation to them, it is likely that in this way they get to know your excellence and expertise. According to Tafsir Majari, the format of events present in the world of autonomous images is what one sees in dreams. In that world, these images have particular meanings. The edifice of the art of interpreting dreams solely depends on knowing what a particular autonomous image in that world means. Allah Ta'ala had blessed Sayyidina Yusuf with perfection in this art. As soon as he heard the dream related, he knew that 7 fat cows and 7 green ears denote 7 years during which crops will grow well as usual, because animal-driven plowing to level land and grow grain has a distinct role in it. Similarly, 7 lean cows and 7 dry ears of grain mean that after the first 7 years, there will be 7 years of severe famine. As for the 7 lean cows eating the 7 fat ones, it means that the grain stored during the first 7 years will all be eaten up during those years of famine remaining. There will be some grain needed for sowing.
Joseph said, you will plant for 7 years consecutively, and what you harvest leave in its spikes, except a little from which you will eat.
Obviously, the dream of the king had told him only about 7 years of good crops followed by 7 years of famine. But Sayyidina Yusuf also added to it that, following the year of drought, there will be a year of good rains and crops. Sayyidina Yusuf came to know about it either because the total number of years of famine were no more than 7, whereby, as the customary practice of Allah would have it, the 8th year would be that of rains and crops. According to early commentator Qatada, Allah Ta'ala had Sayyidina Yusuf know about it through a revelation, so that the amount of information they received could be over and above that which was to be interpreted through the dream, so that the spiritual excellence of Sayyidina Yusuf is further enhanced to become the cause of his being released. Then another factor was added to this. Sayyidina Yusuf did not consider it sufficient to limit himself to the technical interpretation of the dream only. The fact was that he also gave them a good counsel based on wisdom and fellow feeling. He advised them to keep the extra produce yielded during the first 7 years within the ears of the crop of wheat, so that it may not be affected by bacteria when old. It is borne by experience that grain while in ears is not affected by bacteria.
Then will come after that 7 difficult years which will consume what you saved for them, except a little from which you will store.
Said in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 48 was, then there shall come, after that, 7 hard years which shall eat up what you have stored for them, since, seen in the dream was that 7 lean cows ate up the 7 fat ones. Therefore, while giving his interpretation of the dream, he considered it appropriate to say that the years of the famine will eat up what they had stored over the past years. Though in years no eatable, the sense is that the people and animals will eat up during the time of famine whatever grain was stored up during past years. The context of the story shows that this person, after having found out the interpretation of the dream, returned to the king and told him about it. He was pleased with it and convinced of the intellectual and spiritual excellence of Sayyidina Yusuf. But the Holy Qur'an has not considered it necessary to mention all these things because they are self-explanatory. What transpired later was described by saying,
Then will come after that a year in which the people will be given rain and in which they will press olives and grapes.
See Surah Yusuf, Ayah 48 for the tafsir.
And the king said, Bring him to me. But when the messenger came to him, Joseph said, Return to your master and ask him what is the case of the women who cut their hands. Indeed, my Lord is knowing of their plan.
And the king said, Bring him to me. It means that the king gave the order that Sayyidina Yusuf be taken out of the prison and be produced before him in his court. So some emissary of the king arrived at the prison with the message of the king. Obviously, this was an occasion which should have been welcomed by Sayyidina Yusuf. He had been in the prison for a long time, restricted and helpless. He wished to be released. When the message of the king arrived at the prison that he was wanted by the king, he should have welcomed it and got himself ready to go. But Allah Ta'ala bestows upon his messengers a very high moral station which other people just cannot comprehend. The answer he gave to the emissary of the king was, Go back to your Lord and ask him, What about the women who cut their hands? Surely my Lord knows their guile well. Here, by asking this question, the objective is to find out if he is still held in doubt about what had happened then, and if he is still taken to be at some fault in that matter. Also noteworthy at this stage is that Sayyidina Yusuf is, In the present context, talking about the women who had cut their hands, he has not mentioned the wife of the Aziz, who was the main cause of what had happened. In this conduct of his, there was consideration for the right of his master's house where he lived and where he was brought up, something elementally respected by a person of natural gentleness in him. Qutubah then, not any less important was his real purpose, the need to be exonerated from blame conclusively. If proof was needed, it could have come from those women as well, and it would have not brought much of a disgrace on them. Had they confessed to what was the truth, they would have been, at the most, charged for having given false advice only. This would have been contrary to the case of the wife of the Aziz, for, if she was made a target of the investigations, it would have proved far more disgraceful for her. And along with this, Sayyidina Yusuf said, "Surely, my Lord knows their guile well." He said this so that the king too will get to know the truth of the matter, which is a delicate approach to register his innocence in it. On this occasion, reported in the Sahih of al-Bukhari and the Jami of Tirmidhi, following a narration of Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, there is a hadith of the Holy Prophet in which he said, "If I had been in a prison for so long as Yusuf had been, and had I then been summoned for release, I would have accepted it immediately." And in a report from Imam al-Tabari, the words are, "The patience, forbearance, and many other noble traits of his character are astonishing." When he was asked to give an interpretation of the dream of the king while still being in prison, had I been in his place, I would have, before giving the interpretation, placed a condition that I should be taken out of the prison before I could give an interpretation of that dream. Again, when the emissary of the king brought in the message of his release, had I been in his place, I would have immediately started walking towards the gate of the prison. Qutubah, it should be noted that the purpose in this hadith is to praise the patience, forbearance, and the many noble traits of the character of Sayyidina Yusuf. But by comparing the response of Sayyidina Yusuf in the present situation, which he supposedly attributed to himself, he seems to be saying that had he been there in his place, he would have not elected to delay his release. If this is taken to mean that the Holy Prophet is calling the conduct of Sayyidina Yusuf better, and in the case of his own august person, he is saying that had he been in his place, he would have not been able to match that preferred conduct, rather, would have settled for the less preferred, it is obviously not upheld the station of the one who is called the foremost among prophets, may peace be upon them all. To answer that, it may be said that he is, no doubt, the foremost among prophets, but the precedence of some other prophet in a certain part of his conduct would not be considered contrary to it. In addition to that, as said in Tafsir al-Qur'an, it is also possible that the modus operandi employed by Sayyidina Yusuf is an outstanding proof of his patience, forbearance, and noble traits of character, and is highly commendable at its place. But the pragmatic method of doing things which the Holy Prophet attributed to himself was particularly appropriate to and better for educating his community and offering to its teeming masses the best course of action likely to bring nothing but good to them. The reason in the present setting is that the temperament of kings changes. Placing trust in them is not a wise thing to do. On an occasion such as this, putting conditions or delaying the process is not the appropriate thing to do for common people. The probability remains that the king may change his opinion and one is left to rot in that prison, as it had long been the practice. As for Sayyidina Yusuf, he is a prophet of Allah. As such, he could have been given to understand by Allah Ta'ala that the delay he would cause would not go against his interest in any way. But others do not enjoy a degree of closeness to Allah. The Holy Prophet was mercy for all the worlds. In his temperament and taste, he had an elemental rapport with the entire creation of Allah. He always preferred to make things easier and better for the great masses of people. To him this was more important. Therefore, he said, if he had the opportunity, he would have not delayed. Allah knows best.
Said the king to the women, "What was your condition when you sought to seduce Joseph?" They said, "Perfect is Allah, we know about him no evil." The wife of Al-Aziz said, "Now the truth has become evident. It was I who sought to seduce him, and indeed he is of the truthful."
Commentary. When the royal emissary delivered to Sayyidina Yusuf the order of his release and invited him to see the king, he asked him to first have his case investigated through the women who had cut their hands. His approach was based on many wise considerations. Allah Ta'ala bestows on his prophets a perfect faith. He also gives them matching intelligence and insight into matters and conditions they have to face. From the tenor of the royal message, Sayyidina Yusuf had deduced that the king of Egypt was going to confer some honor on him after his release from the prison. At that time, Wisdom demanded that the reality of the misconduct for which he was blamed, and because of which he was confined into the prison, must become fully clear before everyone concerned, and no one remains in doubt about his innocence. If this was not done, the outcome would be that people would stop talking for a while because of the royal honor bestowed on him, but these doubts would keep ticking in their hearts, making them think that he was the person who had violated the honor of his master. That such conditions could emerge in royal courts, and the king becomes influenced by such popular thoughts, is not a possibility too far out. Therefore, he considered it necessary that this matter should be straightened out and cleaned up before his release. A gist of this appears in verse, that is, the king called for the women who had cut their hands and asked them, "What was your case, O women, when you seduced Yusuf?" This question of the king tells us that he, on his part, had become certain that the party at fault was not Sayyidina Yusuf. He took those women to be at fault, therefore he said, "When you seduced Yusuf." After that, the answer given by the women appears as follows. They said, "God forbid, we know of no evil in him." The governor's wife, also present there, said, "Now the truth has come to light. I did seduce him, and he is of the truthful." Sayyidina Yusuf had not named the wife of the governor, as is of Misr, as part of the investigations. But that is how things happen when Allah Jalla Thana decides to honor someone. People would rise and speak up, come forward and tell the truth, without let or hindrance or demur. So it was on this occasion. The wife of the governor found the courage. She herself proclaimed the truth. Up to this point, in what you have heard about Sayyidina Yusuf, there is good guidance for our lives and solutions of many problems as well. 8 of such rulings have appeared under our comments on verses Surah Yusuf, ayah 36 to 42. An additional 6 which come out from the present verses are being given below. Rulings. Allah Ta'ala himself manages things for his favored servants by releasing unseen arrangements which help them achieve their objectives, for he does not like them to become indebted to anyone else created by him. This was the reason why the message of Sayyidina Yusuf, given to the prisoner to be released, in which he was asked to mention him to the king, was made to be forgotten. Later, in its place, a very special arrangement was made through the workings of the unseen, which was designed to serve two objectives at the same time: that Sayyidina Yusuf would not become indebted to anyone's favor to start with, and that the main purpose of his release from the prison would stand achieved with full honor and dignity waiting for him. To set this unseen plan in motion, the king of Egypt was made to see a disturbing dream, the interpretation of which proved to be beyond the abilities of the experts he had at his court. So, driven by need, recourse had to be made to Sayyidina Yusuf. Ibn Kathir, prophetic conduct is a mirror of high morals. Consider the behavior of the prisoner who was released. Sayyidina Yusuf had simply asked him to mention his name to the king, but he was unable to do even this much for him. As a result of his neglect, he had to spend 7 more years in the prison. Now the same prisoner returns to him after 7 years, carrying a job of his own, that of finding out the interpretation of the same king's dream, the king to whom he had been asked to mention Sayyidina Yusuf's name, and which he did not. In a situation like that, it was natural that he should have admonished him, even become angry at him for not having done something so insignificant. But Sayyidina Yusuf acted in accord with his prophetic morals when he, not to say much about an admonition, did not even mention the episode itself. Ibn Kathir, Qutubai, Anbiya and Ulama have a dual duty. They should naturally be concerned about the attitude of people towards the hereafter. They have to help them out with good counsel in this crucial matter by shielding them from deeds which will become their punishment in the hereafter. Then, along with it, they should also keep a constant watch on the economic condition of Muslims so that they do not suffer, as was done by Sayyidina Yusuf. On this occasion, he did not consider it sufficient to simply give the interpretation of the dream. Instead, he gave wise and well-meaning advice as well. He suggested to them that they should leave the entire wheat crop in the ears, only taking out what was needed so that the grain so stored would not go bad in later years. An alim whose guidance is relied upon by Muslims should also watch out that he is not suspected by people, even though such a suspicion be totally unfounded. Efforts should be made to stay safe from this too, because suspicion, whether from ignorance or misunderstanding, does interfere with the work of dawah and teaching they carry out, and goes on to lighten the effect of what is said. Qutubai, the Holy Prophet, has said, "Stay away even from places and occasions of blame." It means that one should try to stay away from places and occasions where and when someone gets an opportunity to put a blame on the next person. This rule applies to Muslims generally. Those who are prominent among them, the ulama particularly, they have to observe twice as much precaution. The example of the Holy Prophet is before us. He was divinely protected from all defects and sins. He too made a point to observe this precaution. Once, when one of his blessed wives was passing by a small side street of Medina with him, some companion appeared before them. While he was still some distance away from them, the Holy Prophet told him that such and such wife of his was with him. He did this so that the onlooker does not fall into some doubt that the lady going there was a stranger. In the present situation, Sayyidina Yusuf, despite orders for his release and the invitation to see the king, tried well before his release that any doubts people may have should be removed. If someone is obligated to a person because of his rights on him, and is, as such, deserving of respect, then, should there come a situation in which, under inevitable circumstances, some sort of action has to be taken against that person, in that case too, giving due consideration to the right and respect of that person to the best of one's ability is the duty of a thorough gentleman. This is as it was done by Sayyidina Yusuf to secure his absolvement from the blame. It will be recalled that while referring his matter for investigations, he had not named either the Aziz of Misr or his wife. He had simply mentioned the women who had cut their hands. Why? Because he could still achieve his objective. Here are the highest and noblest traits of character. We can see that Sayyidina Yusuf had suffered the loss of his freedom for 7 or 12 years in the prison, but when he was released, the taking of revenge was a far cry. He did not even bear by the idea that someone would be put to the least inconvenience on his account as particularly taken into consideration in the verse, so that he may know that I did not betray him in his absence.
That is so Al-Aziz will know that I did not betray him in his absence, and that Allah does not guide the plan of betrayers.
In the second of the 2 verses cited above, Sayyidina Yusuf has himself pointed out 2 considerations implied in the way he acted and in the option of delaying his release. The first consideration was, it means, I delayed my release so that the Aziz of Misr comes to know for sure that I did not betray him in any way during his absence. He was so concerned about making the Aziz of Misr become assured of his innocence because he thought it would be terrible if the Aziz of Misr continues to harbor doubts in his heart against him and suffer more from them, when unable to say much after the royal honor has been conferred on him. If so, he would be displeased with the honor given to him, and far more painful would be the silence he would have to maintain. Since he had been his master when he lived with him, his pain was too much to bear for Sayyidina Yusuf, intrinsically gentle as he was. Then it was equally obvious that once the Aziz of Misr came to believe in his innocence, people will stop talking by themselves. The second consideration he mentions is, that is, he asked for investigations to be made in order that people may know that Allah does not lead the guile of betrayers to success. This statement could be taken to mean that an investigation would expose the betrayal of the betrayers, and people would stand warned that betrayers are finally disgraced, leaving a lesson for others to stay away from doing things like that in the future. Also possible here is another meaning, that is, had Sayyidina Saf received the royal honors in the same climate of doubt, it may have occurred to all watchers that it was not impossible to betray and be honored at the same time. This would have distorted their faith and fidelity, and would have driven away the distaste for betrayal from their hearts. However, it was because of these 2 considerations that Sayyidina Yusuf did not favor his leaving the prison immediately after having received the message of his release. In fact, there was a touch of royal elegance in his manner when he demanded that his case be investigated first.
And I do not acquit myself. Indeed, the soul is a persistent enjoiner of evil, except those upon which my Lord has mercy. Indeed, my Lord is forgiving and merciful.
Commentary. Claiming purity for one's own self is not proper except under special conditions. Stated in the previous verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 52 was the statement of Sayyidina Yusuf that he did not favor his release from the prison before he has been exonerated through a full investigation of the blame imputed to him, so that the governor and the king of Egypt can arrive at full certainty that he was not guilty of any betrayal, and that the blame was totally unfounded. In this statement, the reference to his freedom from blame and his purity of conduct was being made as based on an inevitable necessity which outwardly gave the impression of a pronouncement of personal integrity and purity, and that was something not welcome in the sight of Allah Ta'ala, as is proved from the words of the Holy Qur'an, where it is said, "Have you not seen those who claim sanctity for themselves?" In fact, Allah sanctifies whomsoever He wills. Surah An-Nisa, Ayah 49. Again, in Surah An-Najm, it was said, "Do not claim sanctity for yourselves. He knows best who it is that guards against evil." Surah An-Najm, Ayah 32. It was for this reason that Sayyidina Yusuf has, in the present verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 53, not allowed his plea of innocence in this matter to remain unqualified. As evident, he is stressed upon the reality that by saying what he is saying, he has no intention to claim any piety or purity for himself. The truth of the matter is that human self, by nature, keeps pulling everyone to what is bad except those who are blessed with mercy from the Lord, who would make them immunely pure against the evil instigations of their self. They are the blessed prophets. The Quran calls such immunized selves the self with soul at peace. Al-Fair, Surah Al-Fajr, Ayah 27. Thus, the substance of what Sayyidina Yusuf said was, in a trial of such magnitude, my remaining safe from sin was no personal achievement of mine. In fact, this was a result of the mercy and help of Allah Ta'ala alone. Had He not removed evil desires from my heart, I would have become like the rest of human beings who would be prone to surrender before their desires. According to some narrations, Sayyidina Yusuf said this sentence because a kind of thought did, after all, emerge in his heart, though limited to a non-voluntary scruple, but was an unwelcome slip anyway, considering the elegant station of prophethood with which he was blessed. Therefore, he expressly confessed that he did not totally absolve his inner self from blame. The three states of human self. In this verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 53, a problem which needs to be considered is that it declares every human self is often inciting to evil. Amar Radam bis, Su. This is as it appears in a hadith in which the Holy Prophet has been reported to have asked the Sahaba, may Allah be pleased with him, what do you think about a companion who, if you treat him nicely, feed him, clothe him, still he would throw you in all sorts of troubles, and if you insult him, and keep him hungry and naked, he would do what is good for you. The Sahaba, may Allah be pleased with him, said, Ya Rasul Allah, there just cannot be a companion worse than him in this whole world. He said, by him in whose hands rests my life, yourself inside you is such a companion. Qutubai, and it appears in another hadith, your greatest enemy is your own self, which not only disgraces you by getting you involved in evil deeds, but also makes you run into all sorts of troubles. However, the cited verse hadith narrations given above tell us that human self does usually demand the doing of what is bad from us. But in Surah Al-Qiyamah, this very human self has been given the honor of being called by the sobriquet Lawama, reproaching, placing it at a level that the Lord of all honor has sworn by it. I do swear by the day of judgment, and I do swear by the reproaching self. Surah Al-Qiyamah, Ayah 1-2. Then in Surah Al-Fajr, I calling this very human self Mutmainah, at peace. Glad tidings of Jannah have been given, self at peace, come back to your Lord. Surah Al-Fajr, Ayah 27-28. Thus the human self has been called as inciting to evil at one place, as reproaching at another, and as being at peace at yet another. To explain, it can be said that the human self when on its own does incite to evil deeds and is called Amara. But when one does not follow its dictates because of the fear of Allah and the hereafter, his or herself becomes Lawama, that is, hates evil deeds, repents from them, and seeks forgiveness, as is true in the case of the righteous people of the Muslim Ummah at large. And when someone keeps striving hard against his or herself, and brings it to a state where the very urge to turn to evil deeds does not remain there any more than that self becomes what is called Mutmainah, the self at peace, righteous people can arrive at this state through spiritual strivings. Still, there is no certainty that this state will continue forever. But the prophets of Allah, may peace be upon them all, are divinely blessed with such self at peace without any previous striving, and it always remains constant at that state. Thus, it is in terms of three states of human self that three kinds of acts have been attributed to it. At the end of the verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 53, it was said, certainly, my Lord is the most forgiving, very merciful, which has a hint in the word Ghafir, most forgiving. When the self that incites to evil deeds, Amara, is ashamed of its doings, repents, corrects, and becomes the reproaching self, Lawama, then certainly great is the forgiveness of Allah, He will forgive. The word Rahim, very merciful, indicates that a person who is blessed with a self at peace. Mutmainah, that too is nothing but a result of the mercy of Allah.
And the king said, bring him to me, I will appoint him exclusively for myself. And when he spoke to him, he said, indeed, you are today established in position and trusted.
In the next verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 54, which begins with the words, bring him to me, it has been said, when the king of Egypt investigated about the event, as requested by Sayyidina Yusuf, Zuleika, and all other women concerned with it confessed to the truth. The king, then, ordered that Sayyidina Yusuf be brought to him so that he can appoint him as his personal advisor. According to the royal order, Sayyidina Yusuf was brought with full honors from the prison to the royal court. When he got an idea of his full potential by talking to him, the king said, "Today you are with us firmly accommodated and trusted." Imam al-Baghawi reports, when the emissary of the king arrived again at the prison to convey the invitation of the king to Sayyidina Yusuf, he prayed for all inmates of the prison, took a ritual bath, and donned a new dress. When he arrived at the royal court, the dua he made was, "For me sufficient is my Lord against my world, and for me sufficient is my Lord against the whole creation. Mighty is he who comes under his protection, and most sublime is his praise, and there is no deity worthy of worship other than him." When he reached inside the court, he turned to Allah again, prayed again in the same spirit, and greeted the court in Arabic, saying, "Peace on you and the mercy of Allah." For the king, the prayer he made was in Hebrew. The king, though he knew many languages, was not aware of Arabic and Hebrew. It was Sayyidina Yusuf who told him that the salam was in Arabic and the dua in Hebrew. It also appears in a narration that the king talked to Sayyidina Yusuf in many different languages, and Sayyidina Yusuf replied to him in the language spoken by him, adding Arabic and Hebrew as two additional languages which the king did not know. This episode greatly increased respect for Sayyidina Yusuf in the heart of the king. After that, the king wished to hear him give the interpretation of his dream directly before him. In response, Sayyidina Yusuf first described before him particular details of his dream which he himself had not told anyone about, and then told him the interpretation as he had wished. The king was astonished, though it was not so much about the interpretation given. What made him really wonder was how could he find out all those details. After that, the king sought his counsel on what should he do next. The advice given by Sayyidina Yusuf was, during the first 7 years of expected heavy rains, you should have arrangements made so that cultivation and crops yield their highest. This could be done by giving incentives to people to make sure that their maximum land areas come under cultivation and crops turn out plentiful, and let them keep storing 1/5 of their total produce with them. Thus, the people of Egypt would have stored with them enough for the 7 years of famine, and you would not have to worry on their account. Keep whatever supply of grains comes to the government through fixed taxes or state land stored for those coming from outside the country, because this famine will be widespread. People living in adjoining countries would need your help. At that time, you may come to the help of many a deprived people around you by giving it to them. Even if you were to put an ordinary price on it, you can be sure of collecting in the government treasury the amount of wealth that had never been there. The king was immensely pleased with this advice, but did wonder how would such a stupendous plan be managed, and who would do that.
Joseph said, "Appoint me over the storehouses of the land. Indeed, I will be a knowing guardian."
Thereupon, Sayyidina Yusuf said, "That is, appoint me to the treasures of the land, which includes the produce of the land, for I am indeed a knowledgeable keeper, fully capable of conserving and guarding it, and aware of where to spend and how much to spend." Quoted to by Mashari. In the two words appearing here, Hafiz and Elam, Sayyidina Yusuf has combined together all functional virtues a genuine finance minister should have. To make it simple, it can be said that the chief trustee and manager of the national treasury needs to do two things. He should not allow government property to be wasted, in fact, should collect, conserve, and protect it fully. Then he should see to it that it is not spent on non-deserving people or on false heads of expenditure. Then he should not fall short in spending what has to be spent and where it has to be spent, and at the same time, he should not spend more than the quantum of the need. Thus the word Hafiz, keeper, is the full guarantee of the first need, and the word Alim, knowledgeable, that of the second. Though the king of Egypt was personally attached to Sayyidina Yusuf because of his many excellences, honesty, and wisdom, but he did not actually hand over the office of the finance ministry to him. However, he did make him stay with him as his honored guest for a year. After the passage of 1 year, not only that he appointed him to be the finance minister, but also entrusted to him the management of the rest of his state affairs. Perhaps he thought that giving such major office to him without first getting acquainted with his manners, morals, and habits by keeping him close to him at his house was not appropriate. Some commentators have written, when Kitfir, Potiphar, the husband of Zuleika, died during this period, the king of Egypt arranged her marriage with Sayyidina Yusuf. Then he said to her, "Is it not better than what you had wished?" Zuleika confessed to her being at fault, giving her excuse for having done what she did. Allah Jalla granted them a life full of honor and comfort. According to historical narrations, they were also blessed with 2 sons, named Ephraim and Manasseh. According to some narrations, after the marriage, Allah Ta'ala had put in the heart of Sayyidina Yusuf more love for Zuleika than she ever had for him. So much so that there came a time when Sayyidina Yusuf complained to her, "Why is it that you do not love me as much as you did before?" Zuleika told him, "Through you, I am now blessed with the love of Allah Ta'ala." With this in view, other relationships and thoughts seem to have dimmed out. This episode has been described, along with some other details, in Tafsir al-Maarif-ul-Qur'an and Mashari. Many teachings and guidelines which appear as part of the story of Sayyidina Yusuf and are good for all human beings have been talked about earlier. Some others are being mentioned as follows: rulings and guidelines. In the saying of Sayyidina Yusuf, "And I do not absolve my inner self of blame," Surah Yusuf, Ayah 53, there is good guidance for the servants of Allah who fear Him and are righteous, pious and abstaining. They should realize that they should not, when they have the tawfiq of meaning safe from some sin, wax proud about it, never taking those involved with sins as low and inferior. Instead of that, they should ponder over the saying of Sayyidina Yusuf, let it go into their heart, and become its fixed response, that is, this is no personal achievement of ours. It is only Allah Ta'ala whose grace stopped our inner self, which incites to evil, overcome us. Otherwise, the self of man would often pull him towards deeds which are evil. Seeking a government office is not permissible except under particular conditions. From appoint me to supervise the treasures of the land, Surah Yusuf, Ayah 54, we learn that the seeking of an office or position with the government is permissible under particular conditions, as was done by Sayyidina Yusuf when he sought to be appointed to supervise and manage the treasures of the land. But in the light of details regarding this matter, when it is known about a particular office that no one else would be able to manage it well, and one's honest self-assessment indicates that he will be able to discharge the responsibilities of the office well enough, and that there is in it no danger of getting involved in some sin, then this would be a situation in which taking the initial step of seeking the office is also permissible, subject to the condition that the reason for doing this should not be the love of recognition, power and wealth. Instead, the main purpose behind this should be to serve Allah's creation genuinely and to carry to them their rights with justice and equity, as it was with Sayyidina Yusuf, whose sole purpose was no other but this. But wherever such a situation does not prevail, the Holy Prophet has prohibited the seeking of any government office on one's own, and he did not give an office to anyone who himself made a request for it. It appears in a hadith of Sahih Muslim that the Holy Prophet said to Sayyidina Abdurrahman ibn Samura, may Allah be pleased with him, never seek an office of authority or responsibility, because even if you get it by asking for it, the support of Allah Ta'ala, through which you could stay safe from slips and errors, will not be there. And if you get an office without the asking and seeking, help and support of Allah Ta'ala will be there, because of which you will be able to fulfill the rights of that office as due. Similarly, according to another hadith of Sahih Muslim, someone requested the Holy Prophet that he be appointed to a certain office. To him, he said, we would not give our office to a person who asks for it. The seeking of office by Sayyidina Yusuf was based on a wise and benign consideration. But the case of Sayyidina Yusuf is different. He knew that the king of Egypt is a disbeliever. So is his staff. The country was going to be hit by a famine. At that time, selfish people would have no mercy for the creation of Allah, and millions would die of hunger. There was no one around who could be relied upon to do justice with the rights of common people. Therefore, he himself made a request for that office of responsibility, though he had to support his request by pointing out to some areas of his expertise, as a matter of necessity, of course, so that the king becomes satisfied and entrusts the office with him. Even today, if someone feels that there is an office of government for which there is no one available, especially someone who would discharge the responsibilities of that office as due, and his honest self-assessment assures that he would be able to discharge the responsibilities of that office as due, then it is permissible for him, in fact, it is obligatory, wajib, on him to seek that office. But this will not be to satisfy his own desire for recognition, power, or wealth. Instead, it has to be for the purpose of serving people, a mission which relates to the intention and plan in the heart, something which is all too open before Allah Ta'ala. Qutubai, that the rightly guided Khilafah, may Allah be pleased with them all, assumed the responsibilities of the office of Khilafah was because they knew that no one else would be able to discharge that responsibility at that time as due. The difference is attributed to Sayyidina Ali, Sayyidina Muawiyah, Sayyidina Husayn, Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Zubair, may Allah be pleased with him, and others were all based on that conviction. Every one of them thought that he would be the one to discharge the responsibilities of Khilafat at that time with more wisdom and strength and better than others. None of them was motivated to seek recognition, power, or wealth as his principal aim. Is it permissible to accept an office of a Kafir government? Sayyidina Yusuf accepted to serve under the king of Egypt, though he was a disbeliever. This tells us that accepting an office of government headed by a disbelieving or sinning ruler is permissible under particular conditions. But Imam al-Jassas, while commenting on the verse, "Never shall I be a help to those who sin," Surah Al-Qasas, Ayah 17, has written, in the light of this verse, it is not permissible to help the unjust and the disbelieving. And it is obvious that accepting an office in the government amounts to becoming a part of their function and providing help to them. Such help has been declared as haram, forbidden, in many verses of the Holy Qur'an. As for the position of Sayyidina Yusuf in this matter, not only that he accepted the office, in fact, asked for it. According to the respected Tafsir authority, Mujahid, the reason for this was that the king of Egypt had become a believer, a Muslim, at that time. Since there is no proof in the Quran and Sunnah which could support this proposition, the majority of commentators have given another reason for his action. According to them, Sayyidina Yusuf had already found out about the king of Egypt that he would not interfere in the performance of his duties. He will not compel him to enforce laws contrary to his faith. He will give him full rights to act in accordance with his discretion and in line with the law of truth. With such rights and powers in hand, when one is not compelled to obey a law counter to his Sharia, it is possible that one may serve under someone unjust and disbelieving, though the repugnance of having to help and cooperate with that unjust and disbelieving person remains where it initially was. But there are circumstances in which it is not possible to remove such a person from the office of power held by him. Then, on the other hand, if there be a strong apprehension that by not accepting the office under that person, rights of many servants of Allah will be wasted, or that they may be oppressed, then this would be a situation of compulsion, and there is this much room for cooperation in the matter. This stands proved from the conduct of Sayyidina Yusuf, which is covered by the provision that one would not have to commit something which goes against the Sharia one believes in, because this will not be helping him in his sin, though it may do so as a remote cause. But as for the remote causes of help, there is room in the Sharia under given conditions. Details have been described by Muslim jurists. Many righteous elders among the Sahaba and Tabi'in have faced such conditions, and it stands proved that they, under such conditions, have accepted to work on offices given by oppressive rulers. Put to by Majari, Allama al-Mawardi, in his book about the political implications of religious law, has said, some commentators, on the basis of what Sayyidina Yusuf did in this matter, have ruled the accepting of office with rulers who do not believe and are unjust as permissible, subject to the condition that one does not have to do anything against the Sharia. Other commentators have ruled that it is not permissible even with this condition attached, because this too supports and promotes people who are unjust and oppressive. They give many interpretations of what Sayyidina Yusuf did. The substance is that this conduct of Sayyidina Yusuf was particular to his person, or to his Sharia. Now, it is not permissible for others. However, the majority of Muslim scholars and jurists have gone by the first proposition and ruled it as permissible. Quote to by, according to Tafsir al-Bar al-Muhit, when it is known that, should the learned and the righteous refuse to accept such office, rights of people will be wasted, and justice will not be done, then accepting such office is permissible. In fact, it is an act of the will subject to the condition that, while working on it, one is not compelled to do things which are against the Sharia. A functional statement of some personal ability is not included under self-sanctification prohibited by the Holy Qur'an. The saying of Sayyidina Yusuf, "I am a knowledgeable keeper," proves that mentioning some personal qualities, expertise, or ability when there is a need to do that is not included under self-sanctification, which has been prohibited in the Holy Qur'an, of course, subject to the condition that such mentioning is not prompted by pride, arrogance, or boastfulness.
And thus we established Joseph in the land to settle therein wherever he willed. We touch with our mercy whom we will, and we do not allow to be lost the reward of those who do good.
The objective of Sayyidina Yusuf was to establish the din of Allah. Said in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 55 was, and thus we gave Yusuf power in the land. He could settle there wherever he wished. We extend our mercy to whomsoever we will, and we do not waste the reward of those who are good in deeds. For details, it can be said that, after an experimental period of 1 year, the king of Egypt arranged a special celebration in his court to which he invited all officials and dignitaries of the state. Sayyidina Yusuf was brought into the gathering with a crown on his head. Sayyidina Yusuf was given not simply the charge of the state treasury, but the charge of virtually the whole state. Having done this, the king himself retired from active involvement with the affairs of the state. Qutubite Majari and others, Sayyidina Yusuf managed the affairs of the state with such ability that no one had any reason to complain. The whole country loved him. Peace and prosperity prevailed all over. Even Sayyidina Yusuf himself faced no problems or pains in executing the many responsibilities of the government. Tafsir authority, Mujahid, has said, since Sayyidina Yusuf, under the surface grandeur of his rule over the country, aimed at nothing but that the command of Allah Ta'ala be carried out there and that the faith given by him becomes firmly established. Therefore, he never lost sight of his basic objective, that is, inviting the king of Egypt to faith and Islam. As time passed, his efforts bore fruits by the grace of Allah, and the king of Egypt too became a believing Muslim.
And the reward of the hereafter is better for those who believed and were fearing Allah.
Shunsin, have faith, keep fearing Allah. The reward of the hereafter is yours too. At the end, verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 57 declares, and the reward of the hereafter is surely better for those who keep fearing Allah. It means that Allah had already blessed Sayyidina Yusuf with temporal power, wealth, and an ideal state waiting for him with the high ranks of the hereafter as well. Then, it has also been made clear that the rewards and ranks of the present world and the world to come were not restricted to Sayyidina Yusuf. This was an open invitation to everyone who elects to believe, abstain from evil, and keep fearing Allah. During his tenure of rule, Sayyidina Yusuf had accomplished great projects designed to bring peace and comfort to the masses of his people. Their parallel would be hard to find. When, according to his interpretation of the dream, 7 years of prosperity passed by and the famine set in, Sayyidina Yusuf abandoned eating to his fill. People said, "You have the treasures of the land of Egypt in your possession, yet you go hungry." He said, "I do this so that the feeling for the hunger of my common people does not disappear from my heart." He even took an administrative step in this matter. The royal cooks were ordered to prepare only one meal a day, at lunchtime, so that the residents of the royal palace too could somehow share in the mass hunger of their people.
And the brothers of Joseph came seeking food, and they entered upon him, and he recognized them, but he was to them unknown.
Commentary. Mentioned in the previous verses was how Sayyidina Yusuf was blessed by Allah Ta'ala with full control over the country of Egypt. Described in the verses cited above is the coming of the brother of Sayyidina Yusuf to procure food grains. As a corollary, it was also mentioned that the brothers who came to Egypt were 10 in number. The younger brother, the real brother of Sayyidina Yusuf, was not with them on this trip. The details of the story in between were not given by the Quran since they can be understood contextually. The details described by Ibn Kathir with reference to tafsir authorities, Sadi, Muhammad ibn Ishaq and others, even if borrowed from historical and Israelite reports, may be acceptable in a certain measure since indicators in this direction were available in the sequential arrangement of the Quran itself. The authorities cited above have said that following the ministerial authority of Egypt having come into the hands of Sayyidina Yusuf, the first 7 years were, true to the interpretation of the dream, years of great prosperity and well-being for the entire country. Crops were abundant and matching were the efforts to produce and conserve. After that, the second part of this very dream unfolded itself. Came the famine, which continued for full 7 years. Since, at that time, Sayyidina Yusuf knew in advance that this famine will continue for 7 years without any break. Therefore, he made arrangements to have the stock of grains present in the country stored very carefully during the initial year of the famine and saw to it that it remained preserved and protected fully and satisfactorily. As for the local people of Egypt, food grain sufficient for their need was stored with them well ahead of the time. When famine spread and people living in areas around Egypt started coming there, Sayyidina Yusuf set up a working system of selling grains to them according to which he would not give to one person more than 1 camel load of grain. Its quantity, according to Al-Qutubi, was 1 wasak, that is 60 sa, which, according to our weight, comes to approximately 1,953 grams. Such was his concern for this responsibility that he himself used to oversee the sale of food grains. As said earlier, this famine was not limited to Egypt only. It was spread out to areas far away. The land of Canaan, a part of Palestine, the homeland of Sayyidina Yaqub, with one of its cities still surviving by the name Khalil, known for the resting places of blessed Prophet Ibrahim, Ishaq, Yaqub, and Yusuf. Even this could not escape the ravages of the famine. Naturally, the family of Sayyidina Yaqub became anxious. That was a time when news had gone around that Egypt was the place where food grains could be procured on payment. Sayyidina Yaqub had also come to know that the king of Egypt was a man of mercy, and would let those who needed it have it. So he asked his sons to go and get some grains from Egypt. And as they had also come to know that one person is not given more than a camel load of grains, it was decided to send all sons on the trip. But the youngest brother, Aniyaman, the real brother of Sayyidina Yusuf, with whom Sayyidina Yaqub had become very attached since the disappearance of Sayyidina Yusuf, was held back by the father for his comfort and care. Traveling from Canaan, the 10 brothers reached Egypt. Sayyidina Yusuf appeared in his royal robe as the master of the land before his brothers, who had sold him as a 7-year-old child to the people of the caravan, an event over which, at that time, according to Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, 40 years had passed. Hutubite Mashari, it is obvious that the passage of such a long time would cause great changes in the looks of a person. It could have never occurred to them that a child once sold as a slave could become the king or minister of some country. Therefore, the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf did not recognize him, but Sayyidina Yusuf did. Therefore, this is what the expression, he recognized them, while they were not to recognize him, appearing in the opening verse means, for in the Arabic language, the real meaning of the word inkar is to take a stranger. Therefore, the word munkaran in the text comes to mean unable to recognize. About the recognizing of Sayyidina Yusuf, Ibn Kathir has said, on the authority of Sadi, when these 10 brothers reached the court, Sayyidina Yusuf interrogated them as is done with suspicious people so that they would state the truth clearly. First of all, he asked them, you are not residents of Egypt. You speak Hebrew. How did you get here? They said, there is a great famine in our country. We have heard about you, therefore we are here to get some grain. Sayyidina Yusuf asked again, how do we know that you are telling the truth, and that you are not an enemy spy? Then all brothers said, God forbid, we can never do that. We are the sons of the Prophet of Allah Yaqub, who lives in Canaan.
And when he had furnished them with their supplies, he said, bring me a brother of yours from your father. Do not you see that I give full measure, and that I am the best of accommodators?
The purpose of Sayyidina Yusuf in asking these questions was to make his brothers open up and relate events fully. So, then he asked, does your father have any child other than you? They said, we were 12 brothers, out of whom one of the younger brothers disappeared in the forest. Our father loved him most. After him, he became attached to his younger real brother, and that is why he did not send him along with us on this trip, so that he can be a source of his comfort. After having heard what they said, Sayyidina Yusuf gave orders that they be lodged as royal guests and given grains according to set rules. Sayyidina Yusuf had established a standing rule of procedure while distributing grains. He would not give more than 1 camel load of grains to one person at one time, but once this was consumed as calculated, he would allow it to be given a second time. Having found out all those details from his brothers, it was only natural that he would think about a second visit by them. For this purpose in sight, one obvious arrangement he made was to tell his brothers, bring to me your step-brother from your father's side. Do you not see that I give full measure and I am the best of hosts?
But if you do not bring him to me, no measure will there be hereafter for you from me, nor will you approach me.
And along with it, he gave them a warning as well. Still, if you do not bring him to me, then you deserve no measure from me, because it will prove that you have lied to me, and thus, nor shall you come even close to me. Then he made a secret arrangement as well. He ordered his young workers on the job to collect the cash, jewelry, and any other articles paid by his brothers as the cost of the grains, and tie it up secretly with their supplies in the camel packs in a way that they should remain unaware of it while there, so that when they open their packs after having arrived home and find their cash and jewelry back in their hands, they may have a reason to return for grains once again.
They said, we will attempt to dissuade his father from keeping him, and indeed we will do it.
See Surah Yusuf, ayat 60, for the Tafsir.
And Joseph said to his servants, put their merchandise into their saddlebags, so they might recognize it when they have gone back to their people, that perhaps they will again return.
Ibn Kathir has described several possibilities as to why Sayyidina Yusuf acted the way he did. It occurred to him that perhaps they may not have anything other than the cash and jewelry they had brought. If so, they would be unable to come for the grains again. Perhaps he could not bear by the idea of taking the price of foodstuff from his father and brothers, therefore he paid the amount due from his pocket and had it deposited in the royal treasury, and returned their cash and jewelry back to them. He knew when their cash and jewelry is found in their supplies back home, and his father learns about it, then he, being a prophet of Allah, would consider what has been thus found to be a trust of the Egyptian treasury, and would certainly have it returned. Therefore, the return of their brothers would become more assured. However, it can be said briefly that Sayyidina Yusuf made all these arrangements so that his brothers could keep coming to him in the future, and that he could also meet his younger real brother. A ruling. From this event relating to Sayyidina Yusuf, we learn that, should the economic condition of a country worsen to the limit that the failure of the government to check a decline may cause people to become deprived of the basic necessities of life, then the government is justified in taking over the regulation and control of such supplies, and it could also fix an appropriate price of food grains. Muslim jurists have explained this provision in details. A special note, there is something which strikes as unusual in this story of Sayyidina Yusuf. We see that his exalted father, the Prophet of Allah, Sayyidina Yaqub, was so affected by his separation that constant weeping made him lose his eyesight. Then, on the other hand, we have Sayyidina Yusuf, a prophet and messenger of Allah like him, one who naturally loved his father and knew his rights on him fully well. But during this long period of 40 years, how was it that it did not occur to him even once that his father must be missing him miserably, and that it would be nice to let him know about his well-being through some source? The sending of such information was not too far out of proposition even when he had reached Egypt as a slave. Then, once he was in the home of the Aziz of Misr, he had the freedom, comfort, and time to do that. It was not so difficult to send a message to his home through some source. For that matter, this could have been done when he was in the prison as well. Who does not know that messages from inside those walls can be delivered anywhere, near or far? Then came the time when Allah Ta'ala took him out of the prison with all honors, and the authority over the land of Egypt became his own. That was a time when he should have presented himself before his father as his primary task. And had it been against some state consideration, he could have at the least sent an emissary to comfort his father, something ordinary given the status he had. But Sayyidina Yusuf has not been reported to have even intended to do that. Not to say much about his intention, when his brothers came to procure food grains, he sent them back without telling them about the real situation. These are conditions which cannot be imagined about an ordinary human being. How was it possible for an exalted messenger of Allah to bear by this situation? The only answer to the surprising silence which kept returning to me was that maybe Allah Ta'ala, in His infinite wisdom, had stopped Sayyidina Yusuf from exposing himself. This was found authentically clarified in Tafsir al-Qur'an by that Allah Ta'ala had, through a way, revelation, stopped Sayyidina Yusuf from sending any news about himself to his home. It is Allah alone who knows the workings of His infinite wisdom. To comprehend it all is humanly impossible, but once in a while, there may be something one could see through. Here too, as it appears, the real consideration of wisdom was to complete the trial of Sayyidina Yaqub. This was the reason why, at the very initial stage of the event, when Sayyidina Yaqub had realized that his son, Yusuf, was not eaten up by a wolf, but that it was some trick of his brothers, the natural demand of the situation was that he should have visited the place of the reported incident and made necessary investigations. But as Allah Ta'ala would have it, he was unable to think on those lines. Then, after a long passage of time, he also said to his brothers, "Go and search for Yusuf and his brother." When Allah Ta'ala wills to do something, this is the way He would put all its causes together.
So when they returned to their father, they said, "O our father, further measure has been denied to us, so send with us our brother that we will be given measure, and indeed we will be his guardians."
Commentary. The verses appearing above carry the remaining segment of the event, that is, when the brothers of Yusuf returned home with food, grains from Egypt, they told their father about what had happened there, especially about the condition imposed by the Aziz of Misr that they would receive food grains in the future only if they would bring their younger brother with them. So they requested their father to let Benjamin also accompany them in order that they may receive food grains in the future as well. Then they would be there to protect this brother of theirs at its best, with assurance that they would see to it that he faces no inconvenience during the trip. Their father asked them if they wanted him to trust them with Benjamin as he had done before with their brother, Yusuf. The drive of his remark makes it obvious that he did not trust their word. He had trusted them once, and suffered, for they had promised in the same words spoken earlier that they would guard him. This much was an answer to what they had said. But he had the need of the family in sight, and because he was blessed with the quality of trust in the divine dispensation of matters, he talked about the reality, as he knew it, saying, in effect, that man has no control over his gain or loss unless Allah Ta'ala himself so wills. And when he wills it, it cannot be diverted or averted by anyone. Therefore, it is incorrect to place one's trust in the created beings of Allah in this matter, and equally inappropriate is the dependence on their complaints to settle it.
He said, "Should I entrust you with him except under coercion, as I entrusted you with his brother before? But Allah is the best guardian, and He is the most merciful of the merciful."
Therefore he said, well, Allah is the best guardian, that is, he had already seen the outcome of their guardianship earlier. Now he was placing his trust in Allah Ta'ala alone as his guardian. Then he added, and He is the most merciful of all the merciful, that is, only from Him he could hope that he would look at his old age and the sorrows he was surrounded with and would not let more shocks shake him. In short, Sayyidina Yaqub did not rely on apparent conditions and on the pledges given by his sons, but did agree to send his youngest son with his brothers solely because he had now placed his trust in Allah Ta'ala.
And when they opened their baggage, they found their merchandise returned to them. They said, "O our father, what more could we desire? This is our merchandise returned to us. And we will obtain supplies for our family, and protect our brother, and obtain an increase of a camel's load. That is an easy measurement."
At this stage, verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 65 opens with the words, and when they opened their baggage, they found their capital given back to them. They said, "Our father, what else do we want? Here is our capital given back to us, and we shall bring food to our family, protect our brother, and add the measure of 1 camel more. That is an easy measure." It will be noticed that, prior to this verse, the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf were talking about what had happened to them on their journey, before they had opened their baggage. After that, when they opened the baggage and saw that their entire capital with which they had paid for the food grains was present inside the baggage, they realized that this was not done by mistake. In fact, their capital had been returned to them. Therefore, they said, "Given back to us then." To their father they said, "What else do we want? That is, the grains are here and what we paid for it has also been returned to us. Now we should definitely go back there in peace with our brother, because the way we have been treated shows that the Aziz of Misr is kind to us. We should have no apprehensions. It is the time that we go and bring food, grains for the family, and take care of our brother too. That we shall get an additional load of grains in the name of our brother will help, because whatever we have brought in the present trip is much less than our needs and is likely to be consumed soon." One sense of the sentence, Ma Nabat, spoken by the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf, is practically the same as given immediately above, that is, what else do we want? And if, in this sentence, the letter Ma Not is taken in the sense of negation, it could also mean that the sons of Sayyidina Yaqub told their father, "Now that we have the price of the grain with us, we do not want anything from you. You just send our brother with us."
Jacob said, "Never will I send him with you until you give me a promise by Allah that you will bring him back to me, unless you should be surrounded by enemies." And when they had given their promise, he said, "Allah, over what we say, is witness."
After hearing what they said, their father answered, "I shall never send Benyamin with you until you give me a pledge in the name of Allah that you will definitely bring him back to me." But could someone with the ability to see reality ever miss to realize that man, no matter how strong he may be, is, after all, dependent and helpless before the all-pervading power of Allah Jalathan? How then, and on what basis, would he give a pledge to bring back someone safe? The reason is that he does not have the absolute power and control to accomplish it. Therefore, when Sayyidina Yaqub asked his sons to give him a pledge, he added an exception to it by saying, "Unless you are overpowered by circumstances." Early Tafsir authority, Mujahid, explains it as, "unless all of you are killed." Another early Tafsir authority, Qatada, says that it means, "unless you become totally helpless and overpowered." In the last sentence of verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 66, it was said, "So when they gave him their pledge, he said, Allah is watchful over what we say." That is, when his sons gave the pledge as desired on solemn oaths to satisfy their father, then Sayyidina Yaqub told them that the giving and taking of solemn oaths being undertaken by them is something which ultimately rests with Allah Ta'ala alone. It is with this tawfiq only that one person can keep the other protected, and thus become enabled to fulfill his pledge. Otherwise man is helpless. He has nothing under his personal control. There are many elements of guidance and injunctions for people in the verses explained above. Please take note of them and keep them in mind. Notes of guidance. If children make mistakes, relations should not be cut off with them. One should, rather, think of ways to reform their conduct. The mistakes made by the brothers of Say ibn Yusuf were serious. They were sins, major and grave. They lied to their father and made him agree to send Say ibn Yusuf for an outing with them. They gave a pledge to their father, then broke it. They treated their young and innocent brother cruelly. They caused extreme pain to their father, and did not care much about it. They conspired to kill an innocent human being. They sold a free human being forcibly and unjustly. These were extreme and severe crimes which demanded that Say ibn Yaqub, once he had understood that they had lied and wasted the life of Say ibn Yusuf knowingly, should have severed his relationship with these sons, or turned them out of his house. But Say ibn Yaqub did not do that, rather let them keep living with him, even sent them to Egypt to bring back food grains from there. On top of this came the situation when they had another opportunity to prevail upon their father once again in the case of their youngest brother, and on this occasion too he yielded to them and allowed them to take his young son with them. This tells us that should one's children fall into sin or make mistakes, it is the responsibility of the father to seek their correction through appropriate education and training, and as long as there is hope of betterment, let him not sever his relationship with them. This was what Say ibn Yaqub did, and finally, all of them were ashamed of their wrongdoings, turned away from sins, and lived a reformed life. However, should there remain no hope of betterment in their condition, and parents realize that maintaining relationship with them poses a danger to the religious upbringing of others, then, under that condition, severing relationship with them is more appropriate. Promoted here are two great qualities of character, good dealings and good manners, of which Say ibn Yaqub was a mirror. Despite such serious crimes committed by his sons, he kept dealing with them in a manner that they faced no qualms of conscience when they made their second request to take their younger brother with them. Another instruction inferred from here is that it is appropriate to admonish a wrongdoer in the interest of his betterment. This would amount to telling him that his behavior demanded that the plea made by him should be rejected, but then he should be given the feeling that he is being given a fresh chance by foregoing what has gone before, so that his sense of shame returns to him later, and he becomes totally repentant. This is what Say ibn Yaqub did in the first instance. He made a caustic reference to their past record. Shall I trust you about Benjamin as I had trusted you earlier about Yusuf? But after having warned them pointedly, he realized their penitence from their apparent condition, placed his trust in Allah, and handed over his young son into their custody. Placing one's trust, in the real sense, in the promise or protection of a human being is wrong. The real trust should be in Allah Ta'ala. He alone is the real mover and maker of things, and He alone is the causer of causes. To bring forth causes, and to give them effect is what lies but in His control. Therefore, Say ibn Yaqub said, well, Allah is the best guardian, according to a saying of Ka'b al-Ahbar, since Say ibn Yaqub this time did not simply trust the word of his sons, instead entrusted the matter with Allah Ta'ala. Therefore Allah Ta'ala said, by my honor, now I shall send both of your sons back to you. If some property or thing belonging to someone else is found in our baggage, and strong indications prove that he has tied it up in our baggage with the specific intention of giving it to us, then keeping it and using it is permissible, as was the case with this capital which came out from the baggage of the brothers of Say ibn Yusuf, and where strong indications proved that it did not happen as a result of some oversight or forgetfulness. In fact, it was given back intentionally. That is why Say ibn Yaqub did not give instructions that these articles of value be returned. But in case there is a doubt that it has come to us, perhaps by oversight or forgetfulness, then using it without making necessary inquiries from the owner is not permissible. No one should be asked to give a pledge on oath, the fulfillment of which does not lie fully in his control, as it was when Say ibn Yaqub took a pledge on oath from his sons that they would bring back Benjamin safe and sound. He exempted from it the situation in which they may become totally helpless, or become themselves subjected to near death circumstances. Therefore, when the Holy Prophet asked the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, to give him a pledge of their obedience to him, then he himself added a restriction to it, that is, the restriction of ability. Thus, the pledge stipulated, we shall obey you fully as far as it is within our ability and control. That the brothers of Say ibn Yusuf have been asked to give a pledge that they would bring Benjamin back shows that kafala bin nafs is permissible. Being a technical term of Islamic law, it means that it is correct to tender a personal bail or guarantee for the due appearance of a person involved in a case on its hearing date in the court. The view of Imam Malik, may Allah have mercy on him, differs in this respect. According to him, it is only financial guarantee that is allowed in Sharia. He does not hold the personal bail, kafala bin nafs, as permissible.
And he said, O my sons, do not enter from one gate, but enter from different gates, and I cannot avail you against the decree of Allah at all. The decision is only for Allah. Upon Him I have relied, and upon Him let those who would rely indeed rely.
Commentary. In the present verses, the second visit of the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf, this time accompanied by their younger brother, has been mentioned. On that occasion, Sayyidina Yaqub had told them to keep in mind that they were 11 of them going there, so they should not enter Egypt collectively from one single gate of the city of their destination. Instead of that, once they have reached the outer wall of the city, they should disperse and enter there from different gates. The reason for this advice was his apprehension that all of them were young and, mashallah, healthy, tall, handsome, and impressive. He was concerned about them lest people find out that they were sons of the same father and brothers to each other. Maybe they are affected by someone's evil eye, which may bring them some harm. Or their coming in all together may make some people envy them, or may even cause some pain to them. Say, Ibn Yaqub did not give them this advice the first time they went to Egypt. He did so on the occasion of their second trip. The reason for this, perhaps, is that they had entered Egypt on their first visit as common travelers and in a broken-down condition. No one knew them, nor was there any danger that someone would take any special notice of their general condition. But it so happened that, during their very first trip, the master of Egypt gave them an unusual welcome which introduced them to state functionaries and city people. Now there did exist the danger that someone may cast an evil eye on them, or that some people start envying them for being an imposing group of visitors. Apart from it, the fact that the younger son, Benjamin, was with them this time became the cause of the father's added attention. The effect of the evil eye is true. This tells us that human beings affected by the evil eye, where it's causing pain or loss to another human being, animal, etc., is true. It cannot be dismissed as ignorance, superstition, or fancy. Therefore, Sayyidina Yaqub was concerned about it. The Holy Prophet has also confirmed its truth. It appears in a hadith, the evil eye makes a human being enter the grave, and a camel enter a petty pot. Therefore, things from which the Holy Prophet has sought refuge, and from which he has directed his ummah to seek refuge include, that is, I seek refuge from the evil eye. Qutubai, well known as the event related to Sayyidina Sa'd ibn Hunayf, may Allah be pleased with him, one of the noble companions. It is said that there was an occasion when he took off his shirt to get ready to go for a bath. Amir ibn Rabi'ah happened to cast a glance at the bright tin and healthy look of his body. The spontaneous remark he made was, until this day, I have never seen a body as handsome as this. No sooner did these words escape his mouth, an instant high temperature seized Sayyidina Sa'd ibn Hunayf. When the Holy Prophet was informed about it, the treatment he suggested was that Amir ibn Rabi'ah should make wudu, collect the water from wudu in some utensil, and let this water be poured on the body of Sa'd ibn Hunayf. When it was done as ordered, the temperature dropped down immediately. He became fully fit, and left on the expedition he was going with the Holy Prophet, who, following this event, also gave a gentle warning to Amir ibn Rabi'ah by telling him, why would someone kill his brother? When you saw his body, you could have made wudu for barakah. It is true that the evil eye leaves its effect. This hadith also tells us that, should someone notice something unusual about the person or property of somebody else, let him make wudu for him, that Allah Ta'ala blesses him with barakah in it. According to some narrations, one should say, Mashallahu la quwwata illa billah, whatever Allah will, there is no power but with him. This removes the effect of the evil eye. This also tells us that, should someone become affected by a person's evil eye, the pouring of water used by that person in washing his face, hands, and feet in wudu will help eliminate the effect of the evil eye. Al-Qurtubi has said that there is a consensus of all ulama, of the Muslim ummah, among all al-Sunnah wa al-Jama'ah, on the truth of the evil eye as affecting and causing harm. See, Ibn Yaqub on the one hand, because of the apprehension of the evil eye, or envy, advised his sons that they should not enter altogether from one single gate of the city. On the other hand, he considered it necessary to speak out about the reality behind it, the heedlessness towards which in such matters would usually cause many from among the masses to fall easy victims to superstition or baseless scruples. The real fact is that the effect of the evil eye over one's person or property is a kind of mesmerism, or an induced state as in hypnosis, though not necessarily in sleep or preset clinical conditions. This would be more like a harmful medicine or food which makes one sick, or excessive heat or cold which makes some diseases show up. The effective measures demonstrated by the evil eye or mesmerism are one of the customary causes which would, through the power of the eye or mind, make its effects manifest. The truth is that they themselves have no real effectiveness of their own. Instead, all universal causes operate under the perfect power, will and intention of Allah Ta'ala. No favorable measures taken against what has been divinely destined can prove beneficial, nor can the harmfulness of some harmful measure become effective. Therefore it was said, "And I cannot help you in any way against the will of Allah. Sovereignty belongs to none but Allah. In Him I place my trust, and in Him should trust those who trust." It means, I know that the necessary precautions I have ordered you to take so as to help you remain protected against the evil eye cannot avert the will and intention of Allah Ta'ala. What works here is but the command of Allah. However, one has been asked to do what is physically possible. Therefore I have given this advice. But I place my trust not on these physical arrangements, but in Allah alone. And it is imperative for everyone that he or she should trust in and rely on Him alone, never placing one's trust in physical and material means. The reality which Sayyidina Yaqub was talking about became all too visible in this trip as well. By chance it so happened that all measures taken to bring Benyamin back home safely just failed, and he was detained in Egypt. As a consequence of which, Sayyidina Yaqub received another severe shock. That the measure taken by him failed, as categorically mentioned in the next verse, had a purpose behind it. It means that this measure failed in terms of the essential objective, that is, the safe return of Benyamin back home, though the measure taken to keep them protected against the evil eye or envy did succeed, because no such incident showed up during this trip. But the unforeseen insight that divine destiny had in store for them was a factor not noticed by Sayyidina Yaqub, nor could he do anything to counter it. However, despite this visible failure, it was the barakah, blessing of his tawakkul, trust, that this second shock turned out to be an antidote for the first one and resulted in the happy reunion with both his sons, Yusuf and Benyamin, safely and honorably.
And when they entered from where their father had ordered them, it did not avail them against Allah at all, except it was a need within the soul of Jacob, which He satisfied. And indeed, he was a possessor of knowledge because of what we had taught him, but most of the people do not know.
This subject has been taken up in the succeeding verse, where it is said that the sons carried out the instructions of their father and entered the city from different gates. When they did so, the desire of their father stood fulfilled, though this measure taken by him could not avert anything already destined by Allah. But as for the paternal love and concern of Sayyidina Yaqub for his sons, this he did demonstrate to his heart's content. Towards the end of the verse, Sayyidina Yaqub has been praised in the following words: "He was a man of knowledge, because we had taught him, but most of the people do not know." It means that his knowledge was not acquired. It did not come from books. Instead, it was directly a divine gift. Therefore, he did employ physical means, something legally required and commendable. But he did not place his total trust in it. However, the truth is that most of the people do not know the reality behind it. Thus unaware, they would fall in doubts about Sayyidina Yaqub, thinking that the employment of these means did not match the station of the Prophet. Some commentators have said that the first word, knowledge, means acting in accordance with the dictate of ilm, knowledge. The translation in this case will be, he was a man of action according to the knowledge we gave him. Therefore, he did not place his trust in material means. In fact, it was Allah alone he relied on and trusted in.
And when they entered upon Joseph, he took his brother to himself. He said, "Indeed, I am your brother, so do not despair over what they used to do to me."
Onwards from here, it was said in verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 69, "And when they came to Yusuf, he lodged his brother Benyamin with himself. He said, Behold, I am your lost brother, so do not grieve for what they have been doing." According to Tafsir authority, Qatada, the arrangement made by Sayyidina Yusuf was that two brothers were lodged in one room. This left Benyamin alone. He was asked to stay with him. When alone with him, Sayyidina Yusuf disclosed his identity to his younger brother and told him that he was his real brother, Yusuf. He comforted him and asked him not to worry about what their brothers had been doing until that time. Rulings and points of guidance. Some injunctions and rulings come out from verses Surah Yusuf, ayah 67 to 68. These are given below. The effect of the evil eye is true. To try to stay safe from it is permissible in Sharia and is commendable, just as one tries to stay safe from harmful foods and actions. To stay safe from being envied by people, it is correct to conceal from them any special personal blessings and attributes one may have. To employ physical and material means to stay safe from harmful effects is neither against tawakkul, trust in Allah, nor against the status of prophets. If one person apprehends likely harm or hurt coming to the other person, it is better to let him know about the danger and suggest how to stay safe from it, as done by Sayyidina Yaqub. When someone finds some personal excellence or blessing enjoyed by another person appear unusual to him, and there be the danger that he may be affected by the evil eye, then it becomes obligatory, wajib, on the beholder that he should, after noticing it, say, Barakallah, may Allah bless, or Mashallah, whatever Allah will, so that the other person remains safe from any possible harm. Employing all possible means to stay safe from the evil eye is permissible. One of them is to seek its treatment through a dua, prayer, or tawi, spoken or written word seeking the protection of Allah, as was done by the Holy Prophet, who, seeing the weakness of the two sons of Sayyidina Ja'far ibn Abi Talib, allowed him to have them be treated through tawi, etc. The ideal approach of a wise Muslim to whatever he does is that he must place his real trust in Allah Ta'ala to begin with, but, at the same time, he should not ignore physical and material means. Let him not fall short in employing whatever permissible means he can possibly assemble together to achieve his purpose, as was done by Sayyidina Yaqub. And the Holy Prophet too has taught us to do so. The sage Rumi has expressed this prophetic teaching in the following line, that is, tie the leg of your camel and trust in Allah. This is how prophets placed their trust in Allah, and this was the blessed way of our Rasul. A question arises here that Sayyidina Yusuf made efforts to call his younger brother, even insisted on it. And when he came, he even disclosed his identity before him. But he neither thought of calling his father, nor took any steps to inform him about his well-being while in Egypt. The reason for this is the same as described earlier. There is no doubt that he did have many opportunities during those 40 years when he could have sent a message to his father about himself. But whatever happened in this matter was divine decree communicated through the medium of wahi, revelation. Allah Ta'ala would have not given him the permission to tell his father about himself because he was yet to be tested once again through his separation from his son, Benjamin. It was to complete this divine arrangement that all these situations were created.
So when he had furnished them with their supplies, he put the gold measuring bowl into the bag of his brother. Then an announcer called out, "O caravan, indeed you are thieves."
Commentary. The present verses describe how Sayyidina Yusuf arranged to have his real brother, Benjamin, stay on with him. All brothers were given grains according to rules. The grains for each brother was loaded on his camel separately and by name. In the supply of grain loaded on the camel for Benjamin, a bowl was concealed. This bowl has been called Sikaya at one place and Suwa al-Malik at another. The word Sikaya means a bowl used to drink water from, and Suwa, too, is a utensil similar to it. That it has been attributed to Malik or king shows the additional feature that this bowl had some special value or status. According to some narrations, it was made of a precious stone similar to emerald. Others say that it was made of gold or silver. However, this bowl hidden in Benjamin's baggage was fairly precious, besides having some special connection with the king of Egypt, whether he used it himself or had it declared to be the official measure of grains. In the second sentence of verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 70, it is said then, an announcer shouted out, "O people of the caravan, you are thieves." Here, the word thumma, translated as then, shows that this public announcement was not made instantly. Instead, a temporary delay was allowed for the caravan to leave. The announcement was made after that to offset the likelihood of anyone sensing a foul play. After all, this proclaimer identified the caravan of the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf as the thieves.
They said while approaching them, "What is it you are missing?"
Verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 71 carries the response of the accused, that is, the brothers of Yusuf turned to the announcer, as if protesting on being made into thieves, and asked him to say, "What is it that you seem to have lost?"
They said, "We are missing the measure of the king, and for he who produces it is the reward of a camel's load, and I am responsible for it."
The answer given by the announcers was, "We are missing the measuring bowl of the king, and whoever brings it back shall desert a camel load, and I stand as surety for it." The question which emerges here is, why did Sayyidina opt for this excuse to detain Benjamin with him, especially when he knew that his separation was already shocking for his father? Now, how could he bear by giving him another shot by detaining his other brother? The other question which arises here is far more important because it involves things like accusing innocent brothers of theft and concealing something in their baggage secretly to cause them disgrace later. These are impermissible acts. Sayyidina Yusuf was a prophet of Allah. It is difficult to visualize how would he have gone along with them. Some commentators, such as Al-Qurtubi and others, have stated when Benyamin recognized Sayyidina Yusuf and was at peace, he requested his brother not to send him back alone with his brothers. Instead, he pleaded he should let him stay with him. First, Sayyidina Yusuf made the excuse that his staying behind will shock their father. Then, he had no way of making him stay with him other than that blame him of theft, arrest him for it, and thus keep him with him. Benyamin was so disgusted with the ways of his brothers that he was ready to go through all this. But, even if this event were taken as correct, the heartbreak caused for his father, the disgrace inflicted on all his brothers and dubbing them as thieves cannot become permissible simply because of the pleasure of Benyamin. That some commentators have interpreted the charge of theft leveled on them by the announcer as being without the knowledge and permission of Sayyidina Yusuf is not valid. This is a claim without any proof, and, given the anatomy of the event, incoherent too. Similar is the case of another interpretation where it has been stated that these brothers stole Sayyidina Yusuf from his father and sold him, therefore they were called thieves. This too is a long, broad explanation. Therefore, the correct answer to these questions is what has been given by Al-Qurtubi and Mashari. They have said, whatever has been done and said in this connection was neither the outcome of Benyamin's wish, nor that of the initiative of Sayyidina Yusuf himself. Instead of all that, all these happenings were the manifestation of the infinite wisdom of Allah alone, under whose command they came to be what they were, and being completed through them was the process of the trial and test of Sayyidina Yaqub. Hint towards this answer appears in this verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 76 of the Quran itself, which says, "This is how we planned for Yusuf, to detain his brother." In this verse, Allah Ta'ala has very clearly attributed this excuse and plan to himself. So, when all these things took shape as divinely commanded, calling them impermissible becomes meaningless. They would be like the incident of the dismantling of the boat and the killing of the boy in the event relating to Sayyidina Musa al-Qadir. Obviously, these were sins, therefore Sayyidina Musa registered his disapproval of them. But al-Qadir was doing all this with divine assent and permission under particularly expedient considerations, therefore, he was not committing any sin.
They said, "By Allah, you have certainly known that we did not come to cause corruption in the land, and we have not been thieves."
In verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 73, it was said, that is, when the royal announcer accused the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf of theft, they said that responsible people of the state know them and know that they had not come to create any disorder in the country, nor have they ever been thieves.
The accusers said, "Then what would be its recompense if you should be liars?"
In verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 74, it was said, that is, the royal staff said to them, if it stood proved that they were liars, what do they suggest should be the punishment for the theft?
The brothers said, "Its recompense is that he in whose bag it is found, he himself will be its recompense. Thus do we recompense the wrongdoers."
The answer given was, that is, the brothers of Saf said, its punishment is that he, in whose baggage it is found, shall himself be the punishment. This is how we punish the wrongdoers. The sense of this statement is that the punishment for theft in the Sharia of Sayyidina Yaqub allowed the person whose property had been stolen to take the thief as his slave. Thus, the state functionaries made the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf to tell them the punishment of a thief as in Jacobin law, and thereby had them committed to hand over Benyamin to Sayyidina Yusuf, according to their own decision, following the recovery of the stolen goods from Benyamin's baggage.
So he began the search with their bags before the bag of his brother. Then he extracted it from the bag of his brother. Thus did we plan for Joseph. He could not have taken his brother within the religion of the king, except that Allah willed. We raise in degrees whom we will, but over every possessor of knowledge is one more knowing.
Said in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 75 was, that is, to cover up the real plan, the state officials first searched through the baggage of all brothers. They did not open Benyamin's baggage first lest that causes any doubts. Then, as said in the first sentence of the next verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 76, Benyamin's baggage was opened up last of all, and recovered from it was the bowl of the king. At that sight, all brothers were put to shame. They started chiding Benjamin for having disgraced them. After that it was said, that is, this is how we planned for Yusuf. He could have not arrested his brother under the Egyptian imperial law because, according to their law of theft, there was a corporal punishment for the thief, after which he was to be released against the payment of twice the cost of the stolen property. But here he had already found out the law of theft operative in the Sharia of Sayyidina Yaqub. According to this law, detaining Benjamin with him became correct and valid. So, also granted through the wisdom and will of Allah Ta'ala was this wish of Sayyidina Yusuf. Said in the last sentence of the verse is, we elevate in ranks, whom so we will as. In this event, the ranks of Sayyidina Yusuf were elevated over his brothers. And above every man who has knowledge, there is someone more knowledgeable. It means that Allah has given precedence to some over others in terms of knowledge. Take the highest of the high in knowledge, there is someone more knowledgeable in him. And if there is someone with a knowledge which is superior to the knowledge of the best among the creation of Allah, then we have the ilm of Allah Jalla Thanla, which is the highest of all forever. Rulings and points of guidance. Some injunctions and rulings deduced from the present verses are given below this statement, and whoever brings it back shall deserve a camel load. In verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 72 proves that it is valid to make a general announcement that a particular award or remuneration will be paid to anyone who performs a particular act. This is very much like the current custom of announcing rewards for the arrest of absconding criminals or for the return of lost properties. Though this form of transaction does not fall under the juristic definition of ijra, hiring, but in the light of this verse, the justification for this also stands proved. Quoted by the words, and I stand surety for it, appearing at the end of verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 72 tell us that one person can become the guarantor of financial rights on behalf of another person. The related ruling, according to the majority of Muslim jurists, provides that the creditor has the authority to recover his property from the person legally in debt, or from the guarantor, as he chooses. However, if it is recovered from the guarantor would have the right to recover from the person legally in debt whatever cash or property has been taken from him. Quoted by the sentence, this is how we planned for Yusuf. In verse Surah Yusuf, Ayat 76 tells us that it is permissible, for a valid reason recognized by Sharia, to change the form of a transaction in a way that it brings a change in its legal status. According to the terminology of the fuqaha, jurists is called hilat shar'iyya, i.e. a lawful device to avoid a real hardship. However, the condition is that such an action should not cause the invalidation of the injunctions of the Sharia. If so, all such devices are, by the consensus of Muslim jurists, haram and unlawful. For example, finding an excuse to avoid paying zakah, or to embark on an unnecessary journey before or during Ramadan simply to seek an excuse for not fasting. This is universally haram. The hunt for such excuses and devices has brought divine punishment on some nations, and the Holy Prophet has prohibited the use of such stratagems. The entire Muslim Ummah agrees that they are haram, forbidden and unlawful. Acting upon them does not go on to make whatever is done as permissible. In fact, what falls on the doer is a twofold sin. Firstly, that of the original impermissible act. Secondly, that of the impermissible device, which amounts, in a way, to cheating Allah and His Rasul. That all such heel or stratagems are impermissible has been proved by Imam al-Bukhari in his Kit, Ad al-Heel.
They said, if he steals, a brother of his has stolen before. But Joseph kept it within himself and did not reveal it to them. He said, you are worse in position, and Allah is most knowing of what you describe.
Commentary. It was stated in the previous verses that, while in Egypt, a royal bull was concealed in the baggage of Benjamin, the younger brother of Sayyidina Yusuf. Then, by recovering it as planned, a charge of theft was leveled against him. As in the first of the verses cited above, when the stolen property was recovered from Benjamin's baggage before the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf, they were so ashamed that they said in irritation, that is, if he has committed a theft, it is not much of a surprise, for he had a brother who, like him, had committed a theft before. The sense was that he was not their real brother. He was their step-brother, and he had a real brother who had also committed a theft. On this occasion, the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf accused him too of the theft, which refers to an event which took place during his childhood, when the way a conspiracy was hatched here to blame Benjamin for theft. A similar conspiracy was staged against Sayyidina Yusuf at that time, with him being totally unaware of it. As for his brothers, they were fully aware of the fact that he was totally free from this blame. But being angry with Benjamin on this occasion, They have made out that event too as a theft and have put its blame on his brother Yusuf. What was that event? Reports differ about it. Referring to Muhammad ibn Ishaq and Tafsir authority, Mujahid ibn Kathir has reported that soon after the birth of Sayyidina Yusuf, Benyamin was born. This birth of his became the cause of his mother's death. When both Yusuf and Benyamin were left without their mother, they were raised by their paternal aunt. Allah Ta'ala had blessed Sayyidina Yusuf from his very childhood with such an attractive personality that whoever saw him became deeply attached to him. His paternal aunt was no exception. She would not let him disappear from her sight at any time. On the other hand, no different was the condition of his father, who was very fond of him. But being a minor child, it was necessary that he be kept under the care of a woman. Therefore, he was put under the care of his paternal aunt. When he had learned how to walk, Sayyidina Yaqub thought of having him come to live with him. When he talked to his paternal aunt, she showed her reluctance to let him go. After that, having been under compulsion, she somehow handed Sayyidina Yusuf over to his father, but she did make a plan to take him back. She had an antique waistband which had come to her as the legacy of Sayyidina Ishaq and was highly valued. Sayyidina Yusuf's paternal aunt tied this band on his waist underneath his dress. After he had gone, she spread the news around that her waistband has been stolen by someone. When searched for, it turned out to be with young Yusuf. According to the Sharia of Sayyidina Yaqub, the paternal aunt now had the right to keep him as her slave. When Sayyidina Yaqub saw that the paternal aunt has become the owner of Yusuf on the authority of the religious law of the land, he handed young Yusuf over to her. Sayyidina Yusuf kept living with her as long as she was alive. This was the event in which the blame of theft was imputed to Sayyidina Yusuf, following which the truth came to light and everybody found that he was free of even the least doubt of theft. It was the love of his paternal aunt for him that had made her conspire to keep him. The brothers knew this truth all too well. Given this reason, it did not behove them that they would attribute theft to him, but of the series of excesses inflicted on Sayyidina Yusuf by his brothers, this too was the last. Now in the second sentence of the first verse, Surah Yusuf, Ayah 77, it was said, that is, Sayyidina Yusuf heard what his brothers had to say and kept it in his heart, for they still seemed to be after him and were now blaming him for theft. But he kept his reaction to himself and did not let his brothers know that he had heard what they had said and was affected by it in any way. Said in the next and last sentence of the verse was, that is, Sayyidina Yusuf said in his heart, you are even worse in position, as you accuse your brother of theft, falsely and knowingly, and Allah knows best of what you allege. Whether what you are saying is true or false, the first sentence has been uttered in the heart. The other sentence may possibly have been said publicly as his response to what his brothers had said.
They said, O Aziz, indeed he has a father who is an old man, so take one of us in place of him. Indeed, we see you as a doer of good.
In verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 78, it was said, it means when the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf realized that nothing seems to be working here, and they have no option left but to leave Benyamin behind, they started flattering the Aziz of Misr. They told him that Benyamin's father was very old and weak. His separation will be unbearable for him. Therefore, they requested him that he should detain anyone from among them in lieu of him. They also told him that they were making the request to him in the hope that he, as they feel, appears to be a very generous person, or he has been generous to them earlier too.
He said, I seek the refuge of Allah to prevent that we take except him with whom we found our possession. Indeed, we would then be unjust.
The response of Sayyidina Yusuf appears in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 79, that is, he gave his reply to their request according to the regulations followed in his country by telling them that they were not authorized to detain anyone they wished. In fact, if they were to arrest someone other than the person from whose possession the lost property has been recovered, then, according to their own fatwa and ruling, they would be accused of being unjust. The reason he gave was that they had themselves said that he, in whose baggage the stolen property is found, shall himself be the punishment.
So when they had despaired of him, they secluded themselves in private consultation. The eldest of them said, Do you not know that your father has taken upon you an oath by Allah, and that before you failed in your duty to Joseph? So I will never leave this land until my father permits me, or Allah decides for me, and He is the best of judges.
In verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 80, it was said, so when they lost hope in him, they went aside for consultation. After that, The primary statement of the oldest brother, which begins with the words, "The oldest of them said," is continued till the end of verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 80. The statement was, "Do you not know that your father had taken pledge from you in the name of Allah, while you had defaulted earlier in the case of Yusuf? So I shall never leave this land unless my father permits me to return, or Allah decides about me. And he is the best of all judges." This is the statement of the oldest brother. Some commentators identify him as being Yehuda, Judah, and he was, though not the oldest in age, but was certainly the eldest in knowledge and merit. Other commentators say that he is Reuben, who is the oldest in age, and he was the one who had suggested that Sayyidina Yusuf should not be killed. Still others have said that this oldest brother was Shaman, who was known to be the eldest in power and rank.
Return to your father and say, "O our father, indeed your son has stolen, and we did not testify except to what we knew, and we were not witnesses of the unseen."
Then in verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 81, it was said, that is, the oldest brother said, "I am going to stay here. You all go back to your father and tell him that his son has committed a theft, and that whatever we are saying is what we have seen with our own eyes, and that this stolen property was recovered from his baggage before us." As for the last sentence of verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 81, "And we could not guard against the unseen," it means that the pledge we had given to you to bring back Benyamin indefinitely was given in terms of outwardly visible circumstances. We did not know what we did not see and control, thus how could we know that he would steal and be arrested for it, leaving us helpless in this matter? The sentence could also mean that we did our best to keep Benyamin protected, seeing that he does nothing which would put him in trouble. But this effort of ours could be within the limits of our outwardly visible circumstances. That this thing would happen to him in absence of our vigilance and knowledge was something we did not know about. Since the brothers of Yusuf had deceived their father earlier, and knew that their father would never be satisfied with their statement mentioned above, and he would never believe in what they would tell him, therefore, for additional emphasis, they said, "And if you do not believe us, you can check with the people of the town in which we have been, that is, the city in Egypt, and you can also check with the caravan which has come from Egypt to Canaan with us. And we are true in what we are saying." At this point, the question, why would Sayyidina Yusuf bear by such a heartless treatment with his father, reappears in Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an. This question has also been taken up earlier in our comments on this surah, where it has been said that it was surprising that Sayyidina Yusuf did not tell his father about himself, then detained his brother too. Then his brothers made repeated visits to Egypt, and he never told them about himself nor sent some message to his father. Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an answers all these doubts by saying, that is, Sayyidina Yusuf did that with the command of Allah Ta'ala, so that the cycle of the test and trial of Sayyidina Yaqub reaches its completion. Rules and principles. The statement, "And we do not testify except what we know," appearing in verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 82, proves that human transactions and contracts are based on apparently known circumstances. They do not cover things which no one knows. The pledge to protect Benyamin which the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf had given to their father was related to things which were in their control. As for the incident that he was accused of theft and arrested for it, it was a different matter which does not affect the pledge as such. Deduced from the same verse, there is another ruling which appears in Tafsir al-Qurtubi. It says this sentence proves that testimony depends on knowledge. No matter how this knowledge is acquired, testimony can be given in accordance with it. Therefore, the way an event can be testified by having seen it with one's own eyes. Similarly, it can be testified by having heard it from someone reliable and worthy of trust, subject to the condition that he does not conceal the truth of the matter, instead states plainly that he has not seen it personally but has heard it from such and such a reliable person. It is on the basis of this principle that Maliki jurists have ruled the testimony of a blind person as permissible. The present verses also prove that should a person be true, right and proper, but the situation is such that others may suspect him to be otherwise, then he must remove that shadow of doubt so that those who see him do not fall into the sin of unwarranted suspicion, as in this event relating to Benyamin. There came up an occasion of accusation and doubt because of a past event in the life of Sayyidina Yusuf. Therefore, in order to make things clear, the testimony of the people of the city and the caravan was presented in support. The Holy Prophet has, by his personal conduct, affirmed it positively. On his way back from his masjid, when he was going through an alley with Mu'minin, Sayyidah Safiya, may Allah be pleased with him, he noticed two persons appearing at the head of the alley. They were still at some distance, but the Holy Prophet told them that he was with Safiya Hintaye. They said, "Ya Rasul Allah, can anyone have any suspicion about you?" Then he said, "Yes, The shaitan keeps seeping through the human body. Maybe it drops a doubt in somebody's heart. Al-Bukhari and Muslim Qutubai.
And ask the city in which we were and the caravan in which we came, and indeed we are truthful.
See Surah Yusuf, Ayah 81 for the Tafsir.
Jacob said, "Rather, your souls have enticed you to something, so patience is most fitting. Perhaps Allah will bring them to me all together. Indeed, it is He who is the knowing, the wise."
Commentary. After the detention of young Benyamin in Egypt, his brothers returned home and told Sayyidina Yaqub about what had happened there. They tried to assure him that they were telling the truth, which can be confirmed from the people in Egypt, as well as from the caravan they came with from Egypt to Canaan. From the later, he could also ascertain that Benyamin's theft was apprehended, and he was arrested for it. Since Sayyidina Yaqub knew that they had lied to him earlier in the case of Sayyidina Yusuf, therefore, he could not believe them this time too, though, in fact, this time they had told him no lie. And therefore, on this occasion as well, he said the same thing he had said at the time of the disappearance of Sayyidina Yusuf. Rather, your inner desires have seduced you to something. So patience is best, that is, this statement of yours is not correct. You have made it up yourself. But even now, it is patience I choose to observe. Only that would be the best for me. From this Al-Qurtubi has deduced, in whatever a Mujtahid says with his ijtihad, there can be an error as well. So much so that it is possible that a prophet too, when he says something on the basis of his own ijtihad, could make an error, though only initially. This is what happened in this case when he declared the truth of his sons to be a lie. But prophets have a special status and a personal exclusivity on the basis of which they are alerted over the mistake by the will of Allah and removed away from it, and finally they find truth. Here, it is also possible that by his comment about maneuvering, something mentioned above Sayyidina Yaqub intended to refer to what was made up in Egypt, whereby Benyamin was arrested under a false charge of theft only to achieve a particular purpose, and the ultimate result of which was to unfold later in a better form. There may, as well, be a hint toward it in the next sentence of this verse, where it is said, hopefully, Allah may bring them all together. In short, the outcome of the refusal of Sayyidina Yaqub to accept the statement of his sons this time was that there was no theft really, nor was Benyamin arrested, and the truth of the matter was to be found elsewhere. This was true in its place. But whatever was said by his sons, as they knew it, was not wrong either.
And he turned away from them and said, "O my sorrow over Joseph," and his eyes became white from grief, for he was of that a suppressor.
Said in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 84 was, and he turned away from them and said, "How sad I am about Yusuf," and his eyes turned white with sorrow, and he was suppressing his anger and grief. It means that, after this second shock, Sayyidina Yaqub closed this chapter of talking to his sons about this matter, and turned to his Lord with his plaint before him as to how sad he was about Yusuf. It happened was that this constant crying at his separation from Yusuf caused his eyes to turn white from sorrow. The sense is that he lost his eyesight, or it became very weak. Tafsir authority Muqatil has said that this state of Sayyidina Yaqub continued for 6 years when his eyesight had nearly gone. In the last sentence of the verse, it was said, which can be explained by saying that he became silent, speechless, unable to share his pain with anyone else. The word chasm has been derived from chasm, which means to be choked up or filled. Thus, the sense would be that his heart was all filled up with sorrow and his tongue was tied, for he would not talk about his grief to anyone. Therefore, the word chasm is also taken in the sense of suppressing anger in a way that anger, despite having one's heart filled with it, does not become the motivating factor of doing something by a word of mouth or movement of hand as demanded by one's anger. It appears in hadith, that is, whoever suppresses his anger and does not act as it demands despite having the ability to do so, Allah will reward him. It is said in another hadith that, on the day of resurrection, al-Hashr, Allah Ta'ala will bring such people before the whole multitude of people and would give them the option to take whichever of the blessings of Jannah, paradise, they liked. At this point, Imam Ibn Jarir has reported a hadith according to which, at a time of distress, reciting or prompting to recite, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, to Allah we belong and to Him we are to return, is one of the distinguishing characteristics of this ummah, and this kalima is highly effective in delivering one from the suffering of sorrow. We can understand why it has been called the distinguishing characteristic of the ummah of the Holy Prophet, since Sayyidina Yaqub, when choked with deadly sorrow and shock, did not say this kalima. Instead, he said, "How sad I am about Yusuf," in his Shu'ab al-Iman. Al-Bayhaqi has also reported this hadith as based on a narration of Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. Why was Sayyidina Yaqub so deeply attached to Sayyidina Yusuf? At this stage, we notice that Sayyidina Yaqub had extraordinary love for Sayyidina Yusuf. He was so affected by his disappearance that, during this whole period of his separation from him, which has been reported to be 40 years in some narrations while 80 in some others, he kept weeping continuously, so much so that he lost his eyesight. Apparently, this does not measure up to his spiritual majesty as a prophet, that he would love his children so much and that much. On the other hand, the Holy Qur'an says your wealth and your children are a fitna, trial, Surah At-Taghaban, Ayah 15. And as for the spiritual majesty of the noble prophets, may peace be upon them all, the Holy Qur'an has this to say, that is, we have made them special to specialize in the remembrance of the home of the hereafter, Surah Sad, Ayah 46. Malik ibn Dinar, may Allah have mercy on him, explained its meaning by saying that we have taken out the love of dunya from their hearts, and in its place we have filled their hearts with nothing but the love of the hereafter. Their only criterion in taking or leaving something is the hereafter. From the sum total of what has been said here, there rises a difficulty before us as to how could Sayyidina Yaqub allow himself to be so consumed with his love for Sayyidina Yusuf, and how could that be explained as correct? In his Tafsir, Majari, Kadithan al-Penapati, may Allah have mercy on him, has, with reference to this difficulty, reported a special research of Hadrat Mujadid al-Thani, the gist of which is that, no doubt, the love of dunya and its enjoyment is blameworthy. Categorical statements of the Quran and Hadith prove that. But the love of things of dunya which relate to akhirah is in reality included under the love of the hereafter. The excellences of Sayyidina Yusuf were not limited to his physical beauty alone. Also to be taken into account are his prophetic chastity and high morals. So, given an overall view, love for him was not the love of what worldly life has to offer. In fact, and in reality, this was nothing but the love for Ra itself. In the comment quoted above, it is worth noticing that this love, though not the love of dunya really, yet it did have a certain worldly touch. For this reason, this love became the source of the trial and test of Sayyidina Yaqub, for which he had to undergo the unbearable shock of a 40-year separation from him. Then the chains of this event, from the beginning to the end, show that things kept taking shape as determined by Allah Ta'ala, which made the shock stretch longer and longer. Otherwise, at the very start of the event, it would have not been possible for a father who loved his son so intensely that he would simply listen to what his other sons told him and elect to keep sitting home and not do anything about it. In fact, if he had immediately visited the site of the incident and made necessary inquiries and investigations, he would have known the truth of the matter on the spot. But things happened in a way as Allah would have them, so it just did not occur to him. After that, Sayyidina Yusuf was stopped, through revelation, from sending to his father any news about himself, to the limit that he took no initiative in this direction, even after his ascension to power in Egypt. Then, more trying were events which happened concerning the repeated visits of his brothers to Egypt. Even at that time, he said nothing to his brothers about himself, nor did he try to send some note of information to his father. Instead of doing all that, he detained yet another brother through a secret plan, thus inflicting yet another shock on his father. All these actions cannot possibly issue forth from a great prophet such as Sayyidina Yusuf, unless and until he had not been prohibited from doing so through the medium of wahi revelation. Therefore, Al-Qurtubi and other commentators have declared this entire range of actions taken by Sayyidina Yusuf as directly prompted by divine revelation. The Quranic statement, "This is how we plan for Yusuf," also indicates in this direction. Allah knows best.
They said, "By Allah, you will not cease remembering Joseph until you become fatally ill or become of those who perish."
When the sons of Sayyidina Yaqub saw the extreme suffering and patience of their father, they said, "By God, you will not stop remembering Yusuf," meaning thereby that every shock ends after all, and so does every sorrow.
He said, "I only complain of my suffering and my grief to Allah, and I know from Allah that which you do not know."
After hearing the concern of his sons, Sayyidina Yaqub said, "That is, I complain of my anguish and sorrow, not to you or to anyone else, but to Allah Jalla Thana himself. Therefore, leave me alone as I am." And along with what he said, he also indicated that this remembrance of his will not go to waste, for he knew from Allah Ta'ala what they did not know, that he has been promised by him that he would bring them all together with him.
O my sons, Go and find out about Joseph and his brother, and despair not of relief from Allah. Indeed, no one despairs of relief from Allah except the disbelieving people.
Verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 87 begins with the order given by say, Inna Yaqub, my sons, go and search for Yusuf and his brother. It was after the passage of such a long time that Sayyidina Yaqub asked his sons to go and search for Yusuf and his brother, and not to lose hope in finding them. Before this, he had never given an order of this nature. All these things were subservient to the divine destiny. Meaning them earlier than that was not so destined. Therefore, no such action was taken either. And now, the time to meet had arrived. Therefore, Allah Ta'ala put in his heart the way out appropriate to it. And the direction in which the search was to be made was turned towards nowhere but Egypt itself, which was known and definite in the case of Benyamin. But there was no obvious reason, given the outward conditions, to look for Sayyidina Yusuf in Egypt. But when Allah Ta'ala intends to do something, He arranges to put together appropriate causes for its execution. Therefore, this time, He instructed His sons to go to Egypt once again for the purpose of the search. Some commentators have said that Sayyidina Yaqub, by noticing that the Aziz of Misr had treated them unusually the first time when he had returned their capital by putting it within their baggage, had got the idea that this Aziz seems to be someone very noble and generous. Perhaps he may be Yusuf himself. Points of guidance. Patience in pain is obligatory on every Muslim. Imam al-Qurtubi has said, the event relating to Sayyidina Yaqub proves that it is wajib on every Muslim when faced with distress or pain in the case of his person, children, family or property, that he or she should seek redress from it by resorting to patience, sabr, at its best, and by becoming resigned to and content with the decree of Allah Ta'ala, and follow the example of Sayyidina Yaqub and other blessed prophets. The merit of swallowing anger and pain. Imam Hassan al-Basri, may Allah have mercy on him, has said, out of what one swallows, two are the best in the sight of Allah Ta'ala, to do sabr on pain or distress, and to swallow anger, complaining of pain before everyone. In another hadith from Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, the Holy Prophet has been reported to have said, that is, one who goes about narrating his distress before everyone has not observed sabr, the reward for sabr. Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has said, Allah Ta'ala conferred upon Sayyidina Yaqub the reward of shuhada, martyrs in the way of Allah, for this sabr. And in this ummah too, whoever observes sabr while in distress shall receive a similar reward. The reason why Sayyidina Yaqub was put to trial. Imam al-Qurtubi has given a reason for this severe trial and test of Sayyidina Yaqub as it appears in some narrations. It is said that one day, Sayyidina Yaqub was doing his tahajjud prayers and Sayyidina Yusuf was sleeping before him. All of a sudden a sound of snoring by Sayyidina Yusuf caused his attention to be diverted to him. This happened twice and thrice. Then Allah Ta'ala said to his angels, look, this is my friend and my favored servant. See how he, in the middle of his address and approach to me, turns his attention to someone other than me. By my honor and power, I shall take these two eyes of his out, the eyes with which he has turned his attention to someone other than me, and the one to whom he has turned his attention, I shall sever it from him for a long time. How about looking at someone during Salah? Therefore, in a hadith of Al-Bukhari narrated by Sayyidat Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, it appears that she asked the Holy Prophet, how is it to look elsewhere during Salah? In reply, he said, through it, the shaitan snatches the salah of the servant of Allah away from him. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keep us protected.
So when they entered upon Joseph, they said, O Aziz, adversity has touched us and our family, and we have come with goods poor in quality, but give us full measure and be charitable to us. Indeed, Allah rewards the charitable.
Commentary. Mentioned in the verses appearing above is the remaining part of the story of Sayyidina Yusuf and his brothers. It tells us that Sayyidina Yaqub asked his sons to go and search Yusuf and his brother. So they traveled to Egypt for a third time because they knew that Benyamin was there and they had to try to get him released first. As for Sayyidina Yusuf, though his presence in Egypt was not known to them, but when the time comes for something to happen, human plans too start falling in place, unconsciously and without an intentional effort. This is confirmed by a hadith which says, when Allah Ta'ala intends to do something, He makes its causes get together automatically. Therefore, to search Yusuf too, the very travel to Egypt was appropriate, though taken up unconsciously. Then they needed food grains, after all. And yet another factor was that they hoped to see the Aziz of Misr on the pretext of the request for food grains. when they could put forward their plea for the release of Benjamin. The first verse, Surah Yusuf, ayah 88, begins with the words, "And when they came to him, they said." It means, when the brothers of Yusuf reached Egypt as ordered by their father and met the Aziz of Misr, they talked to him in a flattering tone. Presenting their need and helplessness, they told the Aziz that they and their family were suffering because of the famine, so much so that they did not have even adequate funds to purchase food grains. Compelled by circumstance, they had brought a capital which was not good enough for that purpose. Thus, the request was that, given his generosity, he should accept whatever they had and give them the full measure of grains, as is usually given against things of good value. Not being their right in any way, they pleaded that the grain should be given to them as if given in charity, because Allah rewards the charitable. What was this capital of very little worth? The Quran and Hadith have not clarified it. The sayings of the commentators differ. Some say that they were bad dirhams which were not acceptable in the open market. Others say that this comprised of household articles. This expression, capital of very little worth, is a translation of the meaning of the word masjitin, which really means something which does not move on its own, but has to be moved by someone else forcefully. When Sayyidina Yusuf heard these submissive words from his brothers and saw their broken down condition, he was naturally coming to a point where he would have no option but to disclose the truth as it was. And the drift of events was showing that the restriction placed by Allah Ta'ala on Sayyidina Yusuf, that he would not disclose the truth of the matter about himself, was not going to be there anymore for the time and come close when it would be taken back. Based on a narration of Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, it has been reported in Tafsir al-Qutub by al-Majari that Sayyidina Yaqub had, on this occasion, sent a letter in writing and had addressed it to the Aziz of Misr. The letter said, "From Yaqub Safi Allah ibn Ishaq Dabi Allah ibn Ibrahim, call Allah to the Aziz of Misr. After offering praise to Allah, our entire family is known for hardships and trials. My grandfather, Ibrahim Khalil Allah, was tested through the fire of Nimrod. Then my father, Ishaq, was put to a hard test. Then I was tested through a son of mine, whom I held very dear to the limit that I lost my eyesight when separated from him. After that, there was his younger brother, a source of comfort for me in my grief, whom you arrested on a charge of theft. And let me tell you that we are the progeny of prophets. Never have we committed a theft, nor has there ever been a thief among our children. And peace on you." When Sayyidina Yusuf read this letter, he trembled and broke into tears and decided to let his secret out. To start with, he first asked his brothers if they remembered what they had done with Yusuf and his brother at a time when they were ignorant, unable to distinguish between good and bad, and quite neglectful of acting with foresight. When his brothers heard his question, they were dumbfounded. What has the Aziz of Misr got to do with the story of Yusuf? Then they recollected the dream seen by young Yusuf, the interpretation of which was that he would achieve some high rank, and they would have to bow down before him. Could it be that this Aziz of Misr is none else but Yusuf himself? Then, as they exerted and deliberated a little more, they recognized him by some signs. Still, to confirm it further, they asked him.
He said, "Do you know what you did with Joseph and his brother when you were ignorant?"
See Surah Yusuf, ayah 88, for the tafsir.
They said, "Are you indeed Joseph?" He said, "I am Joseph, and this is my brother. Allah has certainly favored us. Indeed, he who fears Allah and is patient, then indeed Allah does not allow to be lost the reward of those who do good."
Are you really Yusuf? Then Sayyidina Yusuf said, "Yes, I am Yusuf, and this is my brother Benjamin." He supplemented his statement by adding the name of his brother so that they become certain about him. In addition to that, he also wanted them to become sure right then about the total success of their mission, that is, the two they had started to search for were there before them, both at the same time and place. Then he said, that is, Allah has been very kind to us that he first gave both of us two qualities, those of patience, sabr, and the fear of Allah, taqwa, qualities which are key to success. And as
they said, "By Allah, certainly has Allah preferred you over us, and indeed we have been sinners."
Now the brothers of Yusuf had no choice left with them but to confess the wrongs they had done and admit the grace and excellence of Sayyidina Yusuf. So, in one voice, they all said, "By God, Allah has given to you preference over us which you deserved, and we were surely in error in whatever we did, and so forgive us in the name of Allah." To this in reply, Sayyidina Yusuf said what a prophet of his stature would say.
He said, "No blame will there be upon you today. Allah will forgive you. and He is the most merciful of the merciful.
No reproach upon you, that is, not to say much about taking a revenge of your injustices against me. On this day, I would not even blame you for it. This much was the good news of forgiveness from His side, which He let them hear. Then He prayed for them before Allah Ta'ala, may Allah forgive you, and He is the most merciful of all the merciful. After that, He said, go with this shirt of mine and put it over the face of my father, and he will turn into a sighted man, which will enable him to come here. And bring to me all your family so that all of us can get together. Be happy, enjoy the blessings given by Allah, and be grateful to Him. Points of guidance. We come to know of many injunctions, rulings, as well as guidelines, which are good to have in life. First of all, the use of the expression, Tasadak Alena, be charitable to us, in verse Surah Yusuf. Ayah 88 raises a question as to how would sadaqah and karat, charity, become halal, lawful, for the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf, who are the progeny of prophets. Secondly, even if sadaqah could be taken as halal, how would the act of asking for it become halal? Even if the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf were no prophets, he himself certainly was. Why did he not warn them against this error? A clear enough answer to this is that the word sadaqah used here does not mean the real sadaqah. In fact, the request for concession in the transaction has been given the name of sadaqah and karat because they had just never asked for a free supply of grains. Instead, they had offered a capital of very little worth. And the essence of the request was that this capital of very little worth be accepted in the spirit of remission given in such hard circumstances. Moreover, it is also possible that the unlawfulness of sadaqah and karat, charity, for the progeny of prophets may be exclusive to the ummah of the Holy Prophet as held by mujtahid from among tafsir authorities. Bayan al-Quran, the last sentence of verse Surah Yusuf, ayat 88, surely Allah rewards the charitable, tells us that Allah Ta'ala gives good return to those who spend in sadaqah and karat, charity, but there are details to it. That is, there is a general return for sadaqah and karat which is received by everyone, believer or disbeliever, right here in the present world. That return comes in the form of the removal of disasters and hardships. Then there is the return which is particularly attached to the hereafter, that is, the Jannah paradise, that is for the believers only. Since the addressee here is the Aziz of Misr and the brothers of Yusuf did not know at that time whether or not he was a believer, therefore they opted for a sentence which was general, and which included the return of the present world, as well as that of the hereafter. Bayan al-Quran, besides this being an address to the Aziz of Misr, the occasion obviously demanded that the address in this sentence should have been direct, as Allah will give you the best of return. But as his being a believer was not known, therefore the form of address used was general, and any special return for him was not mentioned. Quote 2 by the sentence, Allah has been very kind to us, in verse Surah Yusuf. Ayah 90 proves that, should one be in some distress or hardship, then Allah Ta'ala delivers one from these and showers him or her with His blessings. Now after that, such a person should not talk about his past hardships anymore. Instead, one should remember nothing but this blessing in favor of Allah Ta'ala which one now has. After having been delivered from distress, and after having been blessed by divine rewards, to continue crying over past hardships is ingratitude. Such an ungrateful person has been called Kanud in the Holy Quran. Truly, man is to his Lord ungrateful. Surah Al-Adiyat, Ayah 6. The word Kanud refers to a person who does not remember favors received, but does remember hardships faced. Therefore, Sayyidina Yusuf made no mention at this time of the hardships he had to undergo for a long time due to the actions of his brothers. Instead of that, he mentioned the blessings of Allah only. The last sentence, surely whoever fears Allah and observes patience, and Allah does not waste the reward of the good doers, in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 90 tells us that taqwa, that is, abstention from sins, and sabr, that is, patience and fortitude, are two qualities which deliver one from every disaster and distress. The Holy Quran has said at several places that a person's prosperity and success depend on these two qualities. For example, that is, if you keep patience and fear Allah, their cunning shall not harm you at all. Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 120. A surface view of the verse here may suggest that Sayyidina Yusuf is claiming to be God-fearing and patient in the sense that it was because of his taqwa and sabr that he was blessed with deliverance from difficulties and rewarded with high ranks. But no one can claim taqwa for himself. It is prohibited by definite statements in the Holy Quran. For example, therefore do not claim purity for yourself. He knows best who it is that guards against evil. Surah An-Najm, Ayah 32. But in reality, there is no claim here. Instead, this is a confession of the blessings and favors of Allah Ta'ala, for He first gave him the tawfiq of sabr and taqwa, and then, Through it came all blessings from him. The declaration, "No reproach upon you today," in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 92 has been made from the highest level of good morals, whereby the oppressor was not only forgiven, but spared from reproach too.
Take this, my shirt, and cast it over the face of my father. He will become seeing, and bring me your family, all together.
Commentary. The previous verses about the story of Sayyidina Yusuf have told us about the time when, by the will of Allah, it was appropriate for him to disclose his secret to his brothers. This he did. His brothers sought his forgiveness. He, not only that he forgave them, did not even choose to admonish them for what they had done to him in the past. In fact, he prayed to Allah Ta'ala for them, meaning his father was now his next concern. Given the conditions, he found it better that his father comes to him with the family. But, having come to know that his father had lost his eyesight as a result of his separation from him, that became his first concern. So he said to his brothers, "Go with this shirt of mine, and put it over the face of my father, and he will turn into a sighted man." Surah Yusuf, Ayah 93. It is obvious that putting someone's shirt on the face of a person cannot become a physical cause of an eyesight to return. In fact, this was a miracle of Sayyidina Yusuf, for he, by the will of Allah, knew that once his shirt was put over the face of his father, Allah Ta'ala will give him his eyesight back. Tafsir authorities, Dahak and Mujahid, have said that this was the inherent quality of that shirt because it was not like ordinary clothes. Instead, it was brought from paradise for Sayyidina Ibrahim at the time when he was thrown into the fire naked by Nimrod. Then, this apparel of paradise remained preserved with Sayyidina Ibrahim. After his death, it passed on to Sayyidina Ishaq. After his death, it came to Sayyidina Yaqub. In view of its status as a sacred legacy, he put it inside a tube, sealed it, and made Sayyidina Yusuf wear it round his neck as a tawi, spiritual charm, so that he remained safe against the evil eye. When the brothers of Yusuf removed the shirt of Sayyidina Yusuf to deceive their father, and he was thrown into the well without it, Sayyidina Jibril al-Amin came, and opening the tube hanging round his neck, took the shirt out from it, and made Sayyidina Yusuf wear it. Since that time, it remained preserved with him. When needed again, it was Jibril al-Amin again who advised Sayyidina Yusuf that the shirt was an apparel of paradise. It had a unique property. If put over the face of a blind person, he becomes sighted. He asked him to send it to his father, and he would become a sighted man. The view of Hadrat Mujahid al-Thani, may Allah have mercy on him, is that the beauty, rather the very existence of Sayyidina Yusuf, was itself a thing of the paradise. Therefore, every shirt that touched his body could have this property. Majari said in the last sentence of verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 93 was, that is, all of you, my brothers, bring your entire family to me. Though the real purpose was to have his respected father come to him, but here he did not specifically mention his father, instead, talked about bringing the family perhaps, because he considered that asking his father to be brought to him was contrary to etiquette. However, he was already certain that the sight of his father would return, and there would remain no reason which could stop him from coming to him. Rather, he would himself want to honor him with his visit. According to a narration reported by Al-Qutubah, Yehuda, Judah, from among the brothers of Sayyidina Yusuf, offered to carry this shirt personally because it was he who had carried young Yusuf that shirt smeared with fake blood, and which brought many shocks for his father, and now it should be him again who should carry the shirt in his own hands, so that amends could be made for past injustices.
And when the caravan departed from Egypt, their father said, "Indeed, I find the smell of Joseph, and would say that he was alive if you did not think me weakened in mind."
Verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 94 opens with the words, "And when the caravan set out, and had reached barely outside the limits of the city, then Sayyidina Yaqub said to those around him, I sense the scent of Yusuf if you do not take me to be senile." According to a narration of Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, there was a travel distance of 8 days from the city of Egypt to Canaan, and according to Sayyidina Hassan, may Allah have mercy on him, the distance was 80 farsak, that is, nearly 250 miles. Unique is the power of Allah Ta'ala who, from such a distance, carried all the way to Sayyidina Yaqub the scent of his son Yusuf through the shirt of his son Yusuf. And something of wonder certainly is that this scent, when Sayyidina Yusuf was sitting confined into a well of his own homeland, caused no reaction into the smell buds of his father. Right from here, we learn that no miracle is in the control of a prophet. In fact, a miracle is not even the personal act and action of the prophet. This is directly the act of Allah. When Allah Ta'ala wills, He makes a miracle manifest itself. And when the divine will is not there, the nearest of the near recedes into the farthest.
They said, By Allah, indeed you are in your same old error.
In verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 95, it was said, they said, By God, you are still in your old fallacy. It means that those around Sayyid ibn Yaqub commented on what he had said by wondering that he still seemed to be engrossed into his old fallacy, that is, Yusuf is alive and we shall meet again.
And when the bearer of good tidings arrived, he cast it over his face, and he returned once again seeing. He said, Did I not tell you that I know from Allah that which you do not know?
Said in verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 96 is, that is, when this man with the good news reached Canaan and put the shirt of Sayyid ibn Yusuf over the face of his father, his eyesight returned and he became a sighted man. The man who came with the good news was Yahuda, the same brother of Sayyid ibn Yusuf who had brought his shirt from Egypt. The last sentence of the verse is, Yaqub said, Did I not tell you that I know from Allah what you do not know? That Yusuf is alive, and we shall meet again.
They said, O our father, ask for us forgiveness of our sins. Indeed, we have been sinners.
Now, when the truth of the matter became clearer, the brothers of Yusuf asked for the forgiveness of their father in a spiritually endearing style by saying, Our father, pray to Allah to forgive us our sins. Surely we have been wrong thus. It is obvious that a person who prays to Allah Ta'ala for the forgiveness of their sins would do that himself too.
He said, I will ask forgiveness for you from my Lord. Indeed, it is He who is the forgiving, the merciful.
The reply given by Sayyid ibn Yaqub was, Shall pray to my Lord to forgive you. Surah Yusuf, ayah 98. Here, Sayyid ibn Yaqub has, instead of praying for them instantly, made a promise that he would pray for them soon. Commentators have generally given a reason for this. According to them, his purpose was to pray for them particularly, in peace and with concentration, towards the later part of the night because the prayer made at that hour is answered specially. This is as it appears in a hadith in the Sahih of Al-Bukhari and Muslim that, in the last third part of every night, Allah Ta'ala descends in all His glory close to the firmament near the earth and proclaims, Is there someone who would pray to me? And I would answer, Is there someone who would seek forgiveness from me? And I would forgive.
And when they entered upon Joseph, he took his parents to himself and said, Enter Egypt, Allah willing, safe and secure.
About what has been said in the next verse, later, when they came to Yusuf. It appears in some narrations that Sayyid ibn Yusuf had sent with his brothers this time a large supply of clothes and other articles of need all loaded on some 200 camels, so that the whole family could make good preparations in anticipation of their visit to Egypt. Thus all set for the trip, when Sayyid Yaqub and his entire family set out for Egypt. Their number, according to one narration, was 72, and according to the other, it was comprised of 93 men and women. On the other side, when came the time for their arrival in Egypt, Sayyid Yusuf and the people of Egypt came out of the city to receive them. With them came 4,000 soldiers to present a guard of honor. When these guests reached Egypt and entered the home of Sayyid Yusuf, he lodged his parents with him. Here the text refers to parents, though the mother of Sayyid Yusuf had died during his childhood. But after her death, Sayyid Yaqub had married Leah, the sister of his late wife. She was, in her capacity as the maternal aunt of Sayyid Yusuf, almost like his own mother, and also as the married wife of his father, was deserving of being called as nothing but his mother. This interpretation is according to the Ruwayah, where it has been said that the mother of Sayyid Yusuf had died at the time of Benyamin's birth. It is on this basis that the present text of the respected author, may the mercy of Allah be upon him, appears to be contradictory to the relevant text on page of volume V, where the name of Sayyid Yusuf's mother has been given as Rabbil. But in reality, there is no authentic riwayah in this connection. Israeli riwayat do exist, but they too are contradictory. The author of Al-Manai has himself said that the Jewish chroniclers do not subscribe to the view that the mother of Sayyid Yusuf had died at the time of Benyamin's birth. If this riwayat is given credence, no doubt remains. Then, in this situation, by the words, and he raised his parents up on the throne, the reference would be to the real mother of Sayyid Yusuf. Ibn Jarir and Ibn Kathir have opted for this as the weightier view. So, commenting on this, Ibn Kathir has said, Muhammad Taqi Asmani. At the end of verse Surah Yusuf, ayah 99, this statement, he said, enter Egypt, God willing, in peace, means that Sayyidina Yusuf asked all his family members to enter Egypt by the will of Allah and without any fear or restriction, the sense being that they were free from usual restrictions placed on travelers who enter another country.
And he raised his parents upon the throne, and they bowed to him in prostration. And he said, O my father, this is the explanation of my vision of before. My Lord has made it reality, and he was certainly good to me when he took me out of prison and brought you here from Bedouin life after Satan had induced estrangement between me and my brothers. Indeed, my Lord is subtle in what he wills. Indeed, it is he who is the knowing, the wise.
Verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 100 opens with the words, and he raised his parents up on the throne. That is, Sayyidina Yusuf had his parents sit with him on the royal throne. After that it was said, and they all fell before him in prostration, that is, the parents and all brothers did sajda before Sayyidina Yusuf. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has said that this prostration of gratitude was for Allah Ta'ala and not for Sayyidina Yusuf. Others have said that a sajda or sujud, prostration, as part of ibadah, worship, when done for anyone other than Allah, has always been forbidden in the shariah of every prophet. But the sajda of ta'zim, veneration, was permissible in the religious codes of past prophets, which has been prohibited in the sharia of Islam on the basis that it is a source of shirk. This is confirmed by hadith reports from Al-Bukhari and Muslim that sajda, prostration, for anyone other than Allah is not halal. And when both his father and mother, and 11 of his brothers, prostrated before him simultaneously, he remembered the dream he had seen in his childhood, and he said, My father, here is the fulfillment of my early dream, that the sun and the moon and 11 stars are prostrating to me, and I am grateful that my Lord has made it come true. Rules and points of guidance. When his sons requested Sayyidina Yaqub to pray to Allah for their forgiveness, he said, I shall soon pray to my Lord to forgive you. He did not make that day instantly. He delayed it. One of the reasons given by commentators for this delay is that he first wanted to check with Sayyidina Yusuf whether or not he has forgiven them, because unless the victim of injustice forgives, there is no forgiveness from Allah either. So, this being the state of affairs, the making of a prayer for forgiveness was not appropriate. Pointed to here is a matter of sound principle that no violation of the rights of the servants of Allah, Huquq al-Ibad, gets to be forgiven unless the holder of the right receives his right back, or forgives only verbal repentance, for it is not enough. According to a narration of Sufyan al-Thawri, may Allah have mercy on him, when Yahuda brought in the shirt of Sayyidina Yusuf and put it over the face of his father, he asked, How is Yusuf? Yahuda told him that he was the king of Egypt. Sayyidina Yaqub said, I am not asking if he is a prince or a pauper. I am asking how is he in his faith and deed. Then he told him about the qualities of his character and how God-fearing and chaste in conduct he was. This is how the noble prophets love and relate to their children. They are more concerned about the state of their spiritual life than they are with the state of their physical comfort. This is the model every Muslim should follow. According to Hadrat Hassan, may Allah have mercy on him, when the carrier of the good news arrived with the shirt of his separated son, Sayyidina Yaqub wished to give him something in reward. But life was hard, therefore he apologized that there was no bread baked in the house for 7 days, and he could not give a material reward. However, he prayed that Allah Ta'ala makes the agony of death easy on him. Al-Qutubiyya said that this prayer was the best reward for him. This event also tells us that the giving of a reward to someone who brings a good news is a practice of the blessed prophets. An event relating to Sayyidina Ka'b ibn Malik, may Allah be pleased with him, from among the noble Sahaba, is well known. He had not participated in the battle of Tabor, for which he was reproached and punished, though his repentance was later accepted. When the man with the good news of this acceptance came to him, he gave the dress he was wearing to him. In addition to that, it also proves that inviting friends over meals on occasions of happiness is sunnah. Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, when he completed his reading of Surah Al-Baqarah, shared his happiness with others by inviting them to eat with him, for which he slaughtered a camel. The sons of Sayyidina Yaqub, once the truth had come out in the open, asked for the forgiveness of their father and brother. This tells us that a person who has caused pain to someone, by word or action, or remains responsible for returning any right owed to him, then it is obligatory on that person that he must pay back that right immediately, or have it forgiven by him. Based on a narration of Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, there is a report in the Sahih of Al-Bukhari that the Holy Prophet said, A person who has someone's financial right due against him, or may have caused pain to him, by word or action, then he must pay it back today, or get it off his shoulders by seeking forgiveness before comes the day of Qiyamah, where no one would have any property or wealth from which rights could be paid back. Therefore his good deeds will be given to the victim of injustice, and he will be left empty-handed. And if he has no good deeds in his account, the sins of the other person will be put on his shoulders. May Allah protect us all from this. Patience and gratitude, the dignified station of Sayyidina Yusuf. To pick up the thread of the story, we see that Sayyidina Yusuf starts telling his parents things which happened to him. This is a point where it would be useful to stop for a while and think. Had someone in our day been subjected to go through all those hardships which were faced by Sayyidina Yusuf, and had he been unable to meet his parents after such a long trial of separation and disappointment, just imagine where would he begin his tale of woes, how would he cry and make others do the same, and how many days and nights would he spend in recounting the hardships faced by him. But the two parties, the teller and the listener, are both no less than two messengers and prophets of Allah. Worth observing is their conduct in this matter. Here is a very dear separated son of Sayyidina Yaqub, when he meets his father after having gone through the long period of so many hardships. See what he says. He favored me when he released me from the prison and brought you from the countryside after the Satan had caused a rift between me and my brothers. The hardships faced by Sayyidina Yusuf can be divided over 3 stages respectively: the injustices of his brothers, the separation from his parents, the pain of the prison. What this great prophet of Allah has done is that, in his statement, he has changed the order of events as they had happened. He started from the prison. Then, he said nothing about how he had entered the prison and how he had suffered there. Rather, talked about how he was released from the prison and mentioned the two with words of gratitude for Allah Ta'ala. As a corollary of his release from the prison and his gratitude to Allah for it, he also told them that he has been in the prison for a certain time. Worth noticing here is that Sayyidina Yusuf has mentioned his release from the prison, but he has not said anything about the prison of the well in which his brothers had thrown him. He did not mention it even functionally, as in he released me from the prison. The reason is that he had already forgiven the mistake made by his brothers, and had said, "No reproach upon you today." Therefore, he did not consider it proper to mention the incident of the well in any form whatsoever, so that his brothers may not be put to shame. Hutubai, after that, he was supposed to dwell on the long and trying separation from his parents, and talk about how they had affected him. But he set all these things aside. He took up the last part of it and mentioned his meeting with the parents, and said so by thanking Allah for it, and brought you from the countryside, Al-Badwa, to the city of Egypt. There is a hint here to the blessing of Allah, that he brought Sayyidina Yaqub from his home in the countryside, where conveniences of living are scarce, to a city with royal honors. The first stage of the trials of Sayyidina Yusuf has not been mentioned yet. This concerns the injustices inflicted by his brothers on him. It is interesting that he sweeps the whole thing away as a handiwork of Satan and makes things come easy even by suggesting that his brothers were not of the kind who would do something like that. It was Satan who deceived them and caused this rift between them. This is the elegance of prophets. Not only that they would be patient against pain and hardship, but that they would invariably find the occasion to be grateful to Allah under all conditions. Therefore, with prophets, there is no state of being in which they are not grateful to Allah Ta'ala. This is contrary to what ordinary human beings would do. In their state of being, they would have thousands of blessings of Allah Ta'ala being showered over them, yet they would not talk about them to anyone. And when they have some hardship overtake them at some time, they would go about crying over it all their lives. The Quran has complained about this human mind, said when it says, that is, human beings are, to their Rabb, very ungrateful. Surah Al-Adiyat, Ayah 6. After having reduced the tale of his trials in 3 words, Sayyidina Yusuf said, "Surely my Lord does what he wills in a subtle way. Surely he is the all-knowing, the all-wise." Surah Yusuf, Ayah 100.
My Lord, you have given me something of sovereignty and taught me of the interpretation of dreams. Creator of the heavens and earth, you are my protector in this world and the hereafter. Cause me to die a Muslim and join me with the righteous.
Commentary. The address of Sayyidina Yusuf in the previous verses was to his respected father. Now, after having achieved an important objective by meeting his parents and brothers, he was at peace to devote himself directly to praising Allah Ta'ala and to supplicating before him, as he said appears immediately above. The Salihin, or the righteous, or morally the most perfect servants of Allah, can be the prophets themselves, for they are divinely protected, masum, against all sins. Mashari, worth noticing in this dua, is the prayer for a good end to life. It presents before us a profile of the typical servants of Allah, who have the honor of being accepted in the sight of their Creator. The attitude is that they may be enjoying the highest possible ranks in this world and in the hereafter, and they may have all sorts of power and office beneath their feet, yet they would never wax proud over these. In fact, they keep fearing lest such things around them may be taken away or cut down. So they keep praying that the physical and spiritual blessings given to them by Allah Ta'ala continue to be with them, even keep increasing, right through the hour of death. At this stage, the unusual story of Sayyidina Yusuf and the subsequent chain of instructions and lessons, as mentioned in the Quran, has reached its completion. It happened after that has not been reported in the Holy Quran or in any Mar's hadith, with its chain of reporting authorities ascending to the Holy Prophet himself. Most commentators have reported that with reference to historical or Israeli narrations. Based on a narration by Hadra Hassan, may Allah have mercy on him, it has been reported in Tafsir Ibn Kathir that Sayyidina Yusuf was 7 years old when his brothers had thrown him into a well. Then he remained separated from his father for 80 years, remained alive for 23 years after having met his parents, and died at the age of 120 years. As in the narrations of the people of the book, reports Muhammad ibn Ishaq, the period of separation between Sayyidina Yaqub and Sayyidina Yusuf was 40 years. Then Sayyidina Yaqub, after his arrival in Egypt, lived in the company of Sayyidina Yusuf for 17 years. After that, he died. As in the annals of historians, reports the author of Tafsir al-Qutubai, Sayyidina Yaqub died after having lived for 24 years in Egypt. Before his death, he ordered Sayyidina Yusuf that his body should be sent to his home country, and that he be buried by the side of his father, Sayyidina Ishaq. Sayyidina Said ibn Jubair has said that the body of Sayyidina Yaqub was placed in a coffin made of wood from sultry and taken to Beit al-Maqdis. For this reason, it became common custom among Jews that they would take their dead from faraway places to Beit al-Maqdis for a burial there. The age of Sayyidina Yaqub was 147 years when he died. When Sayyidina Yaqub entered Egypt with his family, says Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be pleased with him, they were a total of 93 men and women, and when this progeny of Sayyidina Yaqub, that is, the Bani Israel, left Egypt with Sayyidina Musa, their number was 670,000. By Ibn Kathir, as pointed out earlier, this is based on Israelite narrations. Ibn Khaldun, the well-known Muslim historian, has criticized this narration in his Muqaddimah and has urged that the number of Bani Israel was not that big. Muhammad Taqi Asmani has been mentioned earlier that after the death of the former, Aziz of Misr, the king of Egypt, had arranged the marriage of Zuleika with Sayyidina Yusuf. It appears in the Torah and in the historical accounts of the people of the book that they had 2 sons, Ephraim and Manshah, and a girl, Rama bint Yusuf. Rama was married to Sayyidina Ayub. Of the progeny of Ephraim, there was Yusha ibn Nun, who was a companion of Sayyidina Musa. Majari Sayyidina Yusuf died at the age of 120 years, and he was buried by the bank of the river Nile. Based on a narration by Sayyidina Urwa ibn Zubair, may Allah have mercy on him, Ibn Ishaq has reported when Sayyidina Musa was commanded to leave Egypt with the Bani Israel, it was revealed to him that he should not leave the body of Sayyidina Yusuf in Egypt, and he was ordered to take it with him to Syria and bury him close to his ancestors. An Obedian said to this order, Sayyidina Musa made investigations and succeeded in locating his burial place. He found his body in a marble coffin which he took with him to Canaan in Palestine. There he buried him beside Sayyidina Ishaq and Sayyidina Yaqub. Mashari, after Sayyidina Yusuf, the Amalekites took over Egypt as the new pharaohs. As for the Bani Israel, they lived under them but kept adhering to the faith of Sayyidina Yusuf. However, they were taken as foreigners and subjected to all sorts of painful discriminations. Finally, Allah Ta'ala delivered them from this punishment through Sayyidina Musa, Tafsir Majari, rules and points of guidance. From the previous verses Surah Yusuf, ayah 99 to 100, we learn that paying due respect to parents is obligatory, wajib, as it stands proved from what Sayyidina Yusuf did. We also learn from here that a prostration of reverence was permissible in the religious code of Sayyidina Yusuf, which is why his parents and brothers prostrated to him. But in the Sharia of the Holy Prophet, the sajda, or suja, has been declared as a particular mark of ibadah, worship, and it cannot be done before anyone other than Allah. If done, it is haram. The Holy Quran has said, prostrate not to the sun and the moon. Surah Fussilat, Ayah 37. And in Hadith, it is said that Say Ibn Mu'ad, may Allah be pleased with him, when he went to Syria, saw local Christians prostrating to their parents. After his return from there, he started making a prostration before the Holy Prophet. He asked him not to do that. He said, "If I were to take prostration before anyone as permissible, I would have told a wife to prostrate before her husband." Similarly, when Sayyidina Salman al-Farisi, may Allah be pleased with him, wished to prostrate to him, he said, "Do not prostrate to me, O Salman. Instead, prostrate to the ever-living who would never die." Ibn Kathir, this tells us that a prostration done as a token of respect for the Holy Prophet is not permissible. With that being the truth, how can it become permissible if done before a saint, or an elder, or per? From "Here is the fulfillment of my early dream," we learn that the fulfillment of the interpretation of a dream could sometimes take a long time to materialize, as it was in the present case when it manifested itself after 40 or 80 years. Ibn Jarir Ibn Kathir, the words, "He favored me," said by Sayyidina Yusuf, prove that if a person, after having been suffering from a disease or disaster, finds him or her delivered from it, then, following the traditional way of prophets, he or she must show gratitude to Allah for this deliverance, and forget about any remembrance of that disease or disaster. From this statement, "Surely my Lord does what he wills," in a subtle way, we learn that when Allah Ta'ala intends to do something, he has his subtle ways of arranging things and causes secretly in a manner that no one can get the slightest inkling about it. The words of prayer, "Make me die a Muslim," refer to the prayer of Sayyidina Yusuf, in which he has wished to die while adhering to his belief and faith, Iman and Islam. This tells us that to make a dua for death under particular conditions is not prohibited. And as for the prohibition of wishing for death in sound and authentic ahadith, the purpose there is to tell people that it is not correct to go about asking for death just because of depression from worldly hardships or simple lack of patience. The Holy Prophet has said, "Let no one ask for death because of some hardship." If one has to say something like that, let him say, "Allah, keep me alive as long as life is better for me, and give me death when death is better for me."
That is from the news of the unseen which we reveal, O Muhammad, to you. And you were not with them when they put together their plan while they conspired.
Commentary. After a full description of the story of Sayyidina Yusuf, first to come in the verses cited above is an address to the Holy Prophet. That is a part of the reports of the unseen we reveal to you, and that you were not there with the brothers of Yusuf when they had decided to throw Sayyidina Yusuf into the well and were making plans for it. The purpose of choosing to say this is that the very act of the Holy Prophet in describing the story of Sayyidina Yusuf correctly and in full details is a clear proof of his being a prophet and recipient of revelation. The reason is that this story dates back to thousands of years before his time. Neither was he present there on the scene to have described it as an eyewitness, nor was he ever taught by anyone to have consulted books of history or heard it from a teacher and described it. Therefore, there is no way he could have known it in the manner he did except that it be divine revelation itself. At this place, the Holy Qur'an has considered it sufficient to say that he were not there. It has not deemed it necessary to mention that this information did not come to him through another person or book, because the whole Arabia knew that the Holy Prophet was an Ummi, that is, he did not learn to read and write from anyone. And also known to everyone was that he had lived his whole life in Makkah al-Mu'azzama. He did make one of his trips to Syria with his uncle Abu Talib, a trip in which he came back home while still en route. The second trip he made was for business. He finished his work there and returned in a few days. In this trip, too, there was no chance of his meeting some scholar or going to an educational institution. Therefore, at this place, it was not considered necessary to mention it. And at another occasion in the Holy Qur'an, this too was further clarified by saying, that is, you did not know them, the events, before this, the revelation of the Qur'an. Neither you nor your people. Surah Hud, Ayah 49. Imam al-Bayhawi has said that the Jews and the Quraysh had joined hands to test the veracity of the Holy Prophet. For this purpose, they had asked the Holy Prophet to tell them everything about Sayyidina Yusuf as it had happened to him, if he was true in his claim of prophethood. When he told them what he had learned through divine revelation, they still remained sticking to their disbelief and denial. This shocked the Holy Prophet. Thereupon, said in the next verse was, "And most of the people are not going to believe, even though the proofs of his being a prophet were clear, and even if he himself longed for it, or tried his best." The sense of this statement is, your duty is to spread the call and seek the betterment of people. That you succeed in it is not in your control, nor is this your responsibility, nor should you grieve over it. Rules and guidance, the difference between the news of the unseen and the knowledge of the unseen, the statement that is a part of the reports of the unseen we reveal to you has appeared in the same words in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 44, Surah Al-Imran, in the context of the story of Sayyidah Maryam, that is a part of the reports of the unseen we reveal to you, Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 44. Then, with a slight change, the same statement appears in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 49 of Surah Hud, where it is related to the story of Sayyidina Nuh. These are reports from the unseen events which we reveal to you, Surah Hud, Ayah 49. From these verses we learn that Allah Ta'ala communicates to His prophets many news of the unseen through wahi, revelation. He has particularly blessed our Rasul, known as the head of all the messengers, with a special portion of the news from the unseen, which is more than that which has been given to all past prophets. This is the reason why the Holy Prophet has informed the Muslim Ummah of many events due to happen right through the day of Qiyamah, either briefly or in details. All al-hadith given in the kit and al-fitan of hadith books are full of them. Since common people take the knowledge of the unseen, I am al-ghaib, only in the sense that a person somehow gets to become aware of the news of the unseen, and this quality is found at its best in the Holy Prophet. Therefore, they think that the Holy Prophet was alim al-ghaib, knower of the unseen, but the Holy Qur'an has declared in very clear words that no one in the heavens or on the earth knows the unseen except Allah. Surah An-Naml, Ayah 65, which proves that no one other than Allah Ta'ala can be called the alim al-ghaib, or the knower of the unseen. The gem of al-ghaib, the knowledge of the unseen, is the unique attribute of Allah Ta'ala. Taking an apostle, messenger, prophet, or angel as a sharer in this attribute amounts to equating him with Allah, and is what the Christians do, who declare a messenger to be the Son of God and a partner in Godhead. The verses of the Holy Qur'an quoted here make the truth of the matter very clear. It stands settled that the ilm of al-ghaib, the knowledge of the unseen, is an exclusive attribute of Allah Ta'ala, and the only alim al-ghaib, the knower of the unseen, is Allah Jalla Than Himself. However, there are many news of the unseen which Allah Ta'ala does give to His messengers through the medium of wahi, revelation. This, in the terminology of the Holy Qur'an, is not known as the ilm of al-ghaib, the knowledge of the unseen. Since common people do not understand this fine difference, they tend to take the news of the unseen as the knowledge of the unseen. This is why when one adheres to the terminology of the Qur'an and asserts that no one, other than Allah, can claim to know what is unseen, they would prefer to differ rather than accept truth as it is.
And most of the people, although you strive for it, are not believers.
See Surah Yusuf, Ayah 102 for the Tafsir.
And you do not ask of them for it any payment. It is not except a reminder to the worlds.
After that it was said, that is, your mission is to tell them the truth and call them to the straight path. For this you do not ask them to give you something in return which could have caused them to find it difficult to listen to Him or follow Him. In fact, what you are telling them is for their own good. It is only an advice to heed to and a lesson to learn from, and it is for everyone. The text here also carries a hint to the effect, when the purpose behind your effort is no worldly gain. In fact, it is nothing but the reward of the hereafter and the betterment of your people, then that purpose of yours already stands achieved. Why would you then grieve over it?
And how many a sign within the heavens and earth do they pass over, while they therefrom are turning away?
Then, in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 105, the attitude of the disbelievers is portrayed by saying, how many a sign there is in the heavens and the earth which they pass by, and they are heedless to it. The sense is that these people are not of the kind who would simply not listen to a well-wisher out of their obstinacy. They are worse. They would not even learn from the very open signs of the perfect power of Allah Ta'ala visible to them all the time, yet keep passing by them without paying any attention and without wondering whose signs they were. These signs of divine wisdom and power are widely spread out and many in number. Out of these are many signs which remind people of punishments which descended upon past peoples, and they themselves see their overturned habitations, but they would still refuse to learn their lesson. This was a description of people who simply did not believe in the existence of Allah Ta'ala, the great Creator, and in His wisdom and power. Mentioned next are those who do believe in Allah as the Creator.
And most of them believe not in Allah, except while they associate others with Him,
but also associate other things as partners in His divinity. It was said, and most of them do not believe in Allah without associating partners with Him. It means that those of them who profess a belief in Allah would do so by lacing it with shirk. They would suggest others as partners in the attributes of knowledge and power, which are exclusive for Allah Ta'ala, which is rank injustice and ignorance. Ibn Kathir has said that included under the sense of this verse are Muslims who, despite having iman, are involved with different kinds of shirk. According to the Musnad of Ahmad, the Holy Prophet said, "The most dangerous of things I apprehend for you is the small shirk." When the Sahaba asked as to what could that be, he said, "Hypocrisy is the small shirk." Similarly, swearing by someone or something other than Allah has been called shirk in another hadith. Ibn Kathir from Tirmidhi, vows and offerings, manat and niyaz in the name of anyone other than Allah is also included under it, on which there is a consensus of Muslim jurists. After that, in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 107, questioned and deplored their heedlessness and ignorance as to how could these people, despite their denial and rebellion, become so carefree of the possibility that there may come on them some punishment from Allah which overtakes them from all sides, or that the fateful hour of the day of doom itself descends upon them all of a sudden while they are not ready for it.
Then do they feel secure that there will not come to them an overwhelming aspect of the punishment of Allah, or that the hour will not come upon them suddenly while they do not perceive?
See Surah Yusuf, Ayah 106 for the Tafsir.
Say, "This is my way. I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me, and exalted is Allah, and I am not of those who associate others with Him."
In verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 108, the Holy Prophet has been asked to state his position before these people. Say, "You believe it or not, this is my way. I call people to Allah with full cognition myself and my followers. And pure is Allah, and I am not among the associators." It means that the dawah of the Holy Prophet is not based on some summary view of things. Instead, it is the outcome of insight, reason, and wisdom. In this act of full cognition, the Holy Prophet has included his followers as well. According to Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, it refers to the noble Sahaba. May Allah be pleased with them all. They are the soldiers of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "The Sahaba of the Holy Prophet are the best people of this whole ummah. Their hearts are pure and their knowledge is deep. They are far removed from formality. Allah Ta'ala has chosen them to accompany and serve the Rasul. You should learn their morals, habits, and ways because they are the ones who are on the straight path." It is also possible to take the expression, "and my followers," in the general sense whereby it would mean every person who is doing the duty of conveying the dawah of the Rasul of Allah to his ummah right through the last day of the Qiyamah. According to Kalbi and Ibn Zayd, this verse also makes it necessary for one who claims to follow the Holy Prophet that he should spread his dawah among people and make the teaching of the Qur'an available to all. Majari, the last sentence of verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 108 is, "And pure is Allah, that is, free from shirk. And I am not among the mushriks, that is, not of those who practice shirk," since a little earlier, mention was made that there are people who, when they profess belief in Allah, would mix it up with shirk, whether open or padded or concealed. Therefore, he has declared that he has absolutely nothing to do with shirk. The gist of what has been said here is, my dawah does not aim at inviting people to become my servants. In fact, I myself am also a servant of Allah, and it is this kind of servitude to none but Him, that I invite people to. However, since I am the Da'i, the original maker of this call, it is obligatory that faith be put in me. To this, the disbelievers of Makkah used to object. They took the plea that a Rasul or messenger of Allah should not be a human being. He should rather be an angel. A reply to this doubt has been given in the next verse.
"And we sent not before you as messengers except men to whom we revealed from among the people of cities. So have they not traveled through the earth and observed how was the end of those before them? And the home of the hereafter is best for those who fear Allah. Then will you not reason?"
Where it was said, it means that they're thinking that it is an angel who should be the messenger and prophet of Allah, and that a human being cannot occupy this station is baseless and ineffectual. Quite contrary to this, the case is just the reverse, that is, for human beings, a prophet of Allah has always been a human being. Nevertheless, he is distinct from human beings in general in that the wahi and message of Allah Ta'ala comes to him directly. It is never the outcome of an individual effort or act by anyone. It is always Allah Ta'ala Himself who would choose from among His servants the one who, in his knowledge and judgment, is the fittest for this mission. and this selection is based on particular attributes of personal excellence, which are not found among human beings at large. Onwards from here, there is an admonition to those who contravene the instructions given by the Maker of the call on behalf of Allah, and invite the wrath and punishment of Allah upon them. It was said, "Have they not traveled in the land where they would have seen how was the fate of those before them? And surely the abode of the hereafter is better for those who fear Allah. Would you then still not understand, and continue to prefer the short-lived comfort of the present world over the everlasting and perfect blessings and comforts of the hereafter? Messengers are from men." From the word Rijalan, men, in verse Surah Yusuf, Ayah 109, "And we did not send before you messengers other than men from the people of the towns," we learn that messengers are always men. A woman cannot become a Nabi, prophet, and Rasul, messenger. Imam ibn Kathir, may Allah have mercy on him, has reported the consensus of ulama that Allah has not made any woman a Nabi or Rasul. Some ulama have identified some women as being a Nabi or prophet. For example, Sayyidah Sarah, the wife of Sayyidina Ibrahim, the mother of Sayyidina Musa, and Sayyidah Maryam, the mother of Sayyidina Isa. The reason is that there are particular words in the Holy Qur'an and about these three respected women which give the impression the angels talked to them as divinely commanded, gave them good news, or they themselves came to know something through the medium of divine revelation. But the majority of ulama, though they do accept that the words of such verses prove that these respected women had a high spiritual rank in the sight of Allah Ta'ala, but according to them, these words are not sufficient as proofs of their being prophets and messengers. Messengers are from towns. The expression, "men from the people of the towns," appearing in the verse quoted immediately above tells us that Allah Ta'ala sends His messengers generally from among those who live in cities and towns. Messengers are not from among those who reside in the countryside and forest lands, because the dwellers of these habitations are generally rustic, hard and less perfect in comprehension and understanding. Ibn Kathir, Qutb, by others.
They continued until, when the messengers despaired and were certain that they had been denied, there came to them our victory, and whoever we willed was saved, and our punishment cannot be repelled from the people who are criminals.
Commentary. Mentioned in the previous verses was the sending of prophets who invited people to take the straight path, and also answered there were some doubts about them. Then, people were admonished that they do not take into consideration the sad end they would face as a result of their antagonism towards prophets of Allah. Only if they were to pay some attention and look around and read signs from ruined cities and the history of lost places they pass by, they would find out how harsh has been the sad end of those who had opposed the blessed prophets, and that too right here in this world. The habitation of the people of Sayyidina Lut was overturned upside down. The people of Ad and Thamud were destroyed through various punishments, and the punishment of the hereafter, that is far more severe. Then, towards the end, they were instructed that the pain and pleasure of the present life is, after all, very short-lived. One's real concern should be about the life to come, to the hereafter, where one shall stay forever, and where the pain or pleasure too shall be eternal. So, it was made clear that a good end of life and the hereafter depends on taqwa, the fear of Allah, and the abstention from sins, and which, in a nutshell, means that one should strictly adhere to all commandments of the Sharia. Since the purpose in the previous verses was to warn people of the time by telling them to take their lesson from what had happened to past prophets and their communities, therefore, in the next verse, Surah Yusuf, Ayah 110, one of their doubts was removed. The doubt they had was about the warnings of divine punishment given by the Holy Prophet. They were hearing about it from him for a long time, but they did not see any punishment coming upon them. This made them all the more daring. If there was some punishment to come, it would have come by now, they thought. Therefore it was said that Allah Ta'ala, in His mercy and wisdom, would often keep giving respite to erring and sinning people, and this respite, at times, could also become fairly long. That is why contumacious people become more daring and aggressive, which causes a certain anxiety to prophets. So, it was said, punishment was often delayed until when the messengers were in despair and thought that they were wrong in their estimation, our help came to them, and saved were those whom we willed. And our punishment is not averted from the guilty. Surah Yusuf, Ayah 110. To explain it in detail, it can be said that the disbelieving and disobedient people of past communities were given long respites until when, because of the punishment not coming upon them, the messengers were in despair over the possibility that the punishment of Allah will not come upon such people and truth will not manifest itself in the manner and at the time they had hoped it to be. and thought that, while determining the time of the divine promise, they were wrong in their estimation that Allah Ta'ala had not told them of a definite time, and the time was fixed by them as based on particular signs. It was in this state of despair that our help came to them, that is, the punishment on disbelievers came as promised. Then saved from the punishment were those whom we willed, that is, believers and prophets were saved and disbelievers were destroyed, because our punishment is not averted from the guilty. Instead, it does come upon them. Therefore, the disbelievers of Mecca should not be in any doubt about a delay in the punishment due. Bayan al-Quran, Gist of Tafsir by Maulana Ashraf Ali Thanavi. The word kadibu, were wrong in verse Surah Yusuf. Ayah 110 has been read as in the well-known reading Qur'at of the Quran, and the tafsir, exegesis or explanation, which we have chosen to follow is the one which is most sound and free from doubts. The essential sense of the word kadhibu is to find one's estimation or thinking as being wrong, which is a kind of ijtihadi mistake, as based on personal opinion, and some such ijtihadi mistake can issue forth from the blessed prophets. However, there is a difference between prophets and other mujtahids, that is, when some ijtihadi mistake issues forth from the prophets, Allah Ta'ala would not let them stay by that mistake. Rather, He would make them become aware of it and enable them to see reality clearly. Other mujtahids do not occupy this station. The event of the peace pact of Hudaybiyah associated with the Holy Prophet is sufficient as proof on the subject, because it has been stated in the Holy Quran that this event is based on the dream which was seen by the Holy Prophet. He had seen that he was doing the tawaf of the Baytullah with his Sahaba, and the dream of the blessed prophets is also an imperative form of revelation. Therefore, the happening of this event became certain. But in the dream itself, no particular time or duration was identified for it. The Holy Prophet, according to his estimation, thought that it would happen the same year. So he announced it before his Sahaba, and taking a good number of them with him left for Makkah al-Muazzama for their Umrah. But the Quraysh confronted them en route, and they could not avail of their intended tawaf and Umrah. In fact, the full manifestation of the dream came to unfold itself 2 years later, in the Hijri year 8, in the form of the conquest of Makkah. And from this event, it became apparent that the dream he had seen was true and certain, but the time for it which, by signs or estimation, the Holy Prophet had taken as the time was not what it actually was, but that mistake was compensated right then. Similarly, the expression kad katibu, were wrong, in the verse under reference also carries the same sense. That is, the punishment which was to come upon the disbelievers was delayed while the prophets had estimated a time for it in their minds. When this punishment did not come at that time, they thought that they had made a mistake in determining the time for it. This tafsir has been reported from Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas. Allama al-Tibai has said that this report is sahih, sound, because it has been mentioned in the Sahih of al-Bukhari. Madari in some readings, Qur'at of the Quran, this word has appeared with a doubled sound on the letter gihal, that is, kadkadabu as well. This word has been derived from the verbal noun, taktib, falsification. Given this reading, the sense would be, the prophets had determined an estimated time when the punishment would come, but when the punishment did not come at that time, they had apprehensions about their believers themselves, lest they should not falsify them on the basis that their statement did not turn out to be true. These were the circumstances under which Allah Ta'ala made His promise prove true. Punishment fell on the deniers, believers were saved from it, and thus overcome they did.
There was certainly in their stories a lesson for those of understanding. Never was the Quran a narration invented, but a confirmation of what was before it, and a detailed explanation of all things, and guidance and mercy for a people who believe.
In the opening statement of the last verse of the surah, it was said, "Surely, in the narratives of these, there is lesson for the people of understanding." This statement may be pointing to the stories of all prophets in the Quran, and also to the particular story of Sayyidina Yusuf, which has been narrated in this surah, because through this later event, it has become absolutely clear that the obedient servants of Allah are supported and helped in so many ways when they are taken out from a deep well and made to sit on a high throne, and are rescued from the threat of disgrace all the way to the zenith of the finest in grace and honor, not to mention the practitioners of ill will and deception who ultimately end up in sheer shame. Said next is, it is not an invented story, rather a confirmation of what has been before it. That is, of the books revealed before it, because this story of Sayyidina Yusuf, Joseph, has been mentioned in the Torah and the Injil as well. And Hadrat Wahb ibn Munadi says, there is no scripture which does not have the story of Sayyidina Yusuf in it. Majari, and in the last sentence of the verse, it is said, that is, This Qur'an is an elaboration of everything, which means that the Qur'an has details of everything which human beings need in religion in fields like ibadah, worship of Allah, dealings, morals, social living, government, politics, and many others, including injunctions and instructions about all individual and collective concerns of human life. They are all there. Then, it was said that this Qur'an is guidance and mercy for people who believe. The restriction of those who have Iman or faith has been placed here, because its benefit can be enjoyed by only those who believe. It goes without saying that, though the Qur'an is nothing but mercy and guidance for disbelievers as well, but it is due to their own misconduct and disobedience that this mercy and guidance has become heavy and unwholesome for them. Sheikh Abu al-Mansur has said, the purpose behind the whole Surah Yusuf and the story of Sayyidina Yusuf narrated therein is to comfort the Holy Prophet. All this is to tell him that his sufferings at the hands of his people have been the lot of past prophets too. That in the end, Allah Ta'ala enabled his prophets to overcome, and in his case too, this is what was going to happen.